Just going. Make sure this was not working last time. I didn't really care too much to enable it. There we go. Stream server is working again. I need a brush, but we're not going to do that. Do. Leah. Oh, that's cute. I wonder what the chest is at. Distribute rewards. Almost $1. There's some interesting YouTube videos that I do want to watch today, but I'm not really sure where we're going to start at the moment. Make sure that the Twitch stream is running. It should be just fine. We are good. Whoa, what the heck? Hey, high five already. Welcome in. How you doing today, man? I just started. Literally just pressed stream. Literally just started everything up. Welcome in. Welcome in. How is everybody doing? How's high five stream been? What'd you get up to, my man? What has your day been looking like so far? And I'm not sure if you've been in since. Maybe I turn this music down. Hold on. I love this song. It's a banger. Alright. Let's close some of this stuff. Just playing some Minecraft as always. I'm not sure if you've seen, but I've set it up. The map is off at the moment, but we have the Scrubcraft server scrolling. Like that's the server itself, a live feed into the server on one side, and I've got the Scrub Place server running on the other side right now. I think maybe you've seen the Scrub Place one. Place done. Oh no, what is this? techgarage.ca 6969. So that's this. You'll see a few of these pieces up on the top. Right now it's showing, yeah, this area. But then I've also, yeah, we got the whole SMP over there. Took me a little bit, and I think I've balanced it out. It's looking good right now, you know. So of course, if anybody builds anything on there, it'll pop up over there. Or if they build something that it passes over on the server. Any new videos? Obviously, I don't, unless you're trying to hide them from me right now. No. Oh man, I need to brush my hair, but you know what? Quality stream. We're gonna roll with this. Every time I look at the camera, I'm just like, ooh, ooh. You've had exams, so you haven't been editing. I feel that editing takes so much work. I've just put out a new scraps video. But it's not out yet. So this is like a sneak preview. I know you're now request to put 6v6 to the test. We spent a bit too much time in the kitchen for this burnt bread. Anyways, yeah. Good luck. Exclusive. If you want to take a, I'll show it off here. I'll show a bit off here. Might as well show the intro, but you guys will understand it without you now request to put 6v6 to needing to play too much Overwatch. We spent a bit too much time in the kitchen for this burnt bread. With rolls unlocked, the age-old question asks if this grain is too grilled for the goats. I haven't listened to it on these headphones either, so... Welcome everybody to the Sunday Scrub Club Scraps. This captivating contest compels courageous competitors to step away from their familiar favorites and delve into diverse and daring heroes. Let the subtle shift in skill sets spark a spectacular showdown. Good luck, gamers.
Wait, you don't know?
Wait, what?
Open queue, as it's known, is the most controversial way to play Overwatch. It's hard to tell what is composition or coordination. The triple tanks tell many tales. I'm gonna show a little bit more of it, just to kind of...
planning.
Hog, Mauga, and Ball create a terrible trio that feeds on fast fights. Oh, the metas we may have missed.
This was a horrible idea. Thank you for the life group.
Zane's down.
Anyways, that's what we're building. That's how, you know. I've added a whole bunch of extra stuff into names of the teams. Added a little microphone there so you know what team you're listening to while we're playing. You really like the voiceover? I appreciate it. I'm trying to do more voiceover stuff. I think I got a good voice for it. Yeah. Hey, if you ever want me to read anything out for you here, I'll gladly do it for a little clip for your videos if you need. I will gladly do it. It's free for me to do if you ever want me to read anything out. All good, all good. I saw there was a whole... Actually, I want to take a peek at this too, because apparently there is a new wolf snapshot, and there are some combat changes. But hey, no worries, high five. Have a great one, man. Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate you coming by. Appreciate all your friends coming by too. I think they've already slept out already, but that's all right. Tell them I said thanks for coming by, if anything. I'll see you later, man. Have a great one. I'm going to take a look at these videos, though. We'll take a peek at the Phoenix SC
the screen's
videos.
Still getting brighter. Don't think it is anymore. So we're going to have so much fun. Oh, this skin still scares me. We're going to have so much fun on stream tonight. Right now, I am live. We are testing out the latest snapshot, which was released, 24W09A, and it has broken a lot more than I expected. So last week, I showed you guys all the new stuff regarding components, which has replaced all the NBT tag information as a new system for storing data. For example...
Oh, shit.
Actually, I can just do the command.
That's going to break all my plugins.
Block here. So this command block
Jesus.
has NBT in it. However, if I show you, it doesn't actually have NBT. It just says NBT through the lore. Otherwise, it's all components. So I have a dog here and I have a creeper. I also have a diamond sword, which appears to be nearly broken. But if I move my mouse over it, you'll see that its durability is now negative 2 billion out of 1,561. Obviously, that's not right. So this diamond sword should ideally be broken. Gear that be, diamond sword, Minecraft damage, 2 billion. We're obviously talking about the 32-bit integer limit here. So something's bound to go wrong. Anytime you have...
Something's going on right now with the internet. I'm not sure if you guys see this, but look. Down detectors reporting things like crazy, like Twitter. OpenAI is not down, at least for me. I wonder what... Live outage and reported problems map. Let's take a look. In a few large areas. But I'm just having a hard time loading in Reddit, like... So possibly... Search for... What? How do you not find Reddit? What? Yeah, it's getting a spike right now.
The weapon and you go smack smack, the damage value goes up. But since we're at the integer limit, what will happen if you use it? To explain how this is all very much broken now, let me grab the wolf armor, which has the wrong durability, and I will place it on the wolf here. This wolf has been tamed. Why are you looking up? And now I will have to punch him. It's been punched, and now I need to grab it back. So to do that, we grab some shears, And we snip, snip. And now this wolf armor appears to be fine. It's not damaged, even though it was very damaged, and then it's been hit, and now it's not damaged anymore. So what has just happened? Wait for it. Yep. The game crashes. The game's just broken now. Open up the game again, and you'll see.
I'm worried because I have a whole bunch of like plugins that work with NVT tags, and that makes like forward compatibility difficult.
That my inventory has now been completely cleared, and the game has reset completely. You can do that again, so let's put it on the dog. We'll have to hit the dog once, and this time, let me show you what's gone wrong. So, if I try to grab the information from the dog, it says, an unexpected error occurred trying to execute that command. The dog is wearing an armor that should not exist, because it has a stored value that the game simply cannot store. Now, to accelerate the game crashing process, we just have to press escape. And here's the error message. The game crashed while saving entity NBT. Value must be non-negative. And we re-enter, and we're back here. It's like I haven't moved since the start of the video. Now you might have already figured out why it's doing this. When this value increments by 1, it rolls over to the negative side. And to increment damage, you just gotta hit it. Okay, so this is one very convoluted way of doing that. I was only replicating something that was bug reported. I'll link to the bug report here. You can see this is the description provided, and it's a very important issue. But a very easy way to replicate this issue is by giving yourself a sword. You can see the damage value is right there. Gonna have to go in survival mode for this. Give yourself the diamond sword. It's got the very broken durability.
This is never gonna happen though, obviously in your standard gameplay, like in terms of survival, but it does break a whole bunch of mods.
Hit a creeper, suddenly the diamond sword is fine. Although there's another issue, which I'll talk about in a second. But obviously it's not fine. Why are you looking up there? And clearly when you try to grab the components, it's not good. And so to execute the crash, press escape. Same error message. This is all obviously sourced from the components problem. It's broken a lot of things. Now, one thing that it's also broken is the custom painting usage. So we've got the random variant paintings, and all of these are the specific ones. Now, if I was to try to place the kebab one right there, nothing will go wrong. I can just place this and break it, doesn't matter. That's because the entity spawned into the world is fine. The item I'm holding is not fine. So if I grab the components, again, an unexpected error has occurred, and to execute the crash, just press escape. Missing ID for entity in kebab. Stop fading in so much. Some eagle-eyed individuals may have noticed something very strange about the diamond sword that I'm giving myself. So apart from the durability, something else is very wrong. If you look at the damage chart here, the attack damage of a diamond sword is 7. It's only 4 if it's a wooden sword and a golden sword. However, the diamond sword
4 attack damage, okay.
has an attack damage of 4, when it should be 7. Everything in the game now has an attack damage of 4, regardless of what material or tool it is. And it also has the same attack speed. But this is a very essential change to the core structure of the game. Like, it doesn't matter whether you have diamonds, iron, gold, wood, stone, or netherite, it doesn't matter. I guess Mojang has just decided it's no longer necessary to upgrade for better tools. What's more important is the friends you make along the way.
This is a very easy bug to fix though. Like, they just need to properly copy over, or at least, well, for the damage and everything, they probably just copied over the properties from one item to every single item, or somehow loading it that way. So that's not really a big issue. Where is it? Oh, I'm logged into a different one. We'll take a look. Actually,
I've been playing this game long enough to remember when wolves were added, which was like 13 years ago.
This is Wolf Cat parody right now.
Oh, look at that. It was March 31st, 2011. And this is what they looked like before they were actually added into the game. Today is surely an historic moment in Minecraft history, because after such a long amount of time, the wolves have finally been given a fresh coat of fur. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another Minecraft update video for 1.20.5. This is Snapshot 24W10A. We are going to make a whole bunch of new friends in this video today. And this is a great reason to be subscribed to the channel, because, you know, you don't want to miss out on updates like this. It's what I do here on the channel, covering the snapshots and Minecraft news, so make sure to hit that subscribe button. Thank you for taking the time to do that. Now let's find out about the 8 new variants of wolves that are being added in this update. We are starting with the Snowy Wolf, a variant that spawns in the Grove biome, a rare type that always walks alone. And if you need a reminder, the Grove biome is this mountainous snowy terrain that appears on Minecraft's mountains. I was yet to find one of these roaming around on its own. I think that's what the article is hinting at here, that this is a wolf that only spawns on its own, as other ones spawn in packs. And all
Oh, that's cute. So there's gonna be like a special white wolf.
the wolves we see today will have baby variants and be tamed.
Because dogs have been very like one-dimensional for the longest time.
And when looking into the game's files, I was reminded that the eyes of the wolves actually change when you tame them. Here we go. Look at that extra little pixels there. This, my friends, is the striped wolf, a variant that spawns in a new location for wolves, the wooded Badlands biome. They spawn in larger packs of between 4 and 8 wolves at once. And I think what we'll do with each of these new wolves that we're checking out for the first time is we'll always be sure to tame one in this video. Next is the spotted wolf. This is a very vibrant breed right here, and it can be found in the Savannah Plateau biome in larger packs of 4 to 8. And once again, we'll give the doggy a bone
These textures are actually really, really nice.
and tame this fella right here. Here we have the rusty wolf, which can be found
They've been given a lot of hard time recently on like the looks of their characters,
in the
and
sparse
because I know
jungle.
they changed up the oh, what's the big guy? I really haven't played much since released. The oh geez, the big new guy that lumbers around, and the armadillo. They were getting absolutely roasted for.
biome. This time in smaller packs of 2 to 4. I must admit, I think these might be the cutest ones that I've seen so far. Next up is the chestnut wolf. This can be found in the old growth spruce taiga biome. This is actually a location that wolves could spawn before, but now you'll find these ones in smaller packs of 2 to 4. These are also adorable, which I think seems to be true of all of the wolves we've seen so far. Now we are in the old growth pine taiga, which is very similar to the last biome we were in, and this is where you can find the black wolf. Again, this is another location where wolves used to spawn, and these ones are in small.
If they were a little more aggressive, or maybe they had different personalities, it'd be interesting. Because like, I think it'd be really cool to have like a black wolf enemy variant. Obviously, they don't want you to kill dogs, but that's
Let's
the
see
limitation.
Those cute eyes. Ah, there they are. Then in our classic Minecraft forest biome, we have the woods wolf, a variant that spawns in the forest biome. This will be the dominant wolf variant that you'll be able to find in the overworld, since the forest biome is very common. Let's go ahead and tame one of these friends. The last of our 8 new friends that we're going to meet today is the ashen wolf. This variant spawns in the snowy taiga biome, and the website doesn't specify the pack size that they spawn at. Anyway, let's go ahead and tame one of these. Oh, they're just so adorable. Now, if we step outside of this biome to the snowy plains, this is where you'll see our original wolf hanging out. But as you know, these no longer spawn in the forest biome. Their new home is the taiga biome, and they're now referred to as the pale wolf, a familiar wolf variant that now spawns in the taiga biome with a default pack size of 4. So with all these changes for where wolves will now spawn, they're also able to spawn on coarse dirt and podzol. And in the grove biome, cows will no longer spawn. It's now just foxes, rabbits, and wolves. So we've been introduced to these new wolf variants, but now we're going to take a closer look at their textures. And I was going to do this by creating some no AI wolves and going past them one by one, but that was a little slow. And when editing this video, I actually found that renders of them have been uploaded to the wiki already, so I figured I would show you this and save you some time. We're also going to look at their texture files. This is the ashen, the black wolf, followed by chestnut. Then we have the rusty variant, the snowy variant. This one is quite obviously spotted. Then we have striped, which reminds me of the husk. And lastly, we have woods. And those are the wolves. Now the conversation continues with you. Which one is your favorite, and do you like these new variants? Be sure to
I think this guy right here is kind of the coolest.
these new variants.
Can't remember the name of that
Be sure
one.
to discuss it down below in the comments. Now, Now, we are not done yet because this snapshot has more awesome for the 1.20.5 update. Now, these are technical changes and they're mostly driven by the new stack components format, which is driving a lot of changes under the hood. It affects many things and there's actually a lot of reading to do if this is your thing. If you're into making data packs, resource packs, custom stuff, you should definitely go and have a read of this as there are a lot of changes. The first two things I'm going to show you are possible thanks to Misode, who sent me this data pack to show off what we can now do with the loom. We can actually add our own custom, I was going to say like crafting recipes. I think banner patterns would be the correct term. So if we scroll down here, you'll see, look, we've got our very own custom banner pattern. So with a resource pack and a data pack, it is now possible to add your own into the game. I will make a prediction that the Minecraft community will go absolutely wild with this and make lots of packs so you can add more banner designs to your banners. Another amazing feature of this snapshot is the ability to detect when a player is holding an item in their cursor, like this, lifted up.
Oh, maybe
so
like a program, like a actually code level.
And I try and take some of these diamonds out. All I'm gonna get is
yeah.
Although, yeah, I can shift click them out, but you get the point, right? Look at this. And here's the command. If you...
Actually, that's really interesting because the command would be like if you're actually holding it. So if you shift click, it's just gonna move it down. But the code that they're using is if you pick something up and hold it, which is a completely different process.
You want to see it? At this point here, we specify the diamonds, and then later on in the command, we get to specify what to replace with it. Another possibility thanks to these changes is custom crafting with what we used to call MBT data being on the output of the crafting recipe. So for example, let's say you wanted the player to be able to craft a sword but also use some other ingredients to give it an enchantment or additional information. You could now make a crafting recipe like this. That is a really powerful feature that map makers have been wanting for a long time, and I don't know if this is coming in the future, but currently it doesn't support having the additional information on this side of the crafting grid, so the recipe wouldn't know if it's looking for looting and unbreaking. Let's hope that that's coming in the future. I'll also mention this works with the smithing table and the stone cutter, and it works for both shaped and shapeless crafting. And next we have a little bit of Minecraft news that I'll be relatively brief about. This is for preview 1.20.80.20, which is Bedrock edition of the game. And as it states here, coming soon, hardcore mode. You all know what this is. This is where if you die in the game, you lose your world. And yes, it's coming to Bedrock Edition in the near future.
I think a lot of people will like this. This is probably where Minecraft is mostly a game. Like, even though you can die and respawn and like... It does make the game a little bit creative modey in some ways, especially as you get to later game. It becomes, you basically just fly around, you're invincible, and there's nothing that can kind of contest you. But definitely if, definitely the, what's it called? Yeah, hardcore mode is a little more of a challenge, I would say.
Also from the...
Or at least it's... To me, it's a little more enticing. I've only played like 2 or 3 rounds of hardcore mode, but I also know somebody who's in and out of the community that plays tons and tons and tons of hardcore. He doesn't play on Bedrock, obviously, but like people love this kind of play style, so
Craft website
I'm glad it's coming to Bedrock. I believe the only reason why they didn't bring it to Bedrock initially because there were so many like glitches where you could just die. You just like walk around and you just die.
An article about the glow squid. This had some strong suggestions in it, acknowledging that glow squid don't actually produce light, and then going on to say that Mojang's top physicists are currently investigating how this can happen. This, my friends, is quite possibly a hint that some sort of dynamic lighting might be coming to the game, and if they were to do this, I imagine they'd do it for both Bedrock and Java together, so we might see something like that in the future. And that,
I don't
my friends,
think so.
concludes my coverage of this amazing snapshot. I really think this was an incredibly cool addition. If you enjoyed my video, leave a like, subscribe.
I did want to take a look. Actually, are we not switched accounts? We should be over on the Sulack account. This is the video I wanted to watch.
There has been a huge patch for Helldivers 2, which has completely shaken up the meta. some very important bug fixes that we have been begging for since day one, along with massive changes to some very key weapons and stratagems. I have spent all day testing out everything in this patch so that you don't have to. So let's take a look at the top 15 highlights you need to know from the latest Helldivers 2 patch as I take you through what that actually means for you. So let's start off by taking a look at the 6 weapons that have been changed. Some fantastic buffs and nerfs, and we'll start off with the biggest upset, the railgun. Personally, I feel like this thing did need nerfing. Not because I hated how strong it was, but because of the fact that I was upset for all the other amazing weapons in this game that weren't being used just because they weren't as powerful. To be specific, the railgun has had its armor penetration decreased in safe mode. You can offset this still by holding down the reload button and switching.
Decreased armor penetration in safe mode. Decreased damage against durable enemy targets. Okay.
Into unsafe mode. However, as you probably know, doing so and overcharging the shot means you blow up. And the other potentially even bigger nerf is the fact that they have decreased damage against durable enemy parts. This means no more two-shotting the armor off of chargers' legs so that you can obliterate them in a matter of seconds. This also applies for certain bots, Bile Titans, Hive Guards, anything that has destructible parts that you can shoot off of enemies. The railgun will still do this, it will just be weaker and slower to do so. At first, during my testing, it looked like the railgun shot was just ricocheting off, but this is actually a visual representation of a portion of the damage ricocheting off. And as you can see, eventually this charger does go down, it will penetrate the leg, it just takes a lot longer, and it is definitely now not the most efficient way to do so. Next up, a huge buff for the flamethrower. It has had a 50%
Yeah, it felt useless. It completely felt useless.
damage increase. Uninterrupted, this thing can now kill charges in around 7 seconds. As you can see, it's melting through brood commanders, hive guards, swathes of enemies in mere seconds. As long as you aren't allowing enemies to get in your face and hunters aren't transferring their burning status onto your own self, then the flamethrower is now a really, really viable option. And because the flames ignore armor, it is even a fantastic option for heavily armored enemies, as I say, such as the charger.
That... I wonder if it was that way before, too. Because I felt like I would, like, try and shoot the chargers, and they would just never die with the flamethrower.
We have got the laser cannon, which not only moves so much faster now whilst you are using it, it also has increased armor penetration and increased damage against durable enemy parts. Watch this space, I'll be doing a lot of testing with the laser cannon now that it's had these improvements, because this could now be the support weapon to use. Obviously, with so many changes to the meta and so many buffs and nerfs, that means new build guides, new most efficient ways to kill all the enemies. So make sure you subscribe, because I'll be doing loads of testing over the next few days and pumping out a bunch of videos to help you really understand the changes to these weapons. But as you can see, the laser cannon is now so effective. I love the fact that as long as you don't allow it to overheat, it effectively has unlimited ammo. And unlike bullets, there is no drop-off range. As long as it can hit an enemy, even if they are 50 or 100 meters away, it will do maximum damage to them. This is a great weapon for sniping high-value targets before they have chance to get anywhere near you. Before we move into the next section, let me thank the sponsor for today's video, Factor 75. Factor 75 is a chef-prepared, ready-to-eat meal service delivered directly to your door for healthier eating made quick and easy. With no hassle pre-prepared food on hand at all times, you can have your meal ready in 2 minutes, allowing you plenty more time to dispense managed democracy throughout the galaxy. As the meals come pre-prepared, there's no mess, meaning less time in the kitchen and more time farming samples to stay ahead of your friends, whilst also staying healthier than them too. And talking of staying healthy, healthier, these meals will help you easily hit your daily nutritional goals, and healthier eating means more energy, which means even more gaming. And also, and probably most importantly for me personally, because everything is already done for you, it takes the frustration and time loss out of deciding what you're going to eat every mealtime. And if that sounds good to you, you can get 50% off your first Factor Box and free wellness shots for life using my link below. That means that you can choose 2 free wellness shots from the 3 available flavors for every order whilst you are an active subscriber. So to get your first box 50% off, click the link in the description or...
All right, I'm done with this.
And next up, we have got changes to 3 primary weapons as well. In no particular order, the Breaker has been nerfed significantly.
No. Oh,
Its magazine
people must be getting too good with this game already.
capacity being reduced from 16 to 13. And my god, when you're using it, do you realize that them extra 3 shots really made a difference? This is not as good as it was, and I'm very happy about this, because it means other weapons are now viable. Everyone just used the Breaker because there was no reason not to. And on top of the magazine capacity nerf, it also has had a recoil increase nearly twice as much, from 30 to 55.
God damn. They're making this game harder. Like, I have a very difficult time with it already.
You can no longer just spray and pray with it. The recoil
People are probably
does start to
min-maxing
go
the
a
hell
bit
out of it, though.
haywire if you try
Dostray,
to pump out all...
how's it going, my man? You need to play this game. Reminds you of Borderlands, but you're not committing to a new game at the moment. It is so good. It is definitely, I would consider it an S tier game at the moment. It's AAA action in a, not indie, but I don't know, a smaller package. If you've ever played games like Deep Rock Galactic, and even actually, I'll point out, I was thinking about this last night, it's very much like Lethal Company, which was another really big 4-player co-op game that came out recently. This, yeah, it is so much fun, but it is so hard. It's really, like, it's cool. It looks really cool too, and it's hard to, but it's hard to even describe how hard it is from just the footage. Like, when I was first watching it, when I first saw footage, I was like, this game seems meh, whatever, you know, I'll just, whatever, yeah. But now that I play a little bit, it's like, wow, this is actually a very, very special game. And there's a reason why it's getting lots of support. But keep in mind, too, a lot of games over the past year or two had tons and tons of, well, smaller games, had tons of people flooding into the game, loving the heck out of it, and the long term or the longevity of the game isn't the best. But it looks like this is a blast. I think there's always things to do. I do think that the overall the pace of it, I'll have to play it a little more. Like, I've only got, how many hours do I have in it so far? I have, where the heck is it? Am I blind? Helldivers. Only 16 hours in it. So we'll see how it turns out when I've got like 1,000 hours into it. Yeah. But that's the type of game you need a community. Or sorry. Is that a question? Or can I get 3 friends and play? It's a 4-player co-op game. So you can get 3 friends if you want, and you'll find people in our community, in either community, in whatever community, any community really, to play it. Everybody's playing it right now. It is Wednesday, of course. If I check my Discord, like, actually, nobody's really on it. A few days ago, everybody was on it. But I don't have that many hours in it either, right? So, wow. Anyways, okay, so as long as you have 3 plans to play the game never dies for you. You can solo it too. It's actually a lot of fun solo. And there's a quick play system where you can drop into any game with a whole bunch of other people at the same time. So it's got a lot to it. I don't think I've had so much fun playing with random people in any game ever than with this. Sometimes you play Borderlands 2 alone or with friends. Yeah, it's very much Borderlands-y. It's got a lot, like, I don't know how to explain too. It's got open world feel to it, but it's not even open world. It's a little more, you have to kind of choose what you're doing.
13 rounds at once.
So just to explain, I'll give you the general overview too. We'll keep watching the video here. But you're given a zone. You get dropped into the zone. You have a whole bunch of objectives that you can go around and do. And once you complete those objectives, then you win. Getting out is optional. So as long as you complete the objectives, you die, you're okay still. You still win that. But what's really cool is there's a whole bunch of other random hidden objectives throughout the map. So as you're running towards, let's say, I don't know, as you're running towards a nuclear silo to go launch a nuke at some bugs, then you'll see off in the distance, oh, there's like a ship crashed. And then you go over to the ship crash and you see there's a bunch of items and there's also some mobs hanging around it. So you got to fight your way into the area and it gives you some extra items. Or you'll see an underground bunker and you have to run to the bunker and get a friend there and open that up. Or there's a whole bunch of things that you got to do in the gameplay. And there's a whole bunch of upgrade. Anyways, it's a blast. Yeah.
So still very good, don't get me wrong, but there is now more viable options, which makes me so happy. And talking of more viable options, the next primary weapon we'll look at is the Punisher. This was actually
The difference is that in Borderlands you follow a story. The Lethal Company comparison fits well. Yeah, it very much is like that. Lethal Company, of course, there's not really any combat. This is very combat focused, but the gameplay loop is somewhat the same, where you gain resources outside of the gameplay with the resources that you get inside of the gameplay. And then you have little tasks and areas that you have to go for, and you're going blind. You don't really know what's going on. You have 4 other friends. You got to collaborate with them. Death is somewhat semi-optional. There's like a bunch of different things for it. Different creatures. Yeah, it's great. Did you get different weapon classes or just different weapons? Well, you can spec out
favorite shotgun
to different
for the
items.
longest time.
So of course, like as you play, you get currency and you unlock items and all that kind of stuff. But you also have, blanking on what they're called.
And I'm now so happy how insanely powerful.
You basically get the ability to call down airstrikes and orbital lasers and all that kind of stuff that you unlock as you go. So, but when you go into a hell dive, you prep out for whatever type of hell dive you're going into. So someone can go like a support class, or support style. Someone can go a high damage style. Someone can go mobility to move around. There's a whole bunch of other little features you can spec into.
This thing has become. It's had a 50% ammo capacity increase from 40 to 60 shots. It also has increased stagger force. So as long as at least...
Man, I don't know you with you or if I played Borderlands, but the spider enemies are exactly the spider enemies. So yeah, I played quite a bit of the first Borderlands, but I did it solo. I think I didn't beat it though, but I got like halfway through.
Some of your spread is hitting your targets. They're going to be staggered for longer, meaning this is actually a great offensive weapon to use defensively. And on top of that, its bullet damage has been increased from 40 to 45 damage per bullet. And the final weapon that we'll be looking at today before we move on to bug fixes, stratagems, and more is the Breaker
Stratagems
Spray
is what they're called.
Firstly, and most importantly, this has had increased armor penetration. If you've seen my video a few weeks ago, you will know that it was unable to even destroy eggs before. It can now destroy eggs, thank God for that.
Oh, Jesus, I was running that weapon.
It's also had its fire rate increased from 300 to 330. Its number of pellets per shot increased from 12 to 16, and the magazine size reduced down from 32 to 26. Overall, it shoots faster with even more bullets, so it's now even more sprayy and even more preyy than ever, with the added bonus that it can actually now penetrate armor. Thank God, because this...
I should have been using this weapon. I was using it because it felt good. I was like, oh yeah, big shots, fast bullets, lots of blood. I guess I wasn't doing any damage.
This thing was genuinely useless. There was not a single situation where you would ever use this gun. It was so weak. Whereas, as you can see now, it can actually kill things, and it is potentially somewhat viable in crowd control situations. Next up, let me show you the 3 stratagems that have been changed. The highlight is that the personal energy shield backpack has been nerfed, and the 120mm and 380mm orbital barrages have been buffed. Let me talk to you about the specifics now. The energy shield backpack now has an increased delay before recharging once it has been taken out. So when an enemy breaches that shield, it takes longer before it comes back online and starts.
I think this shield definitely needed a nerf. Everybody was running it. So we have the energy shield, armor, life, very RPG-like. It's got quite a few RPG components to it.
Protecting you again.
But it's a lot more FPS. Like,
I don't know the exact amount of seconds off the top of my head, but the editor for this channel, my wonderful wife, I'm sure is about to give you a demonstration side by side of how long it took to recharge before and how long it takes to recharge now. So let me just pretend I know what that is. Whoa! Oh my god, what a nerf. That's a long amount of time. Was that convincing? Okay, swiftly moving on. We have also got the 120mm and 380mm orbital barrages. These have had huge buffs. They are now so viable, and I'm really excited about this.
I'm not sure if you see too, you have to do like this DDR thing where if you want to call in an airstrike, you have to hold a button and then it'll give you like up, up, down, left, up, right, down, right, up, left, right, up, down, left, right, down, up, up, and then you can throw a orbital barrage or call in a teammate.
Had their durations doubled, so using the
Dostar, you say, I see, although I play Overwatch, I came from Dota and RPG games. To be honest, Overwatch is your first FPS game. I came from military shooters. Okay, I guess Battlefield is a little arcadey, but Counter-Strike, military shooters. But I also played a bunch of Arma, so I'm an FPS guy at heart.
380mm as an example, it now lasts for a full.
I played, you know, PlayerUnknown's Battle Royale. Or I can't remember, Battlegrounds. I can't remember, Battle Royale. Anyways, the big Battle Royale game that came out a while ago. Well, I played the original mod back in the old days, and I even have video footage of it up on my YouTube channel, of me winning one of the very first Battle Royale, before the genre was huge, before anybody knew about it. It was just a small mod on a small server. So that's how old I am.
Seconds.
That's how I'm not when I it's basically my age, but that's where my old FPS play or my old FPS gaming came from.
Upwards of 20 shots. And it also has a decreased
all your friends are more FPS gamers.
And
one of them introduced you to Overwatch, and now they're talking with you about Helldivers. It's a lot of fun, man.
It is a really good thing.
If you got the bucks to get it, it's definitely worth it.
Because as you know, these barrages cover huge areas. This just means it's now less random, less likely to miss its target, less likely to hit you and your teammates. And as you can see here, on my first ever use of it, it manages to take out the entirety of a medium nest without me even needing to step foot in it. I wanted to love these barrages before, because in theory they sound so cool, they look so awesome, but they were so unreliable before. Not anymore. With the increased duration and the more accurate spread, they are now really viable and really powerful, especially for taking out big nests and factories. The next update before we take a look at the important fixes is the
you can swap in between first and third person if you want. There isn't like I don't even know if there's a full first person view, but you can aim down sights with your guns. Although you don't end up doing it much, it is more accurate. You can get way higher accuracy by doing that, but
fact
it's
that
not real. Usually you're running away from bugs, and I think this guy plays on lower difficulties because what he's showing isn't as chaotic as I'm used to playing.
Missions now require more kills to complete.
Hey, bird.
Anyone who has seen my leveling guide will know that you could easily drop into an eradicate mission, be it bugs or bots being preferred, plonk down a load of mortars, and complete the mission in 2 minutes flat. The devs have stated the time to complete the mission was previously far shorter than intended and should now take approximately twice as long to complete. Doing a solo eradicate mission here, just on medium difficulty to test. As you can see, the amount of bugs needed to kill now.
Definitely Starship Troopers. There's a whole other automaton faction that you have to go against, which are just all robots, and they take robots from every single game, every single movie. There's like Star Wars influenced robots, there's Warhammer influenced robots, there are yeah, there's a whole bunch. I don't know how else to explain it.
5, when previously on a medium mission it would have been
Terminator influenced robots,
only around 100 or so. Even though I was killing them all very quick and very efficiently, it took somewhere in the range of 7 minutes to complete, as opposed to the 2 minutes that we are used to. So yes, this has been significantly nerfed. No more farming for XP and medals on eradicate missions. And on top of that, another side effect of this that I want to make sure you're all aware of is that mortar sentries will now become less effective in these missions, because they can and almost definitely will
eradicate missions now require more kills and enemies spawn more often. The time to complete the mission was previously short. Yeah,
run out of ammo far before the end of the mission. So if you've just brought in a load of sentries, by the time they all run out of ammo, they will still be on cooldown, and the second half of the mission will now be far more challenging because you will have no stratagems.
You never watched Terminator?
To back you up. Therefore, please
it's a good
make
old
sure
series if you ever get the
a more
chance.
diverse portfolio of weaponry into these missions with you, or you will really struggle in the latter half. Now we're on to the 7 big important fixes for this patch, and I've just realized this video is going on far longer than I initially expected it to. So let me try and hurry it up here so I'm not wasting too much of your time, so you can get back to diving for freedom as soon as possible. If you stand next to the ICBM during launch, the devs have said, and I quote, "Helldivers will get properly toasty, with a chance of not so spontaneous combustion."
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of different missions, Duster. There's like, there's just protect an area while mobs spawn you. There's launch ICBMs. There's move items from one place to another. There's find and destroy missions. There's everything. It's very dynamic.
And yes, as you can see here,
I love
when
it.
you stand by the ICBM, it gon' melt you. Next up, the biggest and best thing for me personally, armor rating values not reducing damage as intended has been fixed. Armor rating now works. To test that, I put the biggest and beefiest armor on here. This one doesn't even have any traits or perks, it just has the highest armor rating in the game. And as you can see, I am taking a beating from Hive Guards, and they are barely doing anything to me. It's taken like 7 shots just to get me down to low health. Having these armor rating values working is going to be such a game changer. No longer are traits the only thing to worry about. Heavy armor is now very viable, and you can and will be a tank. Next up, something that I didn't even realize was an issue, but now that it's been fixed, it is mind-blowing. The sand rain weather effect on Errata has been fixed. Visibility was substantially lower than the developers intended originally.
That was a big problem. Actually, I don't even know if it was a problem. I kind of liked it. I kind of liked how visibility just dropped to 0, but I think the enemies had longer sight lines than we did.
As you can see in this older clip, I literally cannot see anything. It is absolutely abysmal. It was pain, and of course I died instantly trying to defend myself against waves of basically invisible enemies. However, now, towards the end of this eradicate mission, sand rain weather effect does come into play, and as you can see, visibility has been lowered, but I can still see. And this was actually such a relief to read this in the fixes and find out that this was a bug and not something that was intended. And
so here's the thing with that, it felt like it was too much, but it felt like it was just enough too much, at least when I played it. It definitely felt like there were basically there were times, I don't know, that's where I think this game is really good. When you start playing it, you'll see there's moments where you get incredibly uncomfortable, and as long as you make your way through that discomfort, then you'll usually win. I have won games where we couldn't see anything at all, but that's part of what's so crazy is you're standing there, you have no idea where things are coming from, they'll jump out of the fog at you. Now I wish they would decrease like the visibility on the bugs so that they have the same level. Maybe that wasn't actually happening. Maybe I don't know. I didn't feel like it was. It felt like they saw you from a million miles away. But
Of bugs, certain bug holes that were unnecessarily hard to destroy have been fixed. This includes, as I'm sure many of you will be praying, stalker nests. There are certain nests that it seemed you would throw grenade after grenade at and they would not explode unless you got the perfect angle. They seemed to be really finicky and only blow up under certain conditions. This has been completely fixed, and the angle at which you can throw your grenades at holes has become far more generous, and even if you're slightly off, your grenade will find your way into that hole and it will be destroyed first time. As we move into the final 3 changes, for better or for worse, the button interaction behavior for buttons in bunkers has now been...
You shouldn't be out, little bird. Yeah, you gotta go back. You gotta go back. Go on. Go on, I don't want you to bite me. You've been a jerk. No. 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 Hold on. I gotta go put this bird back. Come here, little guy. You good? Yeah, you're okay. You're fine. You could come out and hang, but you didn't. Okay. She's been very bitey recently. Well, the door is open, but normally she doesn't jump out from this door. Usually if I have the whole front open, then she'll walk out to the edge of the front and jump over. And I'm pretty sure she just wants to come over and like be somewhat friendly. It's just that if I'm not paying attention and I accidentally do something, she'll like bite me really hard. So
changed. You will now automatically let go of the button after holding it for a few seconds, meaning you do actually have to coordinate with your fellow Helldivers when you press it. Because if you press and hold for too long, when it forces you off the button...
Change button interaction behavior for buttons in bunkers, POs. Helldivers will now let go of the button after holding... Okay.
And you'll be locked out of the bunker for a few seconds. And on high difficulty missions, this is very valuable time loss. So now you do actually have to synchronize and coordinate when you're going to push the button to allow you to enter the bunker.
I'm not mad at you.
Next up, and the one change that I think could still do with some improvements. Apparently, the flashlight efficacy has been improved. I don't really see any difference at all, if I'm entirely honest with you. I feel like the flashlight could still be better. Apparently, as I say, it has been improved, but I don't know. I'll leave that one up to you as to whether you feel like the flashlights are any use.
The flashlights are kind of useless because there's not really like dark areas. If anything's dark, it's mostly just because of the fog. Like you can see here, he's trying to use a flashlight in fog, which is not really...
And finally, something
really
that's going to be the cause of a lot of friendly deaths. Helldivers can now take damage from fire, gas, etc. generated by other players. That's right.
I thought we could already.
It was not intended that if someone threw down an orbital gas strike, you would be unaffected. Now, if you're anywhere near it, just like all of the bugs and bots, you are going to choke and you are going to die. So now be very careful when your teammates are throwing down napalm strikes, orbital gas strikes, and even the flamethrower, as that will probably be much more used now with the buff. So yes, any fire, any gas, any status effects that your allies produce.
And Dostray, team killing is on in this game, and it happens all the time, especially when you're new at it and you don't know what's going on and you don't know where things are. You just die.
They can and will hurt you as intended. And with that, my friends, that is the 15 most important highlights from today's patch. Make sure you give the video a thumbs up so this reaches as many people as possible. Also, comment your thoughts on this patch down below. I'd love to read them. And finally, subscribe for the plethora of upcoming guides based around all of these huge improvements. And with that, my friends,
one more reason to buy. Exactly. If someone pisses you off, you can just put him down. You just put him down, and then, you know, there's somebody new. Oh, wait. Oh, what is this? We finally discussed the... This is from the Group Up podcast.
Brother, let's do it. Webcam?
All right, born good. Let's do it then. All right, everyone. Welcome to another episode of the Group Up Podcast. We're here for the Great March debate. I know the month has just started, but the naming conventions imply that I must, when the Avengers assemble, name it after the month that we're
Is
doing
this-
our call. 1st of March, we're back.
I thought I watched this one already or listened to this one. Did he just get permission to up, or is this like a new one?
And the goated or OG squad has returned. So let me introduce my homies that
Outrageous the pace of the game. Flat said something very interesting that I think like deserves a further analysis, considering the
Because is this actually the 6v6 one? No, it's not. Oh, maybe. But they didn't discuss it till the very end. Yeah, it's the same one as this one here. It's just that they're in
passive
different...
applying, I think.
No? No, wait. No, wait.
I think from the turret, I'm pretty sure it does. Onto any dive, kind of said earlier, which is I agree.
This is new. Let's listen to a second of this.
Goals of what this patch was supposed to be. They
Look at the
wanted
t-shirts.
time to kill to go down, and I think he's right in saying that things die fast now. Like especially tanks. Okay, tank.
Yeah, okay, maybe 30. I would say they're streamers though. They don't really change their
I
shirts.
started to notice. I don't even think I remember what it was like before season 9. It seems kind of 700 in a lot of cases. Health, and some things kill me faster than before.
Frito always
Like,
talks the
so
same though.
Let's rebalance it towards the vision of what this was supposed to be. It's supposed
Wait.
All right, everyone. Welcome to another episode of the Group Up Podcast.
All right, everyone. Okay.
Brother, let's do it. Webcam?
All right, born good. Let's do it then. All right, everyone. Welcome to another episode
Yeah, it
of
is
the
the
Group
same
Up
one.
Podcast. We're here for the Great
It
March
is the same one. It is the same one.
Podcast. We're here for the Great March debate. I know the month has just started, but the
SVB just like cut out a whole bunch of the video and has a custom setup and everything. But I love that he titled it. We finally discussed the taboo topic. And then actually put that as his thumbnail. Right? And even though they didn't discuss it that long, but you could tell that's what he was thinking the entire time, right? You could tell. You could tell. I do have a new video coming up, by the way, Stustry. You think Flats knows 6v6 is better? I think most people know 6v6 is better. The people who are pro 5v5 are not only in denial, but here's the thing. Okay, not the vast majority, but a large amount of new players that have come in since the self-healing patch, that's all they know right now. So you have to bias yourself to whoever's playing right now. Most people have only played 5v5, and like so much so that I even forget about like how many heroes need to be unlocked. Like I have everything unlocked already from Overwatch 1. Yeah, it's not, I don't know, it's hard, especially when you're doing like when you're one of the big content creators for the game. Let's take a look. It is very hard to admit when you're like a content creator for it, because like you have to kind of be comfortable with what you're doing also, you know. You can't be angry all the time or else you're going to hate whatever you do. So how do I fast forward to the good part? No, what is he talking about right now?
Learn from it. You have to acquire the rights to do that, and they weren't doing that. So a lot of that stuff has been put on hold at the moment, and like you had to wait. But like it would just keep, if that hadn't happened, it probably would have just kept on trucking.
Anyways, I do want to take a look at this video. A little bit off from the video gaming stuff, but at least within tech. Compact discs make comeback.
This recent paper. What do we want? When do we want it? What? Joking aside, I have a 2 terabyte hard disk and used to think.
Dosray, of course, that's why Flats mostly plays quick play now. Yeah. It's a different type of content creation. Like, if you want to go see how Overwatch is played, that's who you go to watch, right? And it's kind of like it becomes very generic, and I know he'd hate me saying that, but that's what his stream becomes, is a very generic stream. So if you're the average Overwatch viewer, who do you watch on average? You watch Flats. It used to be Stylosa on YouTube, but of course Twitch is a much bigger thing now. And there's a few other players that are like that in the game. It's just there's not an incentive. You know, don't yell at me. I'm trying to talk here. There's an incentive to enjoy what you're doing. You know, you never really want to be super angry about the thing that you're doing. I don't know how else to put it. So it's not necessarily bad that they're becoming a little more biased towards, or not biased, where they don't want to talk about 6v6 being better, being the better game, but it's just because they like, it's probably not mentally healthy for them to fight for something that, like, most people are so defeated. Most people are just so exceptionally defeated in terms of trying to deal with Blizzard. But also I think too, it's because just we're not that good as a community about communicating to Blizzard, and Blizzard's not very good at communicating with us in terms of how things are built and structured. And yeah, I don't know. It's hard to critique. It's hard to critique enjoying your job.
That's a lot. Then I bought a new video camera and it's clocked my disk in no time. And yes, there's cloud storage, but you know, it's not actually in the clouds. They still store it on something down on Earth.
You're his viewer back when he was starting with only 10 viewers? Oh, cool. Very cool. The vibe changes. The vibe always changes, right? Like, even my community, who we've gone from a very small group to a small, but, you know, a size group at the moment, it changes really quickly. It's very hard to, it's very hard to understand why people stay. But you feel sad the game lost its competitive aspect, and the big screamers reflect this. It did. It really did. Now, not to critique too much on that, but competitiveness has to do with the people that are actively playing. Competitiveness has nothing to do with the designers of the game. Designers of the game have nothing to do with how competitive a game is. They can influence it. They can definitely influence the success and where people can work in, and, you know, and basically how the economics of the game works. But competitiveness really has to do with the two people across from each other treating the game seriously, treating whatever they do seriously. Literally anything can be the most competitive thing ever if people in that environment decide that it's going to be. We could do rock, paper, scissors, and that could be a competitive environment, because there's going to be a mind game going on there, right? And you may go, well, there's a little bit of randomness and a little bit of stuff that you can't really control because the other person's, but that's part of the game. Doesn't really matter, right? It doesn't matter how you build rock, paper, scissors. You can still be competitive with it. It's the same thing with Overwatch.
And besides that, it'd take me forever to upload. So I was thrilled to see this recent paper in Nature about a new optical storage method that could bring disk memory into the petabyte range. Petabytes. That's 1,000 terabytes. Let's have a look. The new technology is an old technology. It's optical storage. Some of you may even be old enough to remember optical storage. We used to carry music around on those things called compact discs. And let me just say, you had to walk very carefully if you didn't want to listen to the same sentence 1,000 times.
The direction takes a big role in this, for example. Face it, yeah, hopefully it'll push the competitive scene a little bit more. Really, it's about tools and opportunity more than it is about fostering it with money.
Later, we put movies on these things called DVDs. We now have a neighbor who's hung her old DVDs up on the balcony to scare off the pigeons. True story. These compact discs were usually made of some kind of plastic with a coating which gave them their shiny appearance. They worked by using a laser to burn the information into the coating and then read it out again. Actually, a pretty nice idea, quite straightforward. Why did compact discs die? They were outcompeted by hard drives that can store information packed much more densely. The information density on
Floppy
compact
disks, yeah.
or any optical storage is ultimately limited by the frequency of the laser light. For visible light,
My first computer had 14 gigabytes of storage. I know people that are older than me, they'll just be like, that's a lot compared to mine, but like, time moves fast.
that's a few hundred nanometers. In modern flash drives, the information is stored in little magnetizable cells that are just a few atoms in size and can be as small as 10 nanometers or so. They can store much more data in the same space, hence the death of compact discs. But maybe they'll soon make a comeback, because in this new work, a group of researchers from China figured out how to write data in multiple layers on a disk with lasers and read them out again. They say this could work up to hundreds of layers, which would be a huge increase in memory capacity. They say that a single
first
disk
got one.
of this type could
Yeah.
store as much as a petabit.
Yeah.
Yes, a bit is the same as a byte, but then this was only a prototype. They also envisioned that in data centers, the disks could be stacked into arrays that could each hold exabits. Sounds good, but just exactly what did they do? This new work is really a combination of several advances. Partly, they made it work because they have a synthetic material that can be modified in a very targeted way by changing how its polymers are linked. They can write at a certain depth in the material by focusing the laser on one particular spot. They actually use two lasers, one that initiates a change of the molecular property of the disk and the second that terminates it, leaving behind an altered region. This region can later be read out by causing it to emit light with yet another laser, and that can then be detected. So to write, you locally change the property of the material with lasers. To read, you cause it to emit light. The other advancement that they made...
That's really cool. I would imagine it'd be pretty, not in terms of secure data, but reading it would be, would not put that much wear on the disk. Because right now, well, I guess, yeah, for CDs, I'm just trying to think, comparison to regular hard drives, right? Hard drives is just like a charge on a disk. So it's pretty volatile. But if you're actually like writing it into the physical properties of the disk,
make use of is that these two laser
there's not going to be that much in terms of read and write, I'll say. Overwriting stuff is probably not going to work that well.
The method also allows them to encode structures below the wavelength of the lasers. This also makes it possible to pack the data more densely. I guess it also helps that they were working with a femtosecond laser that prevents them from melting the entire disk to a pool of goo before they're done working with it. Writing to and reading data from the disk actually works very nicely, as you can see in this video. What you can see here is a scan through the layers. They have alternatingly encoded the acronyms of their institute and the university, and you can see that they are pretty clearly readable. The distance between two layers is just about 1 micrometer, so you could pack 1,000 of them into a millimeter. That said, there is some way to go from there to commercialization. First and most importantly, when it comes to storing data, it's not just the density of the storage that matters, it also matters how quickly you can write the data and read it out. They didn't say anything about that, but I assume since this is a prototype, it's fairly slow. Then there's the question how much energy that takes, and also where do you get a femtosecond laser from? Then again, this entire area of technology is currently evolving so quickly. These challenges might be possible to overcome given a few years' time. So who knows, maybe compact discs will make a comeback in the not too far future.
probably like inside the machine, I would imagine, but not, or maybe for loading data in. I don't know how efficient, I don't know, I'm not an expert on this, but I don't know how efficient that would be in terms of actually writing your own discs. Because it is a physical change, right? That's the biggest thing why we don't use actual, like, laser disc style stuff for our storage. You want to use a hard drive, center hard drive.
And inevitably the day will come when we'll all record our entire life in 8K. I can't wait for it. Watching science videos is all well and fine, and I don't mean to complain you're doing it, but it's not a good way to...
Anyways, she goes on to something else there. Interesting. We've already seen the nerfs and everything like that. Why am I on... Oh yeah, Dostray. Point to something weird. I haven't uploaded in a small bit. I lose 3 subs. I rarely ever unsub from people, so it's always interesting if someone comes back and goes, nope. Oh, it feels bad, but yeah, we actually have another video up. I finally finished it last night. Got it going. The Nepal No Limits. The one where you guys were Wrecking Ball, Mauga, and 6v6 haters. Exactly. The one where you guys were Mauga, Roadhog, and Wrecking Ball. So I can give you a spoiler on the intro. In our quest to put 6v6 to the test, we spent a bit too much time in the kitchen for this burnt bread. With rolls unlocked, the age-old question asks if this grain is too grilled for the goats. Welcome everybody to the Sunday Scrub Club Scraps. This captivating contest compels courageous competitors to step away from their familiar favorites and delve into diverse and daring heroes. Let the subtle shift in skill sets spark a spectacular showdown. Good luck, gamers.
Wait, you don't know?
Wait, what?
Open queue, as it's known, is the most controversial way to play Overwatch. It's hard to tell what is composition or coordination. The triple tanks tell many tales. Anyways, I'm not gonna spoil the whole thing. You were there, so you know a lot of it. Yeah. Yeah. That one is up. We're just waiting on a thumbnail, which should be up pretty soon. You have something to point that map is not symmetrical. Is that what you're saying? Like it's not the same on either side? I think there's a small bit that's off, right? I don't remember the exact bits, but you probably do because you're Wrecking Ball and you spend half the time searching around the map for hook spots. What's up? Don't you squawk at me. What's going on in the 6v6 Discord? You got one ball rollout and he works one way but not the other because of a water box. Yeah. Increased projectile size makes my damage 66. Yeah. Hate it because you can't do the funny on Lucio anymore. What? I'm not really sure what you mean in terms of... Yeah, that's... I'm passing that. I've already seen that. What's going on here? Unironically, not having movement acceleration is one of your favorite parts of the game. Dostray is like, yeah, I agree. Wow. I know that guy. Placid doing strong opinion. Oh, it's like curious 6v5. What's been talking with Toasty about getting this hosted on during scraps one day. Probably 6v6, 2 sets of mitigation abilities. Press 1. Yeah, Ryan, sorry. We got games tonight. Toasty's gonna be hosting stuff. I'm definitely gonna be in for a bit here. Let me just message. And wow. 'Cause Yeah, Toasty messaged out here that he's gonna be hosting some games. I think right here, yeah. Yeah, it's so funny. So it's fun. I ain't reading all that. And then I'm just like, GPT, shortened for Zoomer, add emojis. Yo, squad, my bad for last night's tech mess. Check the replays and figured out why the servers dipped. Fix coming ASAP. Let's roll again tonight at 5. We will get it working. I think that'd be a lot of fun. What do you think, Dostray? Doing a 5v6 where everybody has the new changes. Who's the horse? Is that Crossfade? Versus 6 players with all the nerf changes or the nerfed. I think it'd be pretty interesting because the more, like, 5 players has a lot more health. Wait a minute. Hold on. Slow down. What's going on here? Waiting. You're holding the whole stream up, my dude. The whole stream is waiting for you. You think one character is always much more value than the extra health? I don't know. We'd have to see. We'd have to test it out. Maybe I'll put a whole bunch of GMs on one team. Like the DPS passive. Yeah, he's actually... Crossfade's just mentioning the DPS passive here. He says, I think it'll be a lot closer than what people think, and it's solely because of the DPS passive. One side gets half healing, while the other side, yeah, 20%. It makes it balanced. I think it'll balance. I think it'll actually be pretty balanced. Yeah, I think it would be pretty balanced too. Maybe slightly 6v6 or 6-player advantage to the 6 players, but the 5 might not have that hard of a time. But the 5-man team can only play with 1 tank. Yep, they can only play with 1 tank. Right, but there's no DPS passive active. There'd be no DPS passive active on the on that single tank. There would be a DPS passive active on the 2 tanks if they got hit. Plus the general nerfs that we've done to most, or Toasty's done to most of the characters, I think it'd be good. Okay, but you still think the 6-man team would destroy it? Well, we just have to see. I think we would absolutely just have to see. Like, okay, I'm not gonna lie. I believe it'll be weighted towards the 6 players. I do believe that too. I don't think it'll be that bad though. Yeah, as much as a flat, like they've added a lot of extra stuff that Toasty's removed from 5v5s. So, sorry, removed from the 5v5 layout. You know what I'm thinking too? Actually, 1 second here. Let me. Actually, yeah, I forgot to do this. I always forget to do this. I gotta like set it up to auto run. When, where is it? I bought it, so why don't I use it? What the heck? Is it a tool then? Not a game. Stream avatars. I think it'd be very cool. Very, very cool. God damn, I just see Summoning Salt. He always does these massive videos. Love watching them, but they're always crazy. Did season 9 really save? Let's take a look.
All right, we're gonna react to this.
But is that the easy way to code? Wait. Oh, is that easy to code? Wazy. Yes, I see that. Yeah, Toasty said it wouldn't be too hard. He said all you do is you just don't apply it to one team. You just take away all the stuff from one team. Yeah.
Real quick, let me mute my game sound. Channel manager Coach Mills sent it to me. It's called Acceleration Broke Overwatch.
Oh no, did I watch I watched this one already. I watched this one already. I don't know if you have or not. But I don't want to watch that again. Philip DeFranco.
Beautiful bastards. You're watching the Philip DeFranco Show, and we got a lot of news to talk about today. So just hit that like button to train YouTube, let YouTube know you love these daily dives into the news, and let's jump into it. Starting with, what the hell just happened in Michigan last night? Right, those are hundreds upon hundreds of explosions popping off from an industrial building in Detroit, where they're reportedly owned by Sulack Distributors and Goo, two companies that house nitrous oxide tanks and butane among other items. And reportedly just before 9 o'clock, the building somehow caught fire, which then caused the nitrous oxide to explode, and then that igniting a chain reaction that could be heard for miles around, with also ruptured canisters and debris shooting every which way into the suburbs of Clinton Township, with police saying they found some materials landing as far as a mile away. So they also set up a perimeter, evacuated some residents, and urged others to hunker down indoors. With one of their posts reading, "We cannot stress enough the danger that is happening right now. Please, please, please stay inside and out of the vicinity." And notably, this is not everyone made it out unscathed. Like this one 19-year-old who wasn't even near the building. Right? He was reportedly about a quarter mile away when a flying canister struck him, with him then going to the hospital where he reportedly died at around 4 a.m. Also, one of those canisters reportedly flew through a windshield of a fire truck and injured a firefighter.
Holy shit, that would be the way to go.
The fire chief also sharing that 3 fire department vehicles were also damaged, including one that may never return to service. Also, on the note of the fire department, they moved frantically to get this blaze under control. Even trying to get started was a battle of its own, right? Because initially they couldn't even...
Detroit is in a recession for a long time. It's just a poor city. I think it used to build cars. I could be totally wrong. I think it used to have a lot of car manufacturing there, and then everything left, and then the whole city kind of went to ruins. I gotta be careful. It might not be the correct history, but I just think that's how it was. Not sure.
Closed because of all the exploding shrapnel. So they had to wait for things to actually calm down first, and then went in and contained the fire by around 11 p.m. So just scary, random, and sad news. So if you or someone you know were in the area last night, you heard or saw any of this go down, of course, we'd love to hear from you. And then Selena Gomez is now being accused of ripping off smaller independent artists. And specifically, the one that we're talking about at the center of the story today is Sarah Baba. She's a Palestinian and Jordanian artist who was raised in Australia and lives in LA. She's done photography, short films, music videos, even more. She's even worked with major brands and publications like Gucci and Condé Nast, garnering 1 million followers on Instagram. We saw all of this now blow up because she just posted a TikTok highlighting the parallels between her work and Selena Gomez's new Love On music video, which if you haven't seen, Selena's video has a very kind of luxurious coastal European vibe. It was shot in a chateau with glamorous outfits, features a lot.
Oh, also too, just so you know, Dostre, if you go to 6v6.info, so if we're inviting people in, that will actually take you to the 6v6 Discord now. It should. If you click on it, I think it'll bring your Discord up right away. But $5, $4 for something for a whole year, sure, why not? We'll commit.
A lot of people making out. And in Sarah's TikTok, she noted that she had actually filmed 2 projects in that same location before, and then diving into the shot comparisons.
First, we have the shot of Selena dressed as the Wicked Witch of the West, lounging on a green sofa, replicating the art framed directly above her. In the exact same location, on the exact same wall, in my short film from 2023, you have Nylea replicating the art in the frames directly above her.
It's not working there? Maybe it might take a while to propagate out to you. I got it last night. And sometimes it does take a while for DNS settings to propagate out to other people in other countries. So it might not be totally up yet. I'm not really sure how that would work. But we'll give it a little bit of time, I guess. Yeah, 6v6.info. Ha ha ha.
They're also noting visual comparisons between a scene where Selena had a breakfast spread while in a white robe and towel to shots from her work, one of which was in the same exact room, and continuing.
In Selena's music video, she is dancing in the living room, and in I Blink You, Nylega is dancing in the exact same living room, pulling the same kind of dance moves around the exact same furniture. But then I saw this couple making out on the sofa, wearing zebra print on a zebra sofa, and then my friend pointed out, it reminded her of another music video I did for Kaiko in 2019, where this couple is making out in all pink on a all pink sofa.
But it then noted that there were also other similarities, like a part where Selena and the dancers are all in white while eating, and then a short film with a similar composition, but everyone's drinking, as well as a similar shot of people using old cameras on apparently the same balcony, similar framing and shots of a staircase, similar font use, kind of the list goes on here.
Where did Selena Gomez come from? Not to get too much into celebrity news here, but is she actually an artist, or she's just one of those rich kids? Is an American singer, actress, producer, and businesswoman. What is her discography? Early beginnings in entertainment. She began acting career in television. Television, yes, a Disney breakthrough in Disney. A lot of these kids just ended up being like, I'm not trying to doubt any artist or anything like that, but like, what are the chances that you do really well in acting and then become like a famous musician? Surprisingly high. So it's like, not saying that she can't be good with music and everything, but I don't know.
TikTok, Sarah kind of acknowledges sort of fine line between inspiration and copying, and also saying she knows that she can't claim the location it was shot at, but also saying that this situation has happened to her and other independent artists before. In fact, this isn't even the only time she's had an issue with Selena Gomez, right? Because back in 2018, people noticed similarities between promotional photos Selena used for her Back to You music video and work Sarah had done. And so after this latest incident, Sarah talked to others in the industry and felt compelled to speak out.
What I'm about to share happens so often to women of color in this industry, and in this instance, I am
okay, I'm not gonna comment.
Artist, but I'm also a Palestinian woman. Oftentimes, white women or men will get hired as directors when I'm front and center of their mood board. And I know that through facts, not speculation, because eventually information has a way of coming out of the woodwork.
Right, Sarah also claiming
I don't know if this has to do with color. I think if I was a blind director, or I mean not blind, I mean like blindly picking these people, I just had she is a white man. Okay, it's 20, it is what it is. But if I was somebody investing money into marketing something, she is white man. No, I'm not saying I just don't think it's about the
director of Selena's video
color.
doesn't usually shoot in this style.
I think it's about her being a Disney kid, a pretty Disney kid.
Aesthetic, which could make it all the more suspicious, like maybe he was told to do his version of Sarah's work. Right? And so with this, she wanted to ask the world, when does someone cross the line from being inspired by something to using that work without permission and ripping it off? What we've seen since is that video is
it's just framed like it's about that, and I don't think it's about that. Maybe it's just me being,
seeing lots of people,
whatever, but it's not
off at Selena Gomez, though. We've also seen a lot of fans jumping to her defense, right, accusing Sarah of reaching. Some saying that Selena was just drawing from French films starring Brigitte Bardot. The situation seemingly.
See, the thing is, there's a lot of Disney kids. There's a lot of people that end up in the entertainment industry, and it's the same thing in every country. Actually, it doesn't really matter what it is. When you start out in the entertainment industry, you get an initial fan base, and then when you jump over to another industry, you take a lot of influence because you haven't spent your entire life doing that thing. So
heavy for Sarah, right?
Yeah.
She had to turn off her Instagram comments because of the hate. So this notably, as some big names seemingly have showed support. People like Noah Centineo and Rami Youssef liking her post on Instagram. But with all that said, and as the story continues to develop, I got to pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? And then
And I know the facial structure now. Skin looks pretty white
on
to me.
Instagram. But with all that said, and as the story
That just
continues to
doesn't-
develop, I got to pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? And then, in big international
It's just maybe I'm just focusing on it too much because I hear it a lot from the entertainment industry, and it's
entertainment and relations news, let's talk about Taylor Swift and Singapore. 'Cause right
if
now,
she was like these pretty white girls from from Disney, or from whatever, that jump into the market, and then they're like, okay, well, that's the actual reason. That just felt like it was much too emphasized.
she's in the middle of performing 6 shows in Singapore, and those shows have actually caused a lot of tension in Southeast Asia. Some would say it has stirred bad blood.
Like, I wouldn't even be surprised.
It's increased the likelihood of a cruel summer. Or there may be
This is where I feel like Taylor Swift, I think she's actually been attacked for a lot of this too.
so much bad karma here that people just can't shake it off. I hate
But
myself
she's
for-
more of like she's started as a musician, so it's a lot harder to like. Yeah.
all 4 of those jokes. But the reason for that is those 6 Singapore shows are her only stops in Southeast Asia, and it turns out that's not an accident. Because Singapore actually offered her incentives to make it the only stop in the area, and by incentives, I mean money. With reports of this deal starting before she even got to Singapore, with tons of neighboring countries pissed the hell off. Because her shows aren't just this fun thing for fans, they are massive economic opportunities. I mean, y'all, the Taylor Swift Eras Tour boosted the US economy by close to $5 billion.
Jesus Christ. Swift is fucking huge right now. I saw a tweet a while ago from a Minecraft YouTuber. He's like, "Oh, I met an old guy who was was talking, like, he told him about his YouTube career and everything like that." And the guy's like, "You gotta cover Taylor Swift. All the kids love Taylor Swift now. She is fucking massive."
Every city she stopped in saw a huge spending boost. So naturally, everyone wants a piece of that Taylor Swift Eras Tour pot. But now the only country in the area that got those awards was Singapore, which has absolutely gotten slammed by politicians in countries like the Philippines, where one representative said that this isn't what good neighbors do. Our countries are good friends. Noting that on top of the Philippines not getting the show, it meant that their Swifties had to travel out of the country to go. And as far as how much this grant was allegedly worth, right now we're seeing conflicting reports, with the Thai Prime Minister saying it was a whopping $3 million per show. This, as Singapore's culture minister said, it's nowhere near as high as reports have suggested. Channel News Asia saying it was closer to $2 to $3 million in total for all 6 shows. But right now, the exact figure is unknown. And amid all the speculation and the backlash on Tuesday, notably you had Singapore's Prime Minister confirming the existence of the deal and then defending it, because he was apparently asked about it while attending a summit in Australia, with Reuters reporting that he responded, "Our agencies negotiated an arrangement with her to come to Singapore and perform and to make Singapore her only stop in Southeast Asia. It has turned out to be a very successful arrangement. I don't see that as being unfriendly." The New York Times reporting that he added, "If we had not made such an arrangement, would
What is the problem
she
here?
have come to someplace else in Southeast Asia, or more places in Southeast Asia? Maybe, maybe not." And notably, he said this was funded by a post-COVID tourism recovery effort. You also had the Times speaking to a source who noted that this
Did I
kind of
just
agreement
miss Singapore PM deal defends to get Eras Tour exclusivity? What is the issue? I just don't care enough about Taylor Swift.
clause,
I don't know
saying,
what the
well, they
problem.
are-
What's the issue with that happening? Did I just completely miss the sentence?
actually a standard in the industry, this one's a little bit different, because usually it's to get exclusivity within a few hundred miles of a city, not barring entire countries from hosting a concert as well. But this also, as you had one professor telling the outlet, that of all the places for Taylor to stop in the region, Singapore just makes the most sense because it's safe for young women and has great transit access to the rest of the area. People also noting that Taylor stopped there before, and during one of her Eras shows there, she revealed that she has a familial tie, as her mother spent part of her childhood there. But this is notable not only because there is a debate around whether Singapore was right or wrong for this deal, but also it brings up the question of, is this going to become more common in the future? And there we've seen differences, some speaking to CNBC, calling this strategic, comparing it to when countries vie for the rights to host major sporting events. But this also, as others have argued, that it is selfish to screw
what's the
over
issue?
neighboring economies. But where do you land on this? And then Nintendo just did this.
Wait, so the problem is that she won't be in other places. So the problem is, I can see why people are annoyed about that. Maybe I'm not. I think I just missed a sentence or two in there somewhere that
successfully called it. Nintendo
attach
killed
it.
Yuzu, right? That Nintendo Switch emulator that we talked about last week. Despite long-standing protections for emulators, the company behind it has decided to fold and kill off not only Yuzu, but also another emulator it makes for the 3DS. And on top of that, it'll also be destroying and deleting hardware and software that made Yuzu possible. Although notably, the internet is still the internet, and most of it is floating around on the internet already. Also, the settlement has them paying Nintendo $2.4 million and admitting,
I've seen this quite a bit too with the emulator, like. The reason why they shut the project down so quickly, and the reason why the designers actually just kind of went like, yeah, we're done with that, is because they knew they were doing something wrong. They absolutely 100% in the back end, they knew they were doing something wrong. If they weren't, like, there's thousands of emulators out there for different systems, but
that Yuzu is, quote, primarily designed to circumvent.
they wouldn't have given up so
games,
quickly. If
probably thrown in for safe measures since a judge still needs to approve this settlement. And as far as what the company is saying in a post on their Discord, you had a lead developer going into more detail about the situation, although it kind of reads like a gun was pointed to their head, saying, "We see now that because our projects can circumvent Nintendo's technological protection measures and allow users to play games outside of authorized hardware, they have led to extensive piracy. In particular, we have been deeply disappointed when users have used our software to leak game content prior to its release and ruin the experience for legitimate purchasers and fans." Now, despite that, there are theories out there that user developers admitted to knowing the piracy was rampant and possibly condoned it privately. And if those messages existed and they got out as part of discovery during the suit, very likely would have doomed them as well. So instead, we're just seeing them fold. Though again, technically this is not over. A judge still needs to approve all of this, although it's incredibly unlikely they wouldn't. And also, like, it's not like this is the complete end of Yuzu or other emulators, right? People still have them floating around all over the place. Though this does damage the idea that there are reliable and safe emulators out there. Because as people who are obviously not me, who have dabbled in this space, they'll tell you that at times it's very hard to find an emulator that isn't plagued with malware. But with this news, we are seeing some people say, there is a silver lining here. Because Yuzu bit the bullet and settled, there won't be a precedent set. So at least on paper, emulators are still good to go. Although this entire thing has made it very clear that unless a company has the funds to fight off Nintendo, they probably won't be around for long. And then, I'm the kind of guy...
Yeah, like, you can go out and find the software yourself and run it, but I don't know if there's I don't know if there's any, like, there's any defense for these guys, because, like, yeah, if they had any leg to stand on, they wouldn't have closed their project down so quickly.
That when it comes to certain things, like, I don't understand what a big deal it is. Like with betting. Like when I was a younger Philip DeFranco, didn't get the big deal. And then eventually, I got nicer sheets. I kind of got it. And then I was introduced to the sheets from Cozy Earth. Game changing doesn't even sum it up. There is nothing quite like crawling into the most comfortable sheets and just laying there. And with Cozy Earth, I feel like I'm lying in a hug. So I want to thank the fantastic sponsor of today's show, Cozy Earth, because this brand is giving you the softest, most luxurious feeling fabric guaranteed. Yes, really.
Don't care about no Cozy. Sorry, DeFranco. I know I should have brought your ads in the middle of these videos, but not going to do that. This is a long DeFranco video. Jesus, 30 minutes long. And is it going to freeze up on me while I skip that?
Maybe never thought it. At what point is there just too much
Oh,
tech
he's
in that
rocking
thing?
the backward hat.
Because for the European New Car Assessment Program, which tests car safety features, they're saying we're already at that point. And in particular, they're tired of cars having more and more controls on touchscreens and said in a recent statement, the overuse of touchscreens is an industry-wide problem, with almost every vehicle maker moving key controls onto central touchscreens, obliging drivers to take their eyes off the road and raising the risk of distraction crashes. And adding new Euro NCAP tests due in 2026 will encourage manufacturers to use separate physical controls for basic functions in an intuitive manner, limiting eyes off road time and therefore promoting safer driving. Of course, with this, that doesn't mean that touchscreens are going to die, or they just want key features like your horn, hazard lights, turn signals, and windshield wipers to be dedicated physical controls on the car. But some of the cars that predominantly have this problem.
Some stuff should. Some stuff, there's no reason for it to be on a dashboard, on a touchscreen setup like this. Like, yeah, I think even Tesla has a direct horn button on their vehicle.
Teslas, right? Versions are coming out that have things like their turn signals on the steering wheel itself as haptic buttons, which the Euro NCAP isn't a fan of. But here's the thing. They are not a government agency.
As long as they're dedicated buttons, okay, or dedicated systems for it. The problem with the touchscreens in a car is that you have to look down and figure out what you're pressing while you're pressing it. If you have a haptic button or something that has direct access to whatever you're trying to go with, and you can kind of close your eyes and press it, then you're good. You have a proper setup. But yeah, when you're taking away all of the control from what should be in front of you and what is set up to be actually easily accessible and what has like 100+ years of design behind for your vehicle, and because they just want to put it all on a fucking iPad that's right in front of you, I think that's totally fair.
They have the power to force car companies to change, but they are a highly respected safety testing company, and a 5-star rating is a huge selling point for manufacturers. So while they can't force them, they will be trying to pressure these car manufacturers, with them trying to promote change by dinging points off of cars that don't have those physical controls. While that likely wouldn't make it so that a car would fail any safety test.
Wait a minute, did my thing just crash? No, it didn't. Gotta go do things. Hey, well, thanks for coming by. Appreciate the lurking. Anyways, Dostry, I'm gonna have to grab you again to do some more wrecking ball training practice. I want to get. I've learned a lot. I think I've slowly hit another ceiling where I'm not really. I should talk about it earlier. Where I'm not really like knowing what I'm doing a lot of the times, but
It could make it far more difficult to get those coveted 5 stars.
I'll have to bug you
Also,
again
for
for
the
that.
majority of Americans that are watching, we have a similar system here in the States. Right? It's called the Highway Safety's Top Safety Pick. But as of right now, our version of this group, they've yet to care about touchscreens. So that, at the same time as there's actually been consumer pushback in the States that have
You'll
led to
get there.
manufacturers actually adding
Hey,
buttons to
Toasty,
come.
you're deving some stuff on the workshop, but you could use some help if you got to say, yeah, absolutely. Jump on in the stream squad, man. I'm sitting right now in the, unless you're here and my audio is not set up. You can see other people are asking about, oh, the 5v6, go to the guys and then see what the 5v6 code. That'd be so cool. That would be so cool. I'm way too stoked for that. Hold on. Yeah, if you jump over the Scrub Club, jump on the stream squad here. Hey, here we go. How's it going?
It's going good.
Oh, and hold on, wrong output. Where is it? Your voice just like shook throughout my entire building here. Hold on. There we go. Speak. There we go. I just it's going good. Like shake my whole house because it did my main speakers.
Well, could you do me a favor and just jump in the custom lobby real quick? I need to make sure this math is working properly because it usually isn't. I've learned at the workshop. And then from there, I'll see about getting everything worked out with the whole 5v6 thing. It's actually a pretty easy idea to implement. Problem is, it's a very manual one. It literally involves going down basically every rule in the entire script and just setting it as a specific team. That's it. That's all you do. It'll take like 5-10 minutes straight of just changing variables.
That's what I was wondering if like there's like an IDE that we can load it into, right? Because you can edit the code manually and then paste it back in.
Yeah, you could, in theory, except it's still the same problem because the variable itself is labeled as all for team. But if you were to like search for that criteria, team all, I guess that could work.
Is it easy as find and replace? That's what I was looking at yesterday, right?
Find and replace? Yeah, I could do something as easy as that.
Right.
But also, I don't actually know anything about external IDEs you can plug this into. I could look into it.
I'll have to dig a little bit. That's where I was thinking. I've done a lot of IDE work like years and years ago. And I know like Notepad++ has very basic tools that you can use. But the hard part was figuring out what scripting language the Overwatch scripting language is closest to, so it can actually read the syntax.
Yeah,
and
I actually don't even know what this game is written in to begin with.
Well, GPT says that it looks close to, it looks close to, but it has a similar larger syntax as JavaScript, which I know a little bit of JavaScript. It's close, but the thing is, in terms of like Notepad++, it'll actually read out sections in the same way. So it's using different, a different syntax, but the same layout. So you can, I'll have to look into it a little bit more. It's been, like I said, it's been years since I've actually used it or messed around with it. So, yeah.
Okay. So the reason we have to test this, by the way, is because math and workshop logic do not go well together.
Okay.
Basically, Doom persistence set to 10,000 HP. Oops, I should change that. We should definitely fix that before I get carried away.
Let me swap over.
So basically, I just need like a dummy to get the damage numbers right to hit. But like the problem is because I'm using things that buff your damage like retroactively, like event ability damage increases. You can't use simple workshop scripts to like do a damage overlay because it's just gonna not give you a straight answer. And also the math doesn't work out super well because I don't know why. Like this is the most broken thing ever because say for example, Doomfist Slam does 50 damage. That's what it does, okay? And I set his damage scaler to 90. 90% of 50 is 45. Mm-hmm. Very easy to understand, right?
Yeah.
But if I then take a rule that says anytime you do damage with Seismic Slam, increase the damage by this percentile, in which case I'm using 1.1 repeating, which should put it back to 100%, that should be 50 again. Problem is, it's not 50. Basic math and workshop logic do not get along very well, as it would turn out. here's the.
I was gonna say, is it calculating off of like your default variable instead of your change variable, or what's? Or do you have any idea?
I have no idea. I genuinely don't know. I wish I knew. But so, for example, that's exactly the setup I've got. Doomfist is 90% damage, but his rocket punch has been scaled back up to 100. So in theory, if I hit you with a max charge punch and it hits no wall, it should be 75 damage. But it's not 75 damage, is it?
I'm at 526, 74 damage.
Exactly. It's not correct for some reason.
Okay.
That's what's so frustrating about it. It's just not quite correct. Is why I need like a person to help me dummy test this. Getting it right for Reinhardt was such that really hurt. Just trying to get that the way it was. And of course I have to test basically every ability when this happens. Like at some point this just
Well, it's also using floating, so like 0.111 is never going to be exactly
but
point.
The
You know what I mean?
can handle that math. I promise. It can. It does it all the time. I don't know why it doesn't do it accurately, but it does it every single step of the way. Here, to test that idea, I'm going to set this slightly higher. Give it a nice rounded variable, 1.12. We'll see what 1.12 gives us, right? Oh, also I gotta test meteor strike with this as well, just to be sure. And then a few other things real quick while I'm at it. Okay, no, I see. It's getting truncated. That's what's happening. It's getting truncated. That's probably a problem. Can I rewrite this so it doesn't get truncated? Let's try that. It's very deceptive, right? Because you can read it in the rule, like the action list. It'll say. It'll show you the 1.111 that I put in there, but then you open up the rule and see what it's actually reading it as, and it all of a sudden truncates to 1.12.
Yeah,
like,
that's
I didn't ask you to do that. Why did you do that?
That's what I mean. It's probably switching from a float to an integer and then back, right?
So stupid.
Okay,
integer, not integer, definitely not integer. Let's do this real quick. I'm gonna same story. There's the rocket punch.
526.
Still not quite there. What does meteor strike damage do though? Go back to 300 HP real quick.
You're good. 301.
Ooh. So it's close, but it's very close. Just gonna nudge it just a little bit further. But is that gonna truncate that then?
Because
1.12.
This is more of like I don't remember exactly, but I think health pools are limited to like 3 digits past. Yeah,
health pools. Even I set Doomfist's health to 40,000, but it gets cut to 10,000.
No, but I mean for like how do I articulate this? But yeah, you can only go to like you can only take away 0.111 health. You can't take away 0.1111 health. You know what I mean?
Probably. I thought this game handled like decimals properly because it can do like projectiles that do half a damage. That works just fine.
Yeah, this is like I say, this is like a small memory I have. I'm not even sure if I can't even guarantee it, but I think in a developer interview, your health pools are limited to 3 digits at the end, but you can still do different variations of damage.
3 decimal places?
3 decimal places. What am I saying? 3 digits. Yeah, 3 decimal places.
Okay, I think we'll see if this number works out. Just try every number in the game before see if it works. What do we got? Did I go too far? Yay or nay? This should do 300 damage.
Whoops, I didn't. I tapped my right click like an idiot. Yeah, there you go. 301.
Still!
It's 299. 299.
What about the rocket punch? Is that doing anything different?
There you go.
Very, very frustrating. Working with this.
74. Yo, Placid, what's going on, dude? How you doing today?
Very creative. Let's see. Okay, so in the other rule that Lemon has over here, you can force the rule to do math to get a more accurate reading. Like, for example, in the not that one, sorry. The when to stop self-heal, it will... Where the heck is this rule? It's in here somewhere. Hang on. Check for nope, not that one. Did I lose it? Is this rule even in the code? Did we get rid of this? Hang on. No way. FPS. What in the world?
Sec, I'm gonna.
Interesting. Oh my god, this is.
Plastic.
Yo, I haven't
finally
actually gone
rolled.
through most of this after Lemon says he touched something up, and I'm like,
Got
just
a
now
losing
realizing
streak.
just how like
Nice.
in depth this is sometimes. Like, dude, this guy's cracked. There it is, right there. So you can actually force the game to do math and get a more accurate reading. Oh, that's so strange. I wonder if I could work in this rule right now.
I
too.
feel like that's what it's doing. Then it's flipping between floating and integer, right?
I guess so. Okay, in that case, let me do this. I'm gonna rewrite this rule to instead be what it is right now. I'm gonna force it to do the calculation as in real time. That actually sounds like a bad idea because that's just gonna create more script load.
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
is
you can try
there
it.
not a better way to do this? I'm gonna try it first of all.
Just
I'm gonna
try it, right? Like you never know.
And I'm gonna
Sometimes-
turn the script load tracker on real quick, just so I can see that happening as well. Do you? Okay. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. This guy right here. You need to be different. What number is this supposed to be? Hang on, I'm gonna bust up the calculator on this one. Where are you taking me, by the way?
I don't know.
75.8. 220? Okay, 220 times 1.173 goes to. Huh. That's just not right at all.
Actually, you know what, too? Might be able to take a look and see. It might be a Python IDE that works just fine with it because they used a Python library to obfuscate the 6v6 game code, right? So
Yeah, that's right. At this point, I don't necessarily feel like we need to bother with any of their code. I think we're so far gone from what they do. It's just like not even worth looking at theirs anymore.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying for like a proper IDE, right? So you guys can actually work in
This is true.
Where
This
you can
is
actually
true.
compare versionings. Like that was a big thing I was looking at the other day. And I'd have to set up a proper prompt for GPT to do it, but you can actually, compare versions, do like a GitHub version of it, or a proper get of your code, right? And then
Yeah.
we can kind of instantly roll back things.
Okay. So I just rewrote this to force it to do a calculation in the rule. So it's like your damage is set lower, and then it forces you to add more damage to it. But instead of it just being a multiplier, it instead divides that number by a bigger number, so it gets an accurate multiplier, and then uses that number that it just divided to give you what it should add.
Jesus. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, that's workshop for you. That's workshop development. Does it sound fun? Because it truly is.
It just sounds like we're making a Minecraft plugin, okay? It works the exact same way.
Oh god, I've made my fair share of Minecraft plugins. Holy
Yeah.
shit, I did not like working in Java. I think Java might be my least favorite programming language. Alright, here we go. Here's the moment of truth. Does this backwards ass calculation method work?
Crash the
There
server
we
in
go.
a single punch.
Yeah, watch it.
Up to 70.
70?
Sorry, 75 damage. Yeah, server loads up to 70.
Oh, it's 75? Oh, the
Yeah,
server load went pretty high, did it?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
let me
Server
look
load
again.
hit 70, but I got. Okay, sorry. I'm just.
No, I'm looking at server load now. It does go pretty high. Okay, that might not be that feasible then.
But it
That
does
might
exactly
not.
75 damage, so.
Of course it does, because of course it does. The one that actually works does exactly what I need it to do. Oh, it's so problematic. What about Meteor Strike, though?
I should have stepped. Yeah.
Problem
I got
is,
it.
you
I'm
gotta
throwing.
stand directly in there.
I'm throwing, okay? I'm at 299, so it did 301.
So now it's going slightly over. But it is more accurate, I guess, if you can get the rocket punch working.
Yeah.
It is a little bit more accurate. That's cool, I guess.
If it's off by like 1 or 2, just be like, yeah, I perfectly balanced it. We found that 74 damage was better.
Just bullshit it. Like, yeah. I meant to do that.
It changes a whole bunch of breakpoints, all right? That's the big thing. You're like...
I'm looking here, and I'm thinking... Ongoing each... Okay. Cool. Okay. Very cool. That should be good for Doomfist, then. His damage is... I'm not even going to test it again. I'm just going to say, fuck it, it works. That works perfectly fine to me.
Hit me again with... Hold on, hit me again with your ult. Just, I want to see... Yeah. 299.
301 damage. I buffed it to 301. I'm not going to write that down. I'm not writing that down. I'm not going to put out a patch that says, yeah, I buffed Meteor Strike's damage to 301, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. We figured that, what is it? You know, Doomfist, after he takes this Widow shot to the head, and, yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. I want to try one more thing, because I am, again, about script load. The whole point of why I'm adjusting this is because we were crashing the game. So if I can find a better way to do that. What if I just store that as a variable? Hang on. I might have something here. Let me cook. Guess that would be way more efficient, I think. It doesn't really change much, does it? There's got to be a better way to do this.
What do you think? Just manually rebuild it with variables?
Okay, so actual like damage numbers flat will never work because you can't use that to scale for any damage boost you're being applied with.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
Okay, let's try this.
Well, like I use variables. I use variables for the chasing for the multiplier for the size of Orisa.
Yeah.
But I just did it for the multiplier for the size instead, which scaled a little differently. Yeah, it was weirdest workaround to get it actually smooth. What am I doing here, Hog?
Not leave a broken world behind.
Okay, let's do Meteor Strike real quick. That was the one that was a little off.
299, yeah, 301.
Still 299. Okay.
301 damage, yep.
Well, at least it's a little bit more efficient on the script, and we're gonna keep it at 301, just so we're happy. I'm gonna go back to spawn and swap to Reinhardt, because I do need to check to see if Pin is also working as intended. Let's see here. All right, here goes. What is this number going to be? What is the magic number today?
I'm at 347, so...
Sorry, 347?
Yeah, so 253. Yeah, 253.
Whack. Let's try this again. Let's try something crazy.
I'm gonna make his charge 300 again.
I don't know about 300. I'm gonna go 275. Split the diff. That's what it is on live. That seems more reasonable.
It was 300 before they nerfed the fuck out of it.
I know, right? But also at the same time, you can cancel charge now. So fishing for it's kind of like less threatening to yourself.
I guess. And yeah.
25 damage is all we're cutting it by. I mean, if you're really talking about like in terms of Overwatch 1 Reinhardt versus Overwatch 2 Reinhardt, even in the 66 environment, he's gotten a lot of buffs, strictly speaking. Armor is just better overall.
I was gonna say, I still think. Okay. I was gonna go against this wall. I still think across the board tanks are probably too powerful, but we're not. We don't have.
No, tanks, my beloved, too powerful.
Yeah.
What does he mean by this?
I'm at 341. So 259.
Wow, this is so weird. God, the math is always just wrong. It's wrong every single time. Okay, no, hold on. No. So it is just bad math on the workshop's part because I just used the same solution I just did. I cooked up for Doomfist to do this with Reinhardt. It's still wrong. it's like somehow setting your damage scalar. Oh my God, is that it? That better not be it. I think we've encountered a similar situation like this with Ultimate Generations. I think the added damage being dealt by these abilities is also getting affected by the damage scaler. That is so weird. So however much damage I want to add, I have to add an extra percentage on top of that in order to account for the damage scaler reducing it when it gets applied.
Oh, Jesus.
Very strange. Can I calculate that? I wonder. Now that I know what to account for, I bet you I can figure this out. In which case, this is... Reinhardt has his damage scaler set to 80. Okay. So we'll start with... Is charge 275 on live?
I don't know on live, actually. 1 second, let me check.
I'm pretty sure it's 275. If it's not 275, then I've got a problem here.
Reinhardt, over, I don't know. The wiki's not always correct, but we'll take a peek.
Okay,
charge, yeah, 275.
Need to buff it by 1.25, which means
it's 50. 1 second, it says 275 pin to wall, 50 on the collision without pin.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so if this is the case, I want to do a 1.25 multiplier as a base, which means that this is adding 275 minus 220. It's adding 55 damage, which is actually getting cut to 44. It's adding 44 damage because of the damage scaler. Right, okay. So if I wanted to add 15 more... Oh, this is just going to be recursive, isn't it? Ew. Oh, that's gross. I do not like that. But that would mean if I do... 1, 2, 3... This works. Okay. If high school taught me anything, this works first try. High school math taught me anything. This just works.
Well, I think what you learn when you're outside of high school is it never works first try.
we could believe for just a second that it will work. Trust me.
Placid's saying, as a Sigma player, grasp nerfs when? I don't know.
Grasp nerfs? I didn't think about nerfing that totally. I mean, it seems okay, right?
It doesn't seem terrible. I'm at 315. Yeah.
Damn it! So close, so close. Okay, so I guess it stops accounting for itself at some point? Is it just doing it once? I don't know. I don't know. It's so strange.
Did you peek at all at the that video with the game developer stuff showing off the node-based system they use for making heroes?
I did, and a lot of it just went over my head. I don't I don't know. I don't really work with that complex project structure very well.
Well, it makes
I'm
sense.
still learning.
It makes sense to me that when you pull in like a function from the workshop, that you're not just dealing with the flat numbers that it's telling you. You're actually pulling in like a whole node structure from whatever they've pre-built, right? Like, it's
could be anything.
Yeah,
it could be anything. God, this game runs on like the strangest code base. Like this, man, it is barely working.
324, so
Ooh.
yeah,
Ooh.
76.
Okay, so I guess we're at the point where it's like going to just be 1 damage off again, and there's not that much I can do about that.
It's perfect balance. Like it needs to be.
It's just perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
That extra 1 damage changes breakpoints across the board that you've done this math and done the testing for, and yeah.
Well, at the very least, we know that Doomfist won't crash our game anymore. Because he's not calling a script like every time he lands a pellet. Thank God. How did that never crash the game for like the 3 or 4 versions we've been running with that patch?
Yeah, like
why did it just happen like 3 or 4 times in one night, and it's okay for 2 weeks straight? I don't get it. it's like, what in the world, man?
We definitely had more Doomfist players that day though, or last time. Like people were not playing that much Doom, so.
Gotta be something like that. I swear. Okay, I'll put everything back to the way it was and save this as the new version. And then I'm gonna go ahead and see about making the 5v6 game mode. Is that something you're wanting to try to run here on Sunday, by the way?
Yeah, well, if you built it, dude, I'll gladly host it. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Like, yeah. I was a little bit lazy. I felt really shitty last week. I think I had stomach problems or something, so I was not in the designing mood at all at the time, but or the creative mood at all at the time. That's what we just did, kind of like open.
I mean,
queue
that's the
stuff,
best
but-
time for me to design stuff for some reason. I don't know. I just hit the grind whenever I'm not feeling good.
Oh no, I couldn't. It was just not in the mindset. But yeah, no, for sure. If we build it, then this Sunday I'll host it.
All right, I'm gonna put out this little update on the channel real quick. How do I want to phrase this?
Let me just pull up. My desktop here. What does it say? Because yeah, like the DPS passive. I think the DPS passive is probably the biggest thing that'd make a difference. And then the extra health, obviously, on every character might balance it out.
I'm gonna be honest. That DPS passive is ludicrously powerful. Like
Yeah,
ludicrously powerful. I think it will pull some weight in 5v5 or 66 versus 5v5. So that's not right. It's 6v5. God, I gotta get this straight.
Like we've done it before, where we ran like, we had 2 GM players and then like 5. I think it was 5 or no, it was 5. 5 gold and silver players, and then we doubled their health, and that was enough for the 2 GMs to actually like make a big difference, like a huge difference in the fight. So it's not just a numbers game. I don't think a numbers game is the big issue there. I think the little extra changes, if they're balanced teams, it'll be pretty balanced just with the extra person, or with one less person for the 5 players.
Where's
And it'll be a good video title.
clickbait? That's clickbait right there.
Exactly.
Wait, where did I do this? How many patches? Good lord, man! Like, look how many patches we went without actually having this problem. That is crazy.
Because it's been that way for a little more than a month, right?
Yeah, it's something like that. And it just now decided to rear its ugly head. So silly. There we go. Gotta update the compendium.
I got that stream avatars thing on where you got your characters wandering around at the bottom. I want to have Overwatch characters so bad. I'm looking around, but it's so hard to find them.
Overwatch characters, just are these characters? Are they supposed to be like Gary Smart things? Like,
oh, the guy in the suit. I made that.
Yeah. You made that.
Yeah. Pixel art pro here. Okay. Yeah. The little box dudes. Those are default. They come with stream. Stream avatars. I can do Pokemon, but meh.
Oh yeah, everyone does Pokemon. I mean, come on, that's on every stream ever.
It's exactly. I don't really care about that. But
got the compendium figured out. Got the heroes set back to the way they should be. I'll save the game mode and push this live. I think is where we're at.
Beautiful.
And then
beautiful.
Send me HSKW. All right, that's time. Let's go down the entire list and make a. Go ahead and see if I can do this all at once.
Do you mind sharing your screen so I can see what you're doing? I can throw it up on my stream too. And
well, because I'm lazy and don't want to do research on what kind of like IDE I can work this in, I'm just gonna go down the entire thing and change it all manually one by one.
Yeah. That's totally fine. That's
So like it's literally as simple as this. So subroutines you won't have to change because these are only called when a rule asks you to. But anything that's like check for hero setup, remove your DPS passive, do all this blah blah blah. This happens because it's asking for the conditions of this rule to go on, and normally it's just for every player. But if you just simply change this to one team and do that for every single rule in the entire code, it applies to only one team. Just depends on which team do you want to be 66, which one do you want to be 5v5.
6 and
Does
5.
it matter?
Yeah. Do team 1 as the 5 players, 5 man.
Okay, cool. So set everything to team 2 then. That's all I got to do.
Oh, yeah.
That's
okay.
literally it. That's all we do is set everything to team 2.
Well, we appreciate you, Toasty. That's why.
Player took damage.
I'm sure you saw the message though. I got you the domain 6v6.info.
Oh, wait a minute. Just I almost had a boo-boo here. The DPS passive one needs to be team 1 because it's based on if you took damage, not if you received it. And
Okay.
If the 5v5 guys are taking damage, then that means the 6v6 team is shooting them, and therefore they don't apply the DPS passive. So that one's gonna be team 1.
So, did you try that out though? The 6v6.info?
I did not actually. I didn't even look into it.
It's just a domain name. Cost me $4, so I was like, fuck it. We're gonna get 6v6.info, and that way.
I'm realizing how like lopsided and like the mechanics this is gonna be. This is gonna have to be really hard to wire your brain, I think. Oh man! So think about this. All like the 5v5 players are gonna have the self-healing fact too. Ugh. Makes me shiver, man.
It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be so much fun. I'm pretty sure.
You say so.
Maybe we can get like people that are pro 5. Imagine people that are pro 5v5.
Go shit on the 6v6 enjoyers. Wow. Okay.
No. We'll get them. We'll put them on the 5 man. Then we'll get pro 6v6 players, and then we'll pit them against. And that way there'll be like real internal rage. You know, like real competitive spirit.
Oh, I just want to have fucky scenarios. Hang on. If you're a team 2 Maga, then okay, no, this works just fine. Team 2. Look at how complicated this rule is for one little action. It's just like word vomit and one rule.
Event cardiac. Remove cardiac overdrive, allied damage reduction, and set cooldown. Wait, what?
This is all of this does is so. First of all, like this sets the cooldown to what you need to be because we don't like using scalars when possible in like the actual workshops or the what's it called, the custom game settings. The scalars there are kind of inconsistent, so we prefer to do it in the workshop because that means 2 things. First of all, if we want to change something, it's usually set and not relative. So if something changes on a patch, we don't have to go back and change it later. And also, anything that's set in the normal hero settings, Echo won't abide by if she copies that hero. But she will if you have this set up properly as like in a workshop code as well. That's why all of these conditions are not if you're playing as that hero. They're set up if your variable hero is Maga. So that if Echo gets that hero, she then has that variable and then abides by that rule as well.
Shit. Okay, now I know what you mean. Okay. So yeah, so if Echo's copying, that's that if variable. Okay, she's directly actually playing that character. She's not playing Echo anymore, right?
This is the character. The variable is hero setup, and this is the one that lets Echo actually abide by all those rules. properly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Which made me just realize that that's actually not. Oh no. How long has that been that way? Oh shit, that's an oversight. That's actually not working properly. Oops. Let's fix that right now. My bad. So sometimes things slip through the cracks, you know? There, now it works. Moving on. Oh, but you're not going to be ready for 6v6 Erosa having increased fusion driver damage. That one extra per pellet, that's going to add up, man.
Oh yeah, it's going to be something.
What kind of worries me a little bit in this experiment we're about to do is, for example, some heroes for 6v6 had to get explicitly buffed, not nerfed in some ways. Like Lifeweaver is just a better version of that character in 6v6 than he is in 5v5. So if that comes down to that, a Lifeweaver on the 6-man team is just going to get more done than the 5-man team.
Oh shit! I was going to pass this on to you. Shit! I'm pretty sure I saw SVB talking to someone about this. But we should keep an eye on it, especially for 6v6. He apparently has the highest shield break potential of any of the supports.
Sorry, Lifeweaver? We're still talking about Lifeweaver, right?
Yeah, we're talking about Lifeweaver. He, like, when you're playing him, they're talking about, like, with little tests and everything. Hey, Dostray says, Lifeweaver, yes. Hey, Dostray, what's going on, dude? Yeah, like, your job is shield break. Like, that's literally because he's so good at shield break with the, with his standard DPS as a support, so.
Well, he's 20% better at that in this patch.
So. That's where I want to be like, I'm gonna be like, I don't know if he actually needs that in 6v6, but we'll see how shields and stuff work out. Because as soon as I heard that, I was like, wait a minute, in 6v6, might have value where nobody's using them right now, you know. So.
Oh wow, some of these rules are kind of pretty involved. So these heal passive backups are like super interesting. So for example, the solution we have to disable your self healing right now is just to simply damage you whenever you're about to receive it.
Yeah.
But of course, there are some instances where you can't take damage. If you're bubbled by Zarya, if you're in Wraith form, if you're in Cryo Freeze, if you're doing all sorts of things like that. And so Lemonhead came up with this incredible solution, which is, it's not perfect. That's why you can see some of these rules say up to this amount of bugged healing. But what it does is if you're in the state that causes you to be invulnerable by one of these abilities, it'll check for that. And also, it will enact what's called the heal passive backup, which will multiply all of the healing that you receive by a crazy amount, like 10,000. But also it sets your healing dealt to a tiny, tiny amount. So the healing dealt, air quotes, by the passive can't be tracked, which is why we have to do it this backwards way anyway. And therefore, if you're receiving it, it's not being tracked, and that's not going to get buffed by your crazy heal passive amount. But any other healing you get from your own abilities, from your teammates, whatever, is being multiplied by 10,000. So it's back to where it should be. All this jumping through hoops just to make these abilities that normally you can't be damaged in also not give you excess self-healing when they are applied.
Excess self, okay.
What an interesting solution he came up with that.
That's such like isn't that such a like a niche or like a very small or
it's extremely niche problem, but also
like,
kind of I can see why he would want to go ahead and make that a problem.
Yeah, I understand.
As if he had a solution in mind, like, go for it, buddy. you rock, I guess. Another thing he came up with was, what else was it? There was something I was about to say, but I'm already forgetting what it was. Well, I guess it wasn't important. Shit, where am I? Going down the entire rule, and now it's scrolling me for some reason every time I click on this, which is just super annoying.
I'm gonna ask you a dumb question,
Yeah.
Because I already ask a lot of dumb questions, so it's fine. So what's the advantage of using the subroutines instead of, obviously it's just general server load, but what's the like?
If multiple rules need to call it, so for example, if every single hero needs to have their health reset, their stats reset, their statuses reset, all of these things need to happen when initialized, and instead of just giving you a list of like 40 actions in every single hero's initialization, these are just ways of condensing those lists. In theory, it is identically the exact same, but also it just means that if you, for example, need to change one of these, instead of having to go down the entire list of all the heroes that change it, you can just go to the subroutine and change it that way. So, for example, if Blizzard in the future says, we're going to increase the tank passive to 50% knockback reduction, not saying they do that, but if they do, we just have to go up to the rule that says remove tank passive, wherever that is, and change this knockback received value right there. And it works.
So you're filtering everybody basically to a set function first, right? As opposed to
pretty much
individual functions for every single hero. Okay. All right, that makes sense.
It also means that if like I, in the future, decide that I want to change that balance myself, then also I could do it just like that.
Yeah. I figured out how to change it around, but I just wasn't sure what the direct advantage was there.
The one rule, the two rules in the entire script that use single player variables. Echo is spaghetti code.
Duplicate.
So you can't actually set the amount of the rate at which you gain ultimate charge individually for any hero. Mm-hmm. You can just set the cost of every ultimate globally in the hero settings. But that, again, doesn't interact with Echo at all. So what this script does is it just sets your ultimate charge to 20% when you enter duplicate, so your bonus ultimate that you're copying is set 20% immediately, and whenever you use the ultimate, it gives you 20% again, so functionally it reduces the ultimate cost, but also it's not going to... It's kind of deceptive, because you think you're like, ooh, I'm 50% to my ult, but in reality you're like a third to your ult if you're copying.
Yeah.
That's kind of like a... you know, nothing we can do about that. It's the best solution we've got. Oh, dude, look at all the duplicate rules. Getting duplicate working properly is actually just the workshop creator's pain. Every single thing needs to be thought about. 'Cause again, it just does not behave or play nice with the regular workshop settings, or the regular hero settings, I should say.
I think the developers had a lot of problems with it anyway. You can't like switch when you're in spawn and everything too, while someone else is duplicating you. It's the most fucking irritating. I hate it.
With that?
Yeah.
I hate that.
Yeah.
Makes me want to tear my hair out when I'm like, man, I really just want to swap heroes. I got shit on, but also I can't because my freaking hero is being copied. I also just realized that it did not occur to me until literally just now that every hero in 5v5 has extra health in Season 9.
Yeah.
I don't know why I didn't think about that. That's not what my brain went to when I said 5v6 patch, let's go. No, it was all the other changes, nothing to do with the freaking extra health. Is that going to matter that much, though? I don't know. That could matter a lot.
It does matter a ton. The health changes are huge.
But also, some of the heroes in this code also just have extra damage applied to them as well. Genji, Reaper, Soldier, Tracer. Tracer's damage is reduced. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, that's reduced. Never mind. You're not going to feel that in the Widow v Widow mirror. That's for damn sure, though.
Wait, was Tracer's Pulse Bomb? I can't even remember the patch. I'll probably bring it up. Was Tracer's Pulse Bomb pulled back to what it was in Overwatch 1, or is it still default?
I think this is still 350 damage.
It was 300. I think it's 300 right now.
When was it ever 300? What?
They nerfed the fuck out of it. Yeah, because because it used to be a tank buster.
It used to be 400 at one point, and then it was
400. Let me take a look. Let me just see here.
I'm looking at it right now. It says 350 damage for the explosion.
Is it 350 right now? Oh, okay.
Yes.
I don't know where I had my head that was a 300 right now.
350 pulse bomb damage. Yikers!
Is it? Oh yeah, it's 350. Okay, well, can you bring it back to 400, please?
No.
Please.
No, the 400 pulse bomb is completely ridiculous.
Nice.
Actually, the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. No way are we going back to that.
I love that.
It would just completely farm tanks for no good reason.
Yeah.
Like, it's so easy to stick on them, and there was just like no answers to deal with it. You would just blow up and just bye-bye.
Yeah, but there's immortality in Suzu now. Come on. No, yeah, that's fine. It just felt so good.
There it is.
Increased Thrawn volley.
20%. Thrawn? Who said Thrawn around here? Thorn volley.
Yeah.
That is a 20% increase in damage. Yikers, man. Big yikes.
I'm honestly not so sure about that one, Matt. Like, I'm really...
It's fun.
See,
I don't know how to It's really fun.
It is, but yeah, he's... I don't know. I have to take a look at the numbers. One of the big things that I worry with Lifeweaver, though, is he's a subtle kind of carry. Like, when the enemy team doesn't have a Lifeweaver, they have so fucking hard time getting through chokes and everything. But oh, there we go. 5v6 or 5v5 versus 5. No, it's 5v6. Yeah,
5v6. All right.
5v.
There we go. That should be ready to go, but we can test it here in a second. I'm also going to go back on this to fix the two things that we saw real quick.
Oh, beautiful.
Thrawn volley. I'm gonna vomit. And then where was the bogger rule? Right here. Check it. Now, you did say you still think tanks are a little too strong in some cases. Now, I would be interested in hearing more about what you would consider to be strong about them, and we can consider nerfs to them if that seems fair. But I don't want tank to just be an instantly worthless role. Like nobody liked playing tank in Overwatch 1 because it just felt like a worthless role. And that's why we got to the point where 5v5 felt appealing to begin with.
So my thoughts are that tanks in general could probably have like 20% less health, and that may feel terrible for like I don't even know if I would like argue for it with the feel of the game that we're trying to put together, as much as like there's so much face tanking going on that that they're more, and there's so much more utility at the moment for a lot of these tanks. Like for example, Ryan is charge, right? Being able to stop his charge partway through takes away so much of his weaknesses that that they're even more powerful right now than they are at the end of Overwatch 1. That is what I feel like. They're like maybe like 10-20% a little bit more powerful. I would scale back, like personally I'd scale it back to the point where it's uncomfortable for most of the tank players, where they do have to work around cooldowns, because cooldowns to me should be the focus of tanks, right? But like even we've done 2 weeks of like kind of open queue style stuff, right, where we did one with goats pretty much, and they, yeah, I don't know, the specifics I'd have to put a little bit
forward. That's interesting. It's not where I thought this conversation would go, but I guess it's worth a shot.
I would consider that more of an experimental thing that we could play around with than it is one that you'd put in the actual public patch that we have, right?
Yeah.
Especially too, we don't see it, but also like there may be people that are playing this code that we just don't see, right? Because I was that person, I'd go find codes and use them for and like the developers would never know that we hosted games doing it, right? So I would keep it towards the feel right now, just for the public viewing stuff. I'd keep it more in towards the feel of what you have right now. But in terms of balance, if we were really focusing it, yeah, like reduced health, but more focus on the cooldowns, and kind of like in the same way that back in Overwatch 1, remember when they reduced like shields? Like Ryan went from 2,000 to like 1,600 shields.
Yes.
And
yes, I do remember that.
Everyone's like, "Oh, we're dying instantly. We're getting fucked," right? But that didn't really happen. Everyone got used to it really quickly, and then shields also and tanks were still a problem. So, yeah, I'd have to put more thought into it. You put me on the spot here in terms of like thinking about balance and everything like that. But yeah, that's just my initial thoughts. Is if you took the health and like if everybody was like 100 less health, it would actually feel more balanced.
So here I'm 200 for the HP, by the way. It looks like it's working just like I thought it would. But I want to test to see if like the DPS pass is working as intended. So what's a good character that has like a nice instant burst heal option?
Let me Ana.
Go pick Ana or something. Should be like 60 healing normally, right?
I can't remember. Yeah, here.
So I'm gonna go ahead.
Yeah.
Ooh, it looks like that is working, I think. I can't
Here,
tell.
one sec. Let me get the exact numbers here. I kind of shoot
you don't have
me...
self-healing, so
yeah.
You should. It's 100 for 66 mode, so.
So I'm at 96.
Well,
I go up
the DPS passive ran out by that point.
Well, you just shot me, right?
Pretty quick. Well, 2 seconds. Remember, you only have 2 seconds to heal to check that.
Is it 2 seconds?
So,
okay.
It's 2 seconds. 2 second passive.
No, that was faster than 2 seconds. Okay, whatever. We'll try it again here. Try it again. Just shoot me down quick.
Do it pretty much immediately.
Okay,
as soon
there.
as I stop shooting.
48 to 122. Yeah.
You definitely have the DPS debuff applied.
Yeah, that works. Hey, let's and I imagine it wouldn't work the other way too. Here, I'll go Sombra and run my way over here.
In my world,
oh yeah, I guess so. Try that out. And mine's only going to heal for 60, of course, because I'm stinky season 9 patch. Alrighty, let's give this a shot. Go back to Ana. Yeah, I just got 60 healing from that. There you go. You do not have the DPS passive, and I do. Ha ha! How does it feel? Also, the fact that I'm... Oh, God, how does this hero have 750 health? It's just
Oh
not
my
real,
god.
dude.
Yeah, it's 7. Wait. Let me just, double check. I'm gonna check health pools. It's probably safe. I just want to make sure.
Maga has 750 on live! 750! How is Overwatch
And
gotten
wait.
to this point?
I know. It's crazy. Here, 1 second. Let's just quickly. I want to see the self-heal passive just to double check it.
Oh, I got it. I promise you.
So
I
you got it. I shoot you. You shoot me a little bit.
Oh shit! Here, hang on. Have some pineapple pizza first. There we go. Very nice. Wait 5 seconds. Yep, I'm healing. I got that
Alright.
healing.
Shoot me a little bit here. All right. And. Oh
Wait, Sombra's the only hero that has it.
I'm not healing. What?
You're not? Oh, did we figure that out too? Oh my god, we're so good at this.
It's very
We're
slow.
So back, boys.
It's healing, but it's very slow. It's
Because
like
you have the backup enabled. You're getting a 1/10,000th of it.
yeah. I'm barely going up here. Let me just get something fast. I'll come on.
Oh, we are so back. Holy crap! I'm
Here, yeah,
so
give me a
impressed
shot.
with how well this code works.
Okay. And nothing.
Okay, looks like this is already ready to go. If you want to run that,
we could ping out right now.
5v6 is ready to go.
Or do we save it? I think we'll save it for Sunday.
Yeah, for sure.
And then get
It's
a whole
definitely
bunch
the
in.
sort of thing you would want to run on your scratch, like you said. You know, it's a new thing.
It's an excellent experiment. Like, yeah, it's a lot of it's I'm so happy right now. You have no idea. Like, this is gonna be a blast. This is gonna be so fun. Oh man. Like,
I really don't know how this is going to go either. I feel like it literally could go either anyway. What I assume is going to happen though is like the damage players on the 6v6 team are just going to not have a good time at all. They're going to be going up against damage people that they have to duel that have more health, but also they're constantly getting slammed with the DPS passive. Like that's just not going to be fun for them. But who cares, right? That's part of the experiment.
And tanks with disgusting amounts of health, they're just gonna be like, can you imagine?
I feel like, okay, on the opposite side, I feel like the 5-person tank, the 5 team, is gonna have their tank get floored every fight. Like, that man is never going to have fun in their life.
I guess so.
Like, you're gonna have 2 potentially hard counters just running it down on you constantly.
But here's the thing. There's no DPS passive against him, so all healing is full healing, right? So if you
remember that every like damage hero in 6v6 code is also like slightly doing more damage. If you think about it, like Reaper is going to do more, so is Genji, so is Soldier, so is
let's just
a lot of heroes. Like Torbjorn's going to be insane. I guarantee you that. Like that tank player, man. You are going to have to get conscripted and signed to warfare and just consent to that because you are not going to have fun playing tank in this.
Yeah, I guess so. That would be...
I do not volunteer, by the way. I want to make that very clear. I don't want to do it. And if anything comes down to it, I am not going to be the solo tank player on that team. Let anyone else do it. I don't care as long as it's not me.
I don't mind doing it. If nobody wants to be that, I have no problem, getting fucked around. Like, it's not. I have fun no matter what, so it'll be a blast. Like, it'll be.
Oh god, Ben just said in your chat, I see it. I think our experiment of no limits in 6v6 was perfect and should be the new mode. So that's a hard veto from me, man. I really like 2-2-2 roll lock. I don't know what it is. That's my favorite format. I like being able to queue up in any game of Overwatch and just have some sense of actuality to the map. Like, no matter what teammates I get, no matter what anybody likes to play, we are at least forced to be a competent composition, sort of. Sort of.
I want to bounce this off you then, because I think Overwatch was the best when 2-2-2 was the best choice, but not locked to it.
That's problematic though, because I get what you're saying, and I know what time of like Overwatch that was, but at the same time, 2-2-2 is the best choice on that context, unless you're like actually min-maxing the game, in which case it's usually like hard dive with like quad tank Moira's Lucio or Goats, God forbid, when that came out. Like, but every single time that it was you were having fun in like gold, plat, because that's where I was too at the time as well. Like I was having so much fun playing my 2-2-2 comps. Reinhardt Zarya, it's a dream come true, but if I need to, I can flex to help my team out. Meanwhile, everybody at like Grandmaster Elo is stuck playing like the same 2 comps every game or they just lose because it's just so refined up there.
Yeah.
Do not get it twisted. Launch Moira was so broken that you had to basically just run multiple tanks and run it down. Otherwise, you just lost. Remember, that's when Moira did like 82 healing per second with like 50% more resource than she had then, than she has now. It was crazy how much that hero did, and that would build Colossans in like 30 seconds, and that was all you did every game.
like the utopia I feel is that you could do open queue, but 2-2-2 is the min max, but the balance of the game is so like finicky that if it went one way or another, the 2-2-2 is just destroyed. And like that's where I'm like, yeah, like because I didn't mind playing one tank with 4 DPS and a support until I needed that extra tank and nobody would switch for me, and I'm like, what the fuck, guys? You know what I mean? Like
I could find a lot more enjoyment in like a format that sort of bridges the gap. Maybe if you don't like the rigidness of 2-2-2, you could do something a little bit, more interesting. Where think about how Mystery Heroes forces you to not have more than 3 of the same role in your team when you respawn. Something like that, where you have to have at least 1 tank, at least 1 damage, at least 1 support. And if that criteria is met, you go ham. Do whatever you want. At that point, I can feel more happy with that. Because at least, if for example, if I load into a game and I've got an entire team of DPS players that just want to play their own game and play their DPS, at the very least, someone's going to have to go tank, and someone's going to have to play support to help them out. At the least. We don't get those games of 5 DPS and the one dude trying to hold the team together, playing whatever he feels like might win, and just rolling face into the enemy team that's actually coordinated and has a decent comp. At the very least, there's some semblance of an actual team going on if you have those restrictions. There has to be at least some restrictions, because there are way too many playstyles in Overwatch to justify allowing people to do whatever they want.
Yeah, yeah.
And then Ben says, then you get levers and they don't get DPS. Fucking cry about it. We already have like so many lever penalties anyway. Like that's not going to be as big of an issue as you think it is.
And look, yeah, we've gotten rid of all the real DPS players anyways. They're all playing games like Valorant and fucking Apex Legends and Fortnite now. So those guys are
don't
gone.
Get it twisted. Anybody that only wants to just pick the DPS hero and shoot things, those guys aren't playing Overwatch anymore. No, they're long gone. They're on every other game ever. That's not what Overwatch is about anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah. It's rough. It's rough, but yeah, it's still fun. But like that's where too that's where I think like the 1 second. Let me get my words together. So Ben doesn't play like that much competitive. He still plays a little bit, but he's not like super high up. So Ben, when you open up the game so that anybody can play anything, what makes it so fun is everybody just trying to figure out what the most optimal thing is. The problem is over time, once everybody knows what that optimal thing is, then you start to get like really stale tank stacking. That's always health stacking is like health and immortality stacking is like the worst thing in Overwatch. And that's like one of the reasons why they swapped over from 6v6 to 5v5 is like tanks in many instances were looking too powerful. Now, I don't believe that was the issue, but that's where Blizzard went with it, where they're like, yeah, we just can't have two... like, you have the physical tanks, and then you have the shields. And actually, I'll point this out, Toasty, this is where, like, double shields and shit like that, I think, like, if they reduce the tank health, it would help. Because the problem is once you broke the shields, everything inside that little squishy center wasn't actually squishy. It was immortal. It was the massive amount of health, and it was the immortality field, right? So like having a hard external part is really nice, so you can have shields that cover the outside, but once you break that kind of outside, the inside being super powerful doesn't make any sense. You should trade off sustainability for survivability once that sustainability is gone.
I wish that were the case in most games, but remember that if we want to talk specifically double shield, holy crap, what a massive problem that was. I wish double shield would have never existed, and if you had any human being piloting Overwatch 1 at the time, you would have never saw that. You would have never run into that problem. You would have saw it coming from a mile away, and it would have you would have never had that meta to exist. But that was like basically Overwatch 1 devs getting completely blindsided by shitty decision after shitty decision after shitty decision, and then also being too busy with Overwatch 2 to actually rectify it. Because remember that leading up to Batiste's launch, which sent Double Shield into like the comet-sized freaking amazing team comp that it was Batiste that did that, by the way. They kept buffing Orisa over and over again because, well, something's got to counter Goats, right? Maybe Orisa can. If you pull the whole team together and then Junkrat blows them up, Goats comp sucks, right? Like, that was their thinking at the time. Like, surely we could balance around this. But, so Orisa keeps getting slowly buffed over time, more and more, every patch. And eventually she just becomes this, like, giga tank who sits in the corner and never dies, and that's all she does. A, no one wants to play like that, because that's boring. And B, it turns out when you put a tank that sits in the corner and never dies with the tank that sits in the corner and also never dies, guess what happens?
Yeah. And
you get two tanks that never let the enemy team shoot them, that if your barriers get broken, both have defensive cooldowns on top of that, and have range damage to make them fight at a distance. Like, obviously that was going to happen, right?
You know what's crazy? And this is, you can cringe at this as my OG Symmetra days. One of the options, or one of the things that made Double Shield so powerful, was they removed the options that penetrate shields and penetrate deep. So like, there was an old design with Overwatch where if something moves slow and it was hard to if it was slow, it would be large and it would be almost impossible to stop. So for example, Reinhardt's Fire Strike, right? It would go through shields. So when you, like, in comparison to something that has like really fast, high burst damage, that's going to be a very surface level kind of, it's gonna have very surface level impact. What they should have done is, I think they should have leaned a little bit more into that kind of stuff. Because I think like there's a lot of options in terms of gameplay. Like, just, I'm gonna hit you with Tosi with things that bugs me, and I'm curious your ideas on this too. Like, imagine if they had the character that flipped the team on which the shield, or flip the team of the shield, right? So and you
just like completely assimilate a deployable onto your team instead.
Exactly. So, but think about the balance for
the
this.
Implications of that are weird and astounding.
Think about this, right? So if you're an Orisa and you place a permanent shield, that shield gets flipped. It stays an enemy shield until the time that you can place another one. If you're Reinhardt and your shield gets flipped, you flick it down, you flick it back up, it's your shield again, right? So inside the way that the shield was deployed, there's counterplay to something that flips the team of the shield. So like this, in a way, and this is what this is where the original Symmetra was really powerful, but they kind of nerfed it out of her or whatever. Her right click was really good when the team was stacking large characters, because it was really slow moving. They had a hard time dodging it, and you just stack damage over and over and over and over and over again. Then you place your shield generator down, and that would give your team the extra tankiness to push your way through the shielding, the extra sustain that the enemy team had. Now, I'm not gonna say it's a perfect, like, Symmetra was broken and not really a very healthy character in many ways for that, but that type of like creative counterplay to a shield, or imagine an ability that literally blows a hole in a shield, right? So you pop a hole in it, same thing.
The coding nightmare.
It would go, yeah, but
how do you code this?
Small independent company, right? They can't make a hole in a fucking shield, right? No, like, doesn't make any sense. They could easily do.
Don't know how you would do that. Like, hold on, wait. Let me think about that. That's a cool idea, but how would that even work?
Well, so you wouldn't have to, but you wouldn't have to physically put it. You'd spawn a circle, a sphere. Put that sphere over top of wherever it hits the shield, and then attach it to the shield, and then any damage that hits that circle, that sphere, it just passes through the damage, and then you recolor the shield based on that area, right? So like the technology is there to do it. It's not, it'd be hard. It'd take a little bit of time to bug fix and everything like that. But then the same kind of counterplay would be like Reinhardt gets hit, he drops his shield, brings it back up. It's now, there's no hole in it anymore. If Orisa drops a shield, the permanent shield that really not enabled, but helped the double shield setup, and the Sigma too, they had semi-permanent shields that they place out and just sit there. They get punished for staying in one spot, right? like that counterplay was the possibility for that counterplay was there, but they just kind of ripped that out, or they ripped the possibility out and went, fuck it, we're just gonna get rid of the shields. Which,
to be fair, I am so happy with the Narissa rework. I do not like
me
old
too.
Narissa just sitting there in the corner and basically doing nothing. But also, she sits in the corner and basically does nothing now anyway. So it's like pick your poison, I guess.
Yeah.
When you were talking about earlier with like the first thing you had with like an ability that can turn a deployable.
Yeah.
So that idea actually it seems kind of cool, and almost like if Sombra was reworked to her new version in 6v6. I wonder if that would be like a thing Virus would do as well. Like you just instead of throwing it at an enemy to do damage, you throw it at their deployable to quickly turn it for a few seconds.
See, I'm always the fan too. I hate reworks. I wish they would just build a new hero, right? Like, because you're literally getting rid of a hero to get a new hero in, but you're still doing all the same hero design shit that you have to. Like the only thing a rework does is saves Blizzard money from having to make a new character animation. That's all it does.
It saves a lot though, like a lot. Like no kidding, that is like the amount of resources that go into making new heroes as new content. Holy crap, that's a lot of work. If they can just like put a new ability on a character and tweak the other ones and call it a rework, that is orders of magnitude less effort than making a new character to begin with. Like maybe a 100th of the effort actually.
Toasty, what life would we have right now if we had old Orisa and new Orisa on the field? Like,
straight up, I wouldn't want it because now all of a sudden you've got two of them. Nah, I'm good actually.
Well, the thing is,
there could be something to said
but
if like they're going to rework these heroes. Why are we getting rid of the old ones? Why don't we just vault the old ones as we knew them and build new heroes as their rework? It's like you'll never see the old one in game, but like. Maybe someone can bring it back for an arcade game mode if you decide to do like an event for that. Or you could use it in the custom lobbies or something. Why do we get rid of old heroes when we do reworks? That makes no sense.
Yeah. I just like there's so many. It's not necessarily like the balance for competitive, but there's so many play styles that they just like ditch. They're like, yeah, we're not gonna get creative with anything in terms of like. It's just there's so many like small exclusive ways that some heroes used to be able to work around certain things that are just gone. I don't know. That's what bugs me. It's just so many grievances.
That does bug me too. In terms of Symmetra's rework, though, that one is the one I can feel like the character didn't actually change too much. The only thing that I think was functionally that different was like your ultimate. That was the only thing that they really changed, right? If I'm remembering. Well, the old lock-on beam was just a shitty thing that go as well, I think.
There's the lock-on. This is difficult too when it comes to like, especially with Symmetra. Okay, so the biggest thing about Symmetra is you won games in ways that nobody else would see, and that's what pissed everybody off. Okay, because the traditional way of playing Overwatch is you like see the enemy there, you're grouped up, you fight, you go move the next fight, right? She pissed people off in the same way that Wrecking Ball does, where what she does in between fights matters more than the fight itself, right? So what they did is they took away that in-betweenness that Symmetra had, that you snowballed value in, and pushed it all into the fight. So the actual like direct mechanics of Symmetra didn't change much, but your order of objectives completely changed when they swapped up the way the hero worked. Like knowing where to place a teleporter, or where to place a shield gen, or even what like choke to fire on, or even whether or not your fucking beam was locked onto the wrong person, right? That was like that was like a level of, or like wrong person before the fight, I would even say, how to prep it, because you had to charge that charge the your primary up, right? So all of those small decisions that nobody fucking saw, that all they just saw was a Symmetra running through the whole field and then turrets everywhere. Like, yeah, it's annoying because you have to deal with all this external shit. It's the same thing you have with Ball now, where it's like, get the ball, it's like, no, just ignore him, right? Go after the rest of the team. You know, I'm not. The problem is I don't find a lot of that super healthy for the game. But you know, as you said, at least put it in somewhere else where we could have it there off on the side, so that the potential for that gameplay, the potential for us to like find answers even in that style of gameplay are there. It's just such a, I don't know. Yeah. It's a difficult one.
It's making me realize that a lot of the heroes that they've reworked over the course of Overwatch's history, especially the builder type heroes. Those types of heroes they decide to rework are usually the ones that have the most potential for emergent gameplay for some reason. I've noticed that kind of pattern happening.
Well, that's
they don't get too creative, or you might piss somebody off in the enemy team. That's not fun.
Well, that's because that was value that you wouldn't have in a traditional fight, right? Like I just got to reference Symmetra. I played a shit ton of it, and I know how much they changed it, right? Like that was where you pulled the emergent gameplay was a gameplay outside of tanks smashed together, DPS smashed together, heal support heals, right? Really was like, okay, now we're gonna do a flank. Fuck, man, I remember when teleporter came from spawn. You know? And so as Symmetra, you'd have a big fight. You'd have a big fucking team fight. Then you'd disappear into the enemy backline. They would all think, oh, we killed everybody. But everybody, your team would stand in spawn and you, okay, guys, 3, 2, 1, you drop your telly. And suddenly your entire team was behind them. Right? Like, that's gone. Now it's like, stand in the front, right click, charge laser, throw tally up on high ground, everybody like, it's now very straightforward, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
When Symmetra first got her rework in Overwatch 1, dude, I hard grinded that shit, dude. I had so much fun playing Symmetra on her like first rework. Back whenever they didn't adjust her ultimate cost properly, you get like the wall like every fucking team fight, and I would just, man alive, that was so much fun. I actually thought that was like the most fun DPS they came out with at the time, just because of like how much different it used to be. Symmetra was typically like this very slow-paced setup type hero that didn't have a lot of offensive capabilities, but I guess she was there on defense to be some really annoying prick most of the time. But all of a sudden, I'm like spamming out the choke as my team walks through. We take one angle, and I put a TP that is not necessarily in the back line, but it covers 2 different angles so that we can keep pinging back and forth between that teleporter. And as long as it's not in like line of sight to get shot at, all of a sudden the enemy team is dealing with exponentially more fire from way too many directions they can't really compete with. And one of 2 things happen. They either all fall over instantly, or they healed the entire map. It was super fun. Super broken in some ways, too.
Well,
I enjoyed that a lot.
That's where telebombing became a big problem, and they actually nerfed the fuck out of telebombing.
Well, like stacking the turrets on it?
Stacking turrets and then dropping your telly.
That never worked. Not once in any game I was in, because every time by this time I was like in Diamond Masters when I'm grinding this, and every single player that I like knew or immediately just melee it. Just walk up to it and melee it. It's completely, all your cooldowns are gone for no value.
All the 3 or 4 top 500 Symmetra players did it consistently every single fight. You could one shot
much
people
better than me. I don't know how. Like, I guess you have to just be like doing as like an assassin. Like, here, I'm going to put my tools of the trade down, and bada bing, bada boom. There's an entire 190 DPS thing in your backline.
It's a combo. So you do sentry, tally, sentry, and then as the tally is going up, you start charging the right click. When the sentries go through, your right click is just enough that as you teleport through, if they all hit somebody and you hit them with the right click, you can teleport back in time and it basically one-shots them.
Damn.
Right?
How funny.
Like,
I couldn't get anyone to work with that. I mean, people were just way too like on my ass every single time. They would just see it coming, and I was like, oh, well, this doesn't seem that worth it. Especially every time I saw it coming. Every time somebody tries to TP bomb me, I do my melee strat, and it's just like they walk up to me and they're like, hi. They're just like, there's nothing they could do because they fucking blew all their damage in my backline.
Well, the days that I played a ton was like just before that, when they actually had it was the teleporter and shield generator. Like, actually, me and one of my buddies, we're probably the reason why they got rid of like the Torb pack and the shield gen, because we probably climbed to like 34 something at the time, like from platinum, just doing the armor packs and the shield generator.
What someone used to call that the Pantheon comp, the cheese comp, where it's just HP stacking.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen the screenshot of Jonak with 425 HP?
Oh, I haven't seen that screenshot. That was us every single game, man. I'm not even joking. Like 350 health tracer was something, man.
You gotta see this. This is a funny one. I don't remember where I found this, but man, it is like all I need to remember about that era of Overwatch.
Oh, it was good. But the thing is too, like there was actually, it was, like you said, emergent gameplay with these characters really interesting. Because back then, on Attack with Symmetra, you'd actually play like the creep style gameplay, where what you would do, your team would go in and die, but every time they pushed forward, you'd push yourself forward with your turrets just a little bit further into the fight. So if your team failed, they could come back and they'd be deeper into wherever you're trying to push into than before, because the enemy team couldn't force their way back into the space that you took from them. That's what I mean by like in between gameplay or in between fights. Like Symmetra like extended those fights out to a weird level that people weren't really used to, because like how do you play with a Symmetra that's slowly creeping herself forward with turrets as opposed to just running in with a Cassidy and clicking on their heads, you know? Like it's not really I don't know. It's she's one of those characters that's changed so much that I don't know really I don't know what the direction is anymore, you know? I don't think they know what direction it is in general. Oh, did you do it in the Scrub Club? Oh, you did?
Yeah, Scrub Club general.
Oh, yeah, 425. Oh, yeah, I remember that very clearly. I'm not even... First point on Hanamura, okay, we would get Torb, Symmetra, and then run Tracer, and you'd run a 350 health Tracer around the whole field. And, it was...
Damn, what a wild time Overwatch used to be.
Yeah. Well, it was balanced too. So the way that it was balanced is the enemy team, the attackers couldn't take the initial fight, but they would actually gain ult charge faster. They'd gain DPS ults because of more health, right? So if you played slower when you were attacking into this like high health pool setup, you would actually be able to just, it's like Roadhogs are everywhere because nobody would dodging damage. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know if it was healthy. Like I say, I'm kind of glad the direction they went with that kind of health pool stacking stuff, because it was pretty cheesy.
First of all, thank God Brigida Rally doesn't actually give you armor anymore. That's something we usually forget. Armor over health, not over health. Armor to heroes that normally had no business having armor. God, like you said, 350 HP Tracer in your back line, that was not usually 350 HP. That was way more than 350 HP, because armor was like really weird in Overwatch 1. That's hard to explain how it works. But regardless, there is no reason a Tracer should have that much health. Ever.
Dude, it was 100. It started as 100 permanent. Remember that?
150. It was 150 armor at launch. That's why this Zenyatta has 425 in this screenshot. Look at all that armor. That's
I guess that's
armor pack from Torb, 75, and 150 from Rally.
Yeah.
God almighty, what were they thinking?
I remember watching like the original videos and being like, they were like, "Oh yeah, Brig, you can have your alt 1 fight, and if you play safe, you can have your armor even for the next fight." And I'm like, "Fuck, that's just."
Like I remember people like literally armoring up in like spawn before they even walked out, because it's like, well, they're just gonna keep it. I mean,
it's like, why even?
And this all compounds to like the actual worst case scenario with this. And we didn't even know this until Goats Meta was patched out of the game. Like when they decided to do 2-2-2. The entire time, armor was bugged for the entirety of Brigida's lifespan. And it used to compound its damage reduction on top of itself the more you had.
Yep, I remember that.
God, why? How did we get here, man? That's been like, this game has never changed in its life. It's been different to play, but it's been the same rigmarole every single patch. It's just like something just never works properly. That's just how Overwatch is, I guess.
Yeah, I'm used to it at this point. All my love is, or all the characters and stuff that I used to really love have all changed so much. It's like, okay, well, you know. Well, that's why I'm glad 2-2. I think 2-2-2 is like probably the smartest basic decision they made on the game overall. Like, it really helped out. I think, even though I'm a fan of kind of opening it up a bit more, but there's not an easy way to do that, so.
You know what could start to make it maybe a little bit more opened up and give players a bit more of that skill expression back that we've so desperately been longing for a while now, for strictly speaking, close to a year and a half at this point? It's very simple. Why don't we allow them to have more diverse team compositions by picking 2 tank heroes on each match? For each team. And maybe we call it 6v6 or something.
Yeah, it's the tank combos that are like, that's where too, like, utility I think is really important. Like that's why I think pulling back the health in the tanks is kind of something I'd look at if I was flat balancing it, and just focusing on the utility, because once like it should be the same as doing damage. With damage, generally you have a short period of time that you can do damage, and then you have to back the fuck out, right? So why not have utility where all your survival is in your utility, and then you have to, once you use that utility, you're dead, right? I don't think you should like use all your utility like Orisa does right now and still fucking survive. Like it just doesn't. Yeah.
Usually in 6v6 she doesn't.
Oh yeah,
that's the neat part. Is she blows up without her cooldowns in 6v6.
Yeah, no doubt there at all. That's for sure.
I'm really scared about reducing any more tank HP. Like I keep creeping it back, and maybe like the whole idea behind like the patch where I decided to reduce all of the tank damage across the board.
Nobody noticed.
A lot of tank damage across the board. That was in like this idea of trying to get them to be less like Giga Tank era. I can do maybe more damage nerfs, but that's just at that point that feels bad. And I'm really hesitant to do health nerfs, because any tank that has less than 400 HP just feels like ass. Like it's just no amount of cooldowns, no amount of skill expression can get you to work with like 350 health as a tank hero. Like that's just nothing.
Have you played Counter-Strike at all? Are you Counter-Strike?
No, never.
Okay.
I do not like Counter-Strike or Valorant, to be honest. I don't like tech shooters actually.
Well, this maybe I'm curious what your thoughts are on this. So the way that Counter-Strike does quote unquote tanking, they don't have tanks in the game.
I think you might have mentioned this before with the smoke grenades and whatnot.
The smoke grenades, they have what's called the entry fragger, right? And the entry frag, most people are just as squishy. You die 1, 2, 3 shots, right? Doesn't matter really what the gun is. But because there's economy with the game, sometimes early on when people don't have much money, you'll have somebody who will buy armor, right? And armor just gives you like 1 extra bullet resistance. That's literally for most guns. You just take 1 more bullet. But that person is still the tank. So if you have a hallway and you have 5 players running down that hallway, you always send the person with the armor first, or the helmet, armor and helmet, right? And the way that like the problem I have with like Overwatch players in many ways, is you'll still give them that level of like minuscule power increase or minuscule survivability, but I think they overestimate how much impact, I think they underestimate how much impact even just a slight advantage has. Because in Counter-Strike, when you run out with 5 people die almost instantly, and there's no way to sustain that. But if you're calculated and you're smart with your positioning and you move in a safe way and you target focus properly, that's a big thing, is target focusing. You can have that entry fragger also push out with more utility, right? So it enables this kind of like snowballing effect. So it's not that anybody is significantly more powerful or significantly more sustainable. People are able to take that small advantage and use it where they possibly can. And that's what makes Counter-Strike so interesting, is because there's a small change in power, and the usage of that small change in power is where it's important. In Overwatch, there's a huge difference in power. I don't think that is needed to be able to have that like impactful high team coordination style impact. I think Overwatch players are just a bit of bitches and don't like to fucking dodge damage. Like I'm a little bit overstating it there, but even so, like with my meme kind of game mode where I pulled Wrecking Ball down to a 200 health, first Dostre is like, what the hell is this? I can't survive shit. 3 or 4 minutes into him playing, and he's destroying people with 200 health, right? Like, as he's smaller, I've given him a little more speed. So he's a lot more like a DPS, and he's doing all the same things that a regular tank would be doing because his survivability is just a little bit higher. But he just you have to adjust your play. Like, you have to be more refined. You got to make sure that your team is standing behind you when you step out, because they're the ones that are going to protect you. That's what I'm saying with smoke grenades and flashbangs. Your team is what gives. When your entry fragger goes in, the rest of your team puts those things out and helps keep the entry fragger alive. And the time to kill and the time of those engagements is much shorter. But it works, right? It's still a healthy team play environment. Obviously, Overwatch, you want to extend that out a little bit because there is support and all that kind of stuff. But I don't think these large health pools are needed for most of the tanks, and for the survivability in general is needed. It's kind of an artificial way of extending the fight and imbalancing things a little bit. I don't know. Like, I don't have a direct point with that as much as like, I just don't think it's needed. You know what I mean? Do you see that, or
I'll let you talk for a while, but I have my one rebuttal is I don't agree with that like at all.
Okay.
It's mainly because of my experience at the rank I usually play at now. People hit shots surprisingly when you actually hit like higher SR, and even in 5v5 with Gigatank health pools, you've seen it. And these things blow up instantly. I feel like if tanks get any weaker in this patch, they're just going to be completely irrelevant again, just like they were in Overwatch 1, unless you were pixel perfect with your positioning and movement. Well, I don't want to get back to that. I want to have at least some forgiveness, because that's part of tank hero identity. You want to be able to anchor a position sometimes, or sustain something, and be able to fight people without necessarily just having the resources of cooldowns. That's what makes tank so engaging, is you have to balance both using your resources appropriately, but also doing good shooter fundamentals occasionally. Like if you're playing Junker Queen's a great example of this. Your space making capabilities are only as good as your damage dealing capabilities. And that's part of what makes her so engaging. If you're going to try to balance tanks around being squishier overall, but having their cooldowns be the only way they can really make their plays, so to speak, I would be honest, that's just kind of boring. that's just going to be really boring. It's also kind of impossible to balance, because the tanks that have like higher tempo cooldowns by default are probably just going to get a lot more done naturally. I don't know. It seems like just kind of a nightmare, both to play and not really that engaging to play against either.
It would have to be rebalanced. I think you'd have to try it first, because we played with it, and like when I don't know. Yeah, like the problem is that when you say high elo stuff is different. The problem is in Counter-Strike, it's the high elos that made these strategies, right?
I'm trying to get your point, but like that's a completely different game. There's actually no difference in the heroes you're picking. It's just there's no cooldowns really. There's resources. It's just, I don't see the comparison much to be there.
Well, the thing is, if you Venn diagram it, okay, they're two very different circles. What I want to point out is the small area where they overlap in terms of team play and team potential. I think you can still maintain the level of sustainability. That's fine. It would be more of a game feel thing. I feel like it's along the line of them reducing the shield, the like global shield reduction, health reduction that they did a while ago, right? Like, if Reinhardt was still 2,000 shield and they did a health reduction on him, yes, it weights him more towards the shield bearer, the rectangle man, as they used to just call him, because it's we stand there with the fucking rectangle the whole time. But yeah, so that's where I have a hard time actually. I'm just gonna pull myself back a little bit.
What you just described right there with the issue, that's like the exact problem I have with it. Is like you're basically forcing these tanks to be like only their cooldowns, and Reinhardt will never get the opportunity. Or
that's where. That's where,
but he just doesn't have as much opportunities to just use his other parts of the kit as much.
So with the existing balance and existing like exact tool set, I agree with you. Okay, like if we shift off like if we keep everything the same and then just do the health, this is why I would never recommend it directly. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't push this out to your actual code. But it's more of like a thought experiment, I would say, than anything else. Where that potential, yes, it would completely change up the playstyle, but I think you could still probably get the same level of feel and sustain if you put it into things that require skill, because I don't think health pools are skill, right? That's my biggest thing. I don't think health pools are skill. I think things that enable health pools can be skillful, but like more health is the exact same as like self health regen, right? Like it has the exact same impact, and it's completely passive in terms of your level of sustain. If you give somebody more options, like actually a Diva's defense matrix I thought was an excellent change. Remember when it was locked to 4 seconds, you pressed it and you had to use the whole fucking thing?
No, actually, I've never heard of that before.
You don't remember that? Oh, that when
I
D.Va
guess
was released.
I didn't play that far back in Overwatch. I was in like 2017 whenever I started playing.
I've basically been playing since release. So when D.Va was first released, for the first year or two, okay, when you use your defense matrix, you had to use the whole thing. It locked you on and you used it. After a while, they made it so you could flicker it on and off, right? What happened is it was instant. It used to be on, off, on, off, on, off. Okay, people got so good at that they actually had to put the like quick delay in. So you can't just like turn it on and off right away. But to me, that increases levels of skill expression because your survivability comes down to reaction time and positioning. Whereas when you consider something like health pools directly, like a larger health pool just means that you can stand in one spot for longer and don't have to express anything more. So it's not the fact, like Reinhardt, if you and just again, this is more thought experiment, not necessarily balance. Reinhardt, if you put more weight into his shield, okay, that means that the Reinhardts who are really good at flicking their shield up and down and incredibly efficient get closer to the fight. And so therefore they can actually swing more, right? Removing the health pool does mean they don't have to swing, like, does mean swinging more is more dangerous, but it means that the times when their shield's up has to be more impactful, right? You like, if you balance it more towards health, then Ryan can just drop his shield, face tank, and the health pool doesn't actually allow for any kind of skill expression. It's more of just like it's a passive sustain. It allows for mistakes over and over again. And this is where actually I'll point this out with sorry if I'm talking too much. You can tell me shut up. It's fine.
I do actually want to note what you've been describing so far is like this whole. I don't necessarily agree with the notion that the health pool itself isn't part of the skill expression. It is a part of the skill expression on tanks. That's something that allowed me to reach high rank on tank whenever I first started one-tricking it midway through like 2018 or something, is because if you understand that your health pool as a tank is part of your resource, it also informs how much you're allowed to get done as that hero in particular. And if a person is not respecting their own health pool as part of the resource, they usually get punished by the other tanks who are using it appropriately. That's part of the reason why I like having tanks that are at least somewhat tanky, is because most of the time they're going to be fighting each other a lot, unless you're talking about dive, in which case maybe not so much. But a lot of tank damage goes to tanks in a lot of cases, and that's what the health management is part of the skill expression, is knowing when you have to pressure enemy tank, when you need to yield to enemy tank, when you need to ignore enemy tank. All of this does feed back into how much health they have, and means that the more decisions that you have to make is tied exclusively to the health pool on that tank hero. The less health they have to work with, the less they're allowed to do in general.
I'll argue that it informs skill and expression. So the mechanic of health informs your actions on other skills that allow for skill expression, right? But the health pool itself is a passive workaround. So you know, like roguelikes, right? I played Risk of Rain, right?
I've played a lot of roguelikes in my day. I'm aware.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of roguelike, and this is also too, I can imagine, like, we can run parallels with the health passive, right? A lot of roguelikes, you only have a certain amount of health, right, when you go into a game. And the, like, if I consider the health pool, obviously how you spec yourself or how you set yourself up in the roguelike, how you build yourself can focus around like your health pool. It can focus around mobility. It can focus around damage. It can focus around all those types of features, right? Well, you're right. I'm actually gonna say you're absolutely right that when you're in a roguelike and you're doing a health pool stack style character, what you're doing is you're expressing your skill in terms of your knowledge, right? And so the actions that come out of that and the decisions that come out of that are all like, they are all yeah, they're all about your skill and understanding of the large or the larger scale of the game, I guess, more to place it than anything else. But if you were to consider something like, obviously health pools have to be considered, but if you say something like you're a one-shot character, right, whether you get damaged and you die, or you yeah, basically if you take any damage at all, then you die, or you consider that you lose, then every other action that comes out of that is like an active action that then has to be Now I'm overthinking it now because I'm like, okay, there's obviously passive abilities like Risk of Rain. You got rockets and shit that just come out of you, so that's very, it's not really.
Here, I'll try to keep us on topic with the whole
Yeah.
discussion again. I got 2 more points on why I do want to keep tanks at the baseline health that they're at right now.
Yep.
I mean, they're both kind of intertwined, but they're very simple. The first one I have is very simply, I don't like it when tanks are just super punishing to play. No one really does. That's why it's so unpopular by the end of Overwatch 1. It's just, you just die if you do like the one wrong maneuver. That's not really that fun for the tank player. It may be in theory balanced for the entire game, but really, strictly speaking, just not fun. And I don't want it to be not fun for the tank players, especially considering there are options to deal with tanks still in the game. Like, Bastion still blows them up pretty well in a lot of cases, as long as you're not blowing your turret configuration too early. Regardless, there's a whole back and forth to it. Just them being a little bit more durable than maybe you might appreciate is okay in some contexts.
Actually,
like, they don't need to be super punishing in order to be balanced.
No, I found it. Here's the fucking idea. Sorry. I'm gonna keep it straight with the roguelike analogy here. Okay? The purpose of having different styles of survivability in play allow for expression in very specific roles. I'm not saying flat tank health reductions across the board. Characters like Reinhardt, characters like possibly Junker Queen 2, those health pools are really important to the actual core fundamentals. But I'm going to take Wrecking Ball as our example. And I would actually really like to see this in action in a properly balanced game. And I hope Dostray, if you're watching, man, I'm really curious of your opinion on this. Because he said it was a lot of fun. Like I say, 200 health pool Wrecking Ball actually allows him, and reduced in size, obviously, so he takes less damage, allows him to do all of the same things that a normal Wrecking Ball could do in terms of putting himself on the or like in terms of impact on the battlefield, that focuses into that specific play style, right? Expression in that. Just flat putting health pools, and at least this is where too I think like putting us in roles kind of is probably not the best way of thinking of it. It's not that all tanks should have less health. I just think that tanks don't need health, right? Not all tanks need all the health. So some characters like Ryan and Queen, that's okay because you can run a roguelike game where you are a health pool stack style character, but other characters don't need that level of survivability. And I'm gonna defend this to the end. I think you could half Mauga's health pool and give him a little bit of knockback on his chain gun, right? And you would I know you
had
hate
a
that.
shiver go up my spine.
But
Jesus.
But the thing is once you got to him, once you broke through the fact that he's pushing you back from the fight, he would die instantly. Now the question is, do people like playing that? But if you have an entire suite of tanks where some of the tanks like Reinhardt work well as damage sponges and brawly, style characters, you can express other styles of tanking without focusing on everybody needing more health. That's the issue. Like saying as a tank role, I think is very limiting. Is a very, you know what I mean? Like it's not a, yeah.
Well, it sounds like we should have probably been having a more nuanced discussion about this to begin with. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm going to ask then is, was there any examples that come to mind among the tank heroes that you were thinking explicitly that maybe could use with their health pools reduced, as it were? I think my mind immediately jumped to tanks that are like lower health pools by default, Doomfist, Junker Queen, Ramatra, that have only like 400 HP as it is, and I thought reducing those further would be a disaster. But if there's other tank heroes that come to your mind that you think maybe need to be looked at, then that's probably more worth discussing. Yeah, Wrecking Ball is a good example. Wrecking Ball has maybe a bit too much health. I can see that being the case. But also
Sigma.
Pretty much Sigma is Sigma's 400. You got to be careful here. I had another point in my back pocket that I did need to say that before we get down this route. You can't have a tank hero that has less than 400 HP. And I remember exactly why I said that, and I figured it out because I just pulled up my calculator. Because if they're 375... Well, I'll back up for a second. You can't go between 375 and 400 because that just looks ugly on the UI and nobody likes that. But if you're 375, that tank is now eligible to get one shot by a Widow with damage boost. And that's just not feasible as a tank hero. You getting one shot by anything as a tank hero Nah, can't happen. Not feasible. It's just not a thing. You cannot allow that to happen.
I don't know. I don't know. Dostray is asking. Oh, he's asking what we're discussing. We're discussing tank pools and stuff like that. Tank health pools and stuff. So I don't know. I don't know if I totally agree with that. I think you can have one shots from DPS. What I would have to consider, and this is where I don't know with the current balance, and I don't want to start a whole hero rework, right? This is the issue, where if Sigma could technically have if in theory he could have a 100% like uptime of his shield and potentially his suck, but had very, like, once you got past those, he was really vulnerable, then yeah, the Widowmaker thing does make it hard. Like I say, it's gonna feel bad. That's where I think the playstyle change is too extreme in a way.
What you're describing right now with the Sigma idea is that can't really happen either. Any flanker gets on his ass, like immediately he's just he's falling over. like get Tracer blinks behind him and does like one little clip of damage. He's already lost over half his health in that context. Like that's I can't.
Yeah, that's where I'm saying with like the existing way the abilities work. You're still catching me on the spot because I really have to like think about this to apply it.
This is hard. This is very hard.
It is very hard. Because what I would do, and so for example, and just as a meme on my end to try it in my game mode, I gave Sigma a smaller shield, okay, because it reduces the amount of damage that the shield takes, so it actually has a higher uptime. But I also gave him low gravity, and what that does is allows him to move around and jump over areas that normally would restrict him to one spot on the map. Right now, he has a lower health pool, and most tanks actually in this. See, Dostray is too bad. He's in here for a second. I was actually really curious more of his Wrecking Ball opinion. Where like what that does, I'll say it turns the survivability of the tank more into a movement thing, and how you position yourself and how you move yourself throughout the battlefield. Because Sigma shouldn't be taking brawl damage anyways, right? And you're right.
I'm glad you brought up Sigma with mobility, because something I am interested in looking at is I actually do pull from some of the experimental cards that Overwatch had during its lifespan, because I thought there were some really interesting ideas in there that weren't really given the full light of day. And one of those was in the creator experimental patches that were happening the late end of Overwatch 1, where Sigma didn't have a barrier. He just didn't have the cooldown. Didn't exist. But instead, he had a little bit more health on his own self, a reduced kinetic grasp cooldown, and while kinetic grasp was active, your movement speed was like cranked up by 40% or something.
Yeah,
that was pretty fun. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe not like that useful or viable, but it was pretty fun.
That's actually exactly where I got the same idea from. So when Sigma, for example, on mine, when Sigma, if you jump and you hold spacebar, you actually get low gravity, so you can jump significantly higher, right? The idea behind that was, even though we reduced like the shield. What I wanted to reduce was the stand in one spot, throw the shield out, and just fucking stand there and just throw shots. Like to me, and actually I'm gonna have a big critique. I know we're kind of like floating off of this a little bit, but I still have a big critique about Overwatch 2 characters. Most of the Overwatch 2 characters are stand there, shoot, throw something, shoot, throw something, shoot, right? That's literally what Sigma had become, where you stand there, you shoot, throw your rock, shoot, throw your rock, right? In the same way, Reinhardt, like, it seems stupid to run this as a parallel, but Reinhardt, swing, throw a fire strike, swing, throw a fire strike. Orisa, shoot, throw your fucking spear, shoot, and it's all down range. Now, that means when we move it into 6v6, we get, and you actually mentioned this before, we get kind of this bias towards like a very frontline tank composition, right? If you split that up, this is where I actually have a lot of faith in people, and I think Blizzard did initially too, to find their counters within the specialties. I think if you split that up, like I mentioned with Sigma as an example, he shouldn't be taking any brawl damage in the first place. So punish him for taking that fucking brawl damage, but then increase the level of survivability for him to nuancely sneak himself into areas just to have a few seconds of an advantage.
You gotta be careful with this, as it were, because there is counterplay already to this. Because Sigma kind of already loses pretty hard to Reinhardt and Winston. You don't see that happening in 5v5 because Reinhardt's trash, Winston's hard. But like he loses very hard to some heroes in the roster already. Yep. So be careful, right?
Which is why I gave him, like, and again, this is so hard without like a full rework of the character. That's why I gave him the jump mobility, because if Reinhardt jumps him, he just low grabs his ass out of there, and there's no like you get to reposition right away. Even to, I'll point out characters like Monkey, and like you could reduce the cooldown of his, I again, just as a thought experiment and an experiment, reduce the cooldown of his bubble, reduce the size of his bubble, right? Reduce his jump cooldown, but also reduce his health. So you increase levels of survivability in terms of his utility throughout the field, because he shouldn't really be brawling into damage anyways. You give him more personal survivability with a smaller bubble, but it also disincentivizes him just taking fucking damage, because that's like, yeah.
I mean, now we're kind of getting pretty off the rails, because you got a character like Winston, and you can't touch him. Like, Winston's not something that I would be comfortable messing with to any significant degree. That is like pinnacle design, and the game tempo should be around those numbers. If it's any higher, we have power creep. If it's any lower, somehow the game is power crept backwards or something, or Winston's favored them out. Like, do not touch Winston. That's your like perfect Overwatch. Use this as your baseline character. In fact, that was my biggest number one for making this patch, is like, don't fuck with Winston. He's where he needs to be.
Again, these are not more like recommendations as much as they are examples to just show the mindset of where I'm thinking in terms of reducing tank health. Yeah, I think it would be too. That's the hard problem. I don't want to I wouldn't push any of this stuff to your code as much as I would just like consider the direction of the heroes, where like.
If we're talking explicitly tank health, I could be convinced that Winston maybe doesn't need 125 armor, for example. Like, maybe I could give him a little less armor, give him more health, whatever. But I don't know. I'm not seeing in the large scheme of things. I'm not seeing the benefit of it. I think we're pretty good as we are, and I want to let them see things develop again. I don't think we're yet at the point where everybody feels like the consensus is tank heroes are too OP. I don't know. I can't justify it right now. That's the only problem.
That's my that's my big kind of like before I say anything stupid, as I've already said a bunch of stupid things. But no, it just like these are not, again, we're not recommendations for like what should happen to the tanks as much as like emphasis, or even like I'm looking at the pool right now. There's a lot you could do to emphasize the character. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna go into that. Really, the biggest thing right now for your code, okay, is that tanks are maybe a few percentages too powerful. I don't know what the answer to that is.
You said the same thing before I went back and scaled their damage as well. So now I'm kind of curious on exactly how far we need to go for you to feel like it's where it needs to be.
No, that helped a lot. I thought they were like 30%. They were. You have no idea how much value they were getting before this. Like, at least from my perspective viewing, like everybody, even though everybody was having fun, I think a lot of the weaknesses were the fact that people weren't used to playing around 6v6. Like, the tank combos that I see in our games are so shitty. Okay, like they are so shitty. Nobody fucking plays together in these games. Okay, there's like very few games where I'm actually seeing. Let's say you have Reinhardt Zarya. Watch the amount of times you see a Reinhardt go in and the Zarya properly bubble him. Like, it like never happens, right? Yeah. It's always some DPS because they're so used to playing up against one tank, doing a little off angle. So Zarya bubbles him off in the distance. Reinhardt starts falling back. Oh shit! Zarya steps in front of him, bubbles to block a little bit. Like it's never the, or I never see like Winston Wrecking Ball or Winston Diva land on the exact same target. I'm never seeing that. My worry is that once we start seeing that, like if people, if we had millions of players, but if people started to refine towards that, that's where that like value stacking would start to become an issue. And I don't think it's a problem. Like that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's a problem right now. I think it's actually really good right now because people are probably garbage at 2 tanks. But yeah, like really pay attention. Next time we're hosting them, just kind of watch the tanks and you'll see they're getting lots of value, but they're never working together, which is a little bit, it's very hard for me to make any like direct decisions or even like recommendations without seeing like maximum value tanks. I am hoping at some point maybe we can get like a Masters Plus game together where you get really good players that,
Oh yeah, I saw that ping a while ago, but nothing really returned to that, did it?
I think we had like 3 people respond to it or something. But Discord pings are hard, and setups that like I'd have to like reach out to people. I know people that would absolutely join. I got quite a few members too that are GM in my little community that would absolutely join something like that. Just if I ask them. But yeah, we'd have to like figure that one out. I'm gonna get a few more videos out and hopefully try and grow the community a little more to see if we can get a bigger pool to try that out. But I'm very worried that once we have 2 tanks that are working together, their utility alone is just gonna like steamroll. But not something to like worry about right now. I think everything's pretty healthy in terms of at least what we're balancing for. So
I hope we can get like actual games tonight going as well, because I do want to have some actual matches being played that aren't just getting crashed like every freaking match again.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll be fine. We can get tons of people in anyways, right? So it's not really.
I do need to take a moment to actually go get something to eat before that happens, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll be back in like an hour or so.
Sure, no worries. I'm gonna take a little break here too, and then.
Good discussion, good talk. Yeah. We'll sleep on it, I guess. Something that comes to mind that I think I do need to look at is I'm actually not even sure how much healing Take a Breather is doing right now.
It's 300.
That's not 300.
Are you sure?
It is not 300. I guarantee you it's not 300. I thought it was. It's not. It's completely different. And I don't know if like the heal backup is somehow messing with that, or something's not getting set right, or the math isn't working out. I don't know. I have to figure that out.
We'll take a look.
What did I just win? 5 from the jump catch game. What does that even mean?
Oh, you get points, and then you can actually buy like clothing and stuff. I don't have any whatever. I don't have clothing or extra stuff for the dude, but I have, if you do the cube dude, you can unlock extra hats and weapons and stuff.
Great.
So, yeah. I will say, the only thing, I'm going to say Lifeweaver is too powerful. I'm going to just straight out say that.
Still! I've nerfed him like 3 times.
We're going to have to, don't touch it for now, but he is fucking, low key, when one team has a Lifeweaver and one doesn't, I am like, it's like a 90% chance the Lifeweaver team wins. But don't tell anybody else that, because I'm worried that people will start fucking doing it, and then
let's just start playing Lifeweaver all the time.
Yeah, possible. And then because the ability to pull 2 tanks is just.
I will nerf that hero in the ground if I have to. I will do it.
Just keep an eye on it. Mm-hmm. If you see the same thing I do, if not, I could be fucking hallucinating, and I'm, maybe just, not.
I think you're right. The Lifeweaver can get a lot of value done. If no one targets him, he explodes the moment people, look in his direction. You have to have your pedal, you have to have your dash, and you have to have an escape. And if all 3 of those aren't checked, you die.
Yeah, but you always do. But you always do have them. But you always do have them. That's the biggest thing. You literally always do. And that's the problem. It's I'm diamond player pretty much. I guess I'm plat right now. Fuck you.
All right, I'm locking into him fist when I run into your team, and you're gonna play Lifeweaver, and you're gonna get rolled every fight. I'm gonna make this happen.
But the problem is when I'm getting fucked by one of the GM players, I go Lifeweaver too.
And hold on. If we're gonna talk about a recent example, that Saravasa game, you were kind of getting smoked on Lifeweaver regardless.
Dude.
That was looking pretty rough.
I have a consistency performance problem. Some days I am like a fucking bronze player. Some days I have no problem against GM players. Like I'm not even. I don't. Yeah. It's.
Woke up on the wrong side of the bed, huh? Likely story. I'm watching you.
I'll gladly be public with. I'm actually doing blood tests and stuff like that now to like figure out what, because some days I'm so foggy headed and some days I'm on point, and I mean this, like I say this when I have like my community and I have like silver players. Some days I'm like, I feel like I'm god against them, and other days they just fuck me up so bad I can't even, like, and so I don't know what it is yet. It's probably like vitamin D or something like that. That's the issue, but well, I'm figuring that one out. But no,
okay,
that
before this
day,
turns into a vitamin D discussion, I do have to go. Like, right
yeah,
now,
no, go do your thing. I'm just fucking rambling. Go ahead. All right, man. Appreciate the work. I appreciate the help on. Yeah, I'll see you in a bit. All right, stream. We were watching a quick video, and I know you guys probably just came by for the Overwatch discussion stuff with Toasty, which he is big fucking brain, man. He's got a lot of knowledge in his head, that's for sure. And I'm learning a lot of stuff about the actual workshop. Maybe at one point too, we'll like dig in and see, maybe we can do like a workshop tutorial or something like that with Toasty and learn a little bit more and figure it out and all that kind of good stuff. What were we doing? We were looking at Philip DeFranco stuff. We'll take a minute. I'm going to take a quick break here, guys. Grab myself something to drink. Grab myself some food because we're partway through the day and I haven't had much to eat today yet or anything like that. Yeah, appreciate you guys coming by here. Like I said, I'll throw it over to the intermission. Hang out for a bit. At 5 o'clock, we have games. We have some 6v6 games coming up with Toasty and the other gamers and whatnot. Yeah. Meow 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 meow. Okay, anyways, I'm losing myself here. I'm going absolutely crazy. Ooh, got the new dogs update coming up from Minecraft. Okay. I am going absolutely nuts. I will be back in probably like 10 minutes. Not even, guys. About 10 minutes or so, I will be back. I'm just kind of just gonna grab myself something to snack on. Grab some water. Starting to feel a little dry. Okay, I will be back. Love you guys. All right, gamers. What's going on, guys? Probably need to get my headphones on. Where are they? There they are. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Did that connect? I think it connected. Okay, we got a little bit of time here. To drink some coffee, hang out for a minute. Welcome back, everybody. I'm not sure if anyone's still there or not. Still, probably a few people lurking. Let's. Oh, I'm so glad you guys heard that. Well, that was yeah. I need to rethink. Okay. We got like 40 minutes. 40 minutes to hang out and do what?
My nads are numb. Yeah, mine too. Ugh. Wait a minute, did you just kick me in the nads? Yeah. I didn't even feel anything. Whoa. I didn't feel anything either. Do it again.
I've never seen this.
Cool. Yeah, it's amazing. Kick me harder this time. Whoa. Now do me again. Yeah, as hard as you can. Yeah.
All right. I'm done with that. That's a little too brain rot for me.
Okay, let's discuss one of the most iconic supernova out there. The supernova known as SN 1987A. It's essentially the closest observed supernova in the last 3 decades, ever since the Kepler supernova in 1604. A gorgeous supernova whose image you see right there in the middle. And because of the proximity to planet Earth, and because this basically happened during the modern age of astronomy, this essentially became one of the most studied objects out there, observed by various telescopes for practically 4 decades. And as a result, we've learned quite a lot about it, and actually learned quite a lot about supernova in general, because prior to this explosion, pretty much everything we knew about supernova was mostly theoretical. But then, in 1987, the unusual detection of neutrinos coming from this region indicated that something very powerful was happening right here, and was very quickly discovered to be a Type II supernova, a collapse of a very giant star, possibly around 18 solar masses in total, that resulted in one of the most beautiful formations we've ever seen anywhere. But because all of this was essentially observed in real time for many years, it allowed the scientists to learn so much about these events by literally analyzing everything. But there was always one mystery. What exactly was left after this? What's right there in the center? Is it some kind of a black hole? Is it a neutron star? Or is it anything? And so for many years there was this mystery. The mystery of the invisible remnant. The researchers actually expected to find something, mostly because theories predicted either a black hole or a neutron star, but for decades nothing was visible and nothing was discovered. As a matter of fact, all of the observations with the Hubble Space Telescope pretty much revealed nothing up until relatively recently. Which is of course really surprising, because here the researchers were even able to find the progenitor star, or the star that exploded in order to produce this, by looking at older data, including the data from Hubble. In this case, this was a blue supergiant, 18 solar masses in mass. So basically a star that's massive enough to produce some kind of a remnant. And even the detection of neutrinos in this case implied that something was produced after all, maybe a neutron star. But it just, no matter what the scientists looked at, they couldn't find anything to indicate signs of anything in the center, except for that beautiful expanding ring we're going to discuss in a few minutes. But then, after decades and decades, we had first hints in 2019. There's actually an older video in the description discussing this, but in essence, in 2019, the researchers discovered unusually bright dust clumps very close to the position where the remnant should have been located. And the existence of these unusual dust clumps would be difficult to explain unless there was something really dense in the center collecting all of this dust. Further observations a few years later, specifically in 2021, revealed extremely powerful X-ray emissions coming from the vicinity of this location. And in terms of X-rays, these emissions were extremely similar to beautiful structures we usually refer to as pulsar wind nebula. Here's a time-lapse of a very famous Crab nebula. And so here the X-ray emissions suggested that this is maybe a very similar object. Once again hinting that there is something in the middle, and that something could be some kind of a neutron star. Although I guess more specifically, a pulsar. But in this case, the jets from the pulsar were just not pointed at Earth, and so we could not see it very easily from our perspective. But if this was a pulsar, it must have had either extremely strong or extremely weak magnetic field, because not a lot of additional signs were visible, giving away its position. Or maybe this was a black hole after all, which is why we were not seeing anything. And so basically this was a kind of a missing neutron star mystery that was almost 4 decades old. And that was until the observations from the James Webb. In this case, there were several observations conducted over a period of several weeks, but the first observations from the center revealed something really important. It actually kind of looks like this: ionized argon. Very distinct emission lines located right in the center that could only be produced by argon that was ionized by something extremely powerful in the center, with signs of this argon detected in various locations both in the center and around the ring. And because there was no other way to produce this extremely close to the center, and also because this argon was actually moving relatively fast, it only implied one thing. There was a very dense object, specifically very likely a neutron star, that was moving really fast away from the center, illuminating and ionizing gas in the process, producing the effects we observe from planet Earth. Now technically this could be done by a black hole as well, but this black hole would have to have some kind of a partner, actually a star. In other words, it has to be a binary object, and in this case, because we're not observing any stars in this vicinity, that explanation would not make sense. And it wasn't just argon, there was actually a lot of other stuff, including things like sulfur and potentially silicon, that were also being ionized by something, with the only explanation once again being a neutron star. But once again, very likely a pulsar, with very powerful jets, in essence responsible for all of this ionization and for production of all of this highly charged gas. And that's because in order to ionize argon, it has to be affected by something really powerful in order to strip electrons and make it ionized. And that can only be done by something with intense ultraviolet or X-ray radiation, which is unlikely to be anything but a really powerful neutron star. But I guess more intriguingly, it does not seem to be entirely in the center. It actually appears to be moving away from the center at approximately 400 kilometers per second toward us. And that's because it's quite likely that during this supernova, this powerful event was most likely one-sided, with the neutron star eventually getting kicked out and moving away from the center at 400 kilometers per second toward planet Earth. Which means that in the last 5 years or so, researchers were finally able to find at least 3 pieces of evidence almost definitively suggesting that there is a pulsar here after all, and it's definitely moving really fast, ionizing everything in its way. But this wasn't the only discovery from the James Webb or from the supernova, because the other focus was also on this beautiful ring around the supernova remnant. And as you can see, this ring transformed quite dramatically over the years. And intriguingly, the first 3 rings became visible just a few months after the initial supernova back in 1987. They weren't actually visible at first, but they basically became turned on as the supernova explosion expanded, and essentially as the material from the supernova started to hit the gas that was released by the star right before it exploded, thus producing these beautiful formations you see right here. And so this was actually ionization of gas released by the star before it exploded that was now emitting a lot of different frequencies of light as all of this started to be ionized and as the gas started to interact with the ejecta from the explosion. Which is actually why it started to change colors so much and even started to brighten up in the early 2000s. In case you're wondering, this is actually not even that large. The inner ring here is approximately 0.6 light years in size. And so as the material from the explosion moved farther and farther away from the center, it continuously interacted with all of the stuff released by the star during its red and blue supergiant stages thousands and even millions of years prior, with the ejecta itself moving at approximately 7,000 kilometers per second, basically catching up with all of this material. And between 2001 and 2009, there was so much gas interaction here that the amount of X-rays increased by at least 3 times during this time. But the shockwave was also dispersing and destroying all of these clumpy formations, with all of them very likely eventually gone sometime before 2030. And so these are actually some of the last observations of this unusual formation, and will eventually be gone in the next few years. And the radio observations from 2018 confirmed that a lot of the shockwave here must have already left circumstellar material, with the shockwave now moving a little bit faster because they already passed through most of the gas. And here's actually a really beautiful animation showing us what this entire formation looks like in 3 dimensions. But from our perspective, it basically appears as this beautiful number 8, with the number 8 itself, in essence formed by the other shockwaves, moving in a bipolar direction. And so some of the recent observations from the James Webb definitively confirm that the shockwave has now exited the gas left by the star, which implies that the ring is now going to become dimmer and dimmer every single year. And that of course means that this is our last chance to sneak a peek at this beautiful ring and to conduct scientific studies into what happens when the shockwave from the supernova reaches the remnant of stellar emissions from giant stars. Here's actually a really cool picture released by NASA, basically showing us how all of this changed over the years. And so now, in the next few years, this is all going to start disappearing, with the entire structure potentially gone by late 2020s. But, most importantly, a lot of mysteries about this particular event and this beautiful supernova remnant have now officially been solved. It did take like 3 decades, but we finally discovered signs of the pulsar, confirming all of the previous assumptions and previous theories, even though it did take really powerful telescopes to finally discover the evidence. And so these are the last few years we have to study this iconic event, because chances are similar events or similar nearby events are unlikely to happen for a very long time. Like I mentioned in the beginning, the last nearby supernova was approximately 400 years ago. Now, given it was much closer to us, but still, for something similar to happen again, we would probably have to wait at least a few decades. Anyway, really exciting discoveries and really important confirmations, but at least for now, that's all I wanted to mention. Check out some of the previous videos in the description below. Thank you for watching, subscribe, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support this channel on Patreon by joining channel membership or by buying the wonderful person t-shirt you can find in the description. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
Sorry about that. I was sending some messages while I was looking at that. Some of the photos are unbelievable. Let's take a look. Wonder if they have larger photos here. 404. Am I just getting kicked because I don't have access? Probably not much in the Wikipedia article. Man, some of these photos are freaking crazy. Look at this. Look at that. Some of those aren't even just stars, right? Those are entire solar systems. Sorry, galaxies. Some are galaxies. I imagine these big clusters here. Most of the time, the big clusters are galaxies. And then you get individual solar systems. The supernova. That's the supernova up at the top there. Is it? Actually, wait. Supernova. The bright star at the center of the image. Oh, that's it, actually, right here. That's the supernova going off. Freaky, freaky. What do they got? They got a bunch of nerds over in the Overwatch emulator. What's up, birdie? Sitting in there staring at me all day, plotting my death. Wait, what account am I on right now? First that I am on. Oh, we have a big comment. Let's take a look. Overwatch. We got a few big comments in here. People have to understand that game balance isn't fairness. It's tuning mechanics towards an intended function. If a thing is working as intended, but it's not fun, then it's a design problem. Yes, Overwatch has some pretty big design issues, mainly on the support category, but I completely believe the main problem has plagued Overwatch problems that have plagued Overwatch historically and now have been things that can be fixed through balance. The problem is the team has pretty lax goals when it comes to how characters should play and interact with each other. And even worse, they have no established workable goal for the game environment. That and the whole shit show that made them comfortable for making decisions, cause whatever, we're making a sequel anyways. There's no need for role lock. Sort of. No need for a 5v5, we all agree. They did it to try and fix a broken and stupid game environment. An environment created by inserting stupid characters that were designed and balanced in single player, mostly disregarding the character functions with upon allies and with and upon enemies. They could have made the game better by rebalancing the game from the fundamental principles instead of strategically slapping it until it starts working again. Talking about role. Okay. Yeah. I somewhat agree with this. Got some big comments. The Overwatch team balances character as in the player that's using them instead of balancing for a game environment. That's actually a big point right here. And two, the Overwatch team doesn't know how to design supports that aren't literally World of Warcraft supports, which is to say the team doesn't know jack shit about support characters designed in PvP games, so they added a healer after healer because they don't know what else to do for the role. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. Why is there just an IGN review? You know what? You know what? It's there for a reason. Placid. What's Placid at right now? Let's take a look. View career profile. Now that he's... Oh, he's in the stream. He's actually might still be watching. Tank. Platinum. Man, he's so close. So close. He's done a lot of climbing, though. Very, very close. Platinum 2. You can do it, Mr. Placid. Hey, what's going on? What's going on, little birdie? You want out? Too bad. You're a dickhead. What the heck? I just got an email from someone. Let me throw some SoundCloud tunes. Wednesday, Friday. Accessible to the Windows. Ah, no, it'll be okay. This is such a good song. We're just gonna enjoy it. A song review. This song is so good. So good. You know what we'll do? We got 20 minutes. Let's play a game. What do we do? We'll flex all of them. Fuck it. Fuck it, fuck it, fuck it. Okay. Gotta warm up. Woo! Easy peasy. Squeezing lemons. Is he gonna come up here? No. No, coward. They're still rolling Zen. He's not gonna see me out of the gate. No, he's not. Oh shit. Well, I screwed that one up. Oh no. Oh no. The wrecking ball experience. Oh, we're just gonna go through this. That did not work. Oh shit, okay. Mechanics. I can definitely touch. Oh. Okay, okay. Oh, no way. Get Transcendence out. Totally worth it. Value. Value, value. Lots of value.
I preferred the payload when it wasn't moving. Life protects life.
Oh, I booped him away. Ah. Whoa. Nice.
Tactical visor activated.
Aw, I don't know if that was worth the beat. That's okay. I'm just gonna have to go stall for top. Oh. Oh, big for us. Nope. Oh, this. Oh no.
Switching sides.
Setting my equalizer to absolute destruction.
You are not prepared to see Wrecking Ball in action. Hype sequence concluded.
Attack commencing. Capture objective
Enemy located. Isle time. Durability rising.
Yay, there we go. Oh. Oh, I can't shoot shit. Well, mechanics.
No one can hide from my sight.
No! Ah, she got away. No, really? Ah, too short. Way too short. Okay.
Surrender my will is approaching its destination.
Oh, I can't do it. What am I doing here? Oh, I'm just rolling around doing nothing.
There will be no next time. Victory. Pleasure for the punch. Play of the game.
Calibration, 28%. Yay, so good. Alright, video gamers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gaming.
What?
I love the enthusiasm there.
I just did like a math test. I'm not feeling it.
Come on, Lemon, let's get hyped. Woo! Playing some 6v6. Yeah!
What
Let's hope it doesn't crash again.
I don't want to be a.
What kind of math are you talking?
I don't want to be a bummer, but like everyone's playing 6v6 simulator right now.
Are they?
Yeah.
Oh, they are. Look at that.
That's a big group.
Take a
That is a
peek.
pretty big group.
There are a few guys. We got a lot of other people to join too. Let's we'll message them. See who else we can drag in. I will ping out in my Discord here too. One sec. Oh wait, Toasty, do you have power to ping at Overwatch?
What do you
My
mean?
Discord?
I don't think so.
I will give you that power, so you can just ping out whenever you want.
So like,
If you want to, I guess, yeah.
You know,
If you want to,
I'll take free power. Why not?
Also, why are you lying to the public?
Ooh, wait, what?
You're lying you said in the Doomfist change you didn't mention that the primary fire's damage is now 49.5.
Doomfist change. Hold up.
okay, 49.5. Come on.
You're lying to the public, dude. It's
is
just like the alt charge changes.
half a damage. Dude.
It was me the whole time. It was
Yeah,
Crash.
Yeah, it was Doomfist.
Holy shit!
Oops. It's primary
Yeah.
fire specifically. Had a
Don't
bad
blame
rule that was
yourself.
calling
Blame
you too many
Workshop
times.
Jank.
Yeah, don't blame yourself.
Also, how long has Doom been like that? It's been since season 9, right?
God, like a month? I think.
Okay, wait.
like
Does this sign do it being given like the damage credit being given to Doomfist?
Or
I don't think so.
what?
It was just the
Oh,
rule was
that?
getting pulled too many times.
Okay. Yeah, I guess you're just too good at hitting Doomfist primary fire.
Yeah, I'm really good at hitting Doomfist primary fire.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a thing you get used to. Which is funny because primary fucking sucks dick.
General permissions.
Speaking of Doomfist, get this, all right? I saw this on Reddit. When he gets charged, his E should become uppercut. Is that not the greatest idea? He'll lose his charge and replace it with uppercut, except for charge punch. Great for chokes. That's all I can think of.
Punch.
So I just think it's a great idea.
Toast is like, yeah, Sulack's giving me worse ideas. It's okay.
Not like against that, but
I'm not like against that. But
I think you explained that you don't really like DPS Doom.
I don't like DPS Doom. But that's not to say I don't like uppercut as an ability.
DPS
That
Doom
was
was
fucking
fun,
goated.
man. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. DPS Doom was the shit.
But I don't. It's not that I don't like Tank Doom. It's just compared to DPS Doom, his kit is minor.
All right, Toasty. Can you try and ping at Overwatch in the general section of my Discord?
I could give it a shot, yeah.
I made a custom role for your ass.
Yes, it looks like I can. Cool.
Nice.
Whenever someone plays Widowmaker on the other team, it's just like dopamine for Doommates. You just lock in on the Widowmaker the entire match, go fucking Mach 5 at them, and then headshot them twice.
Okay, first let me
I don't
check.
I don't think games are happening tonight.
Just give it a little time.
I mean, a lot of our
It's
players
just
recently have
Dante.
been Overwatch 1 emulator.
Sure, that's
over
all
there.
of them though.
A lot of them have been, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of them.
Like 5 of them last night, or at least, or maybe more from last night were from Overwatch 1 emulator.
Yeah, we got a lot more
We got
people than that.
EU players now.
Like I say, Discord is like the worst place to ping out for people in general. Like, keep in mind, Toasty, everybody who's online on the Discord right now is a potential person to come in who might not just see the pings or might not know about the events. Like literally everybody in that list.
Is the lobby up? Where?
Yes, it is. It's open right now.
What's it called?
66 adjustments.
Huge. All right.
Like I'll message people out. Oompa Loomba's been in a few times. 6v6. Oh, I'm just getting. Discord's like, are you a human or are you a bot? Let me just do my CAPTCHA. Find the mismatch object among these. The penguin. Okay. Who's a regular? Aether. Although Aether never responds to me. Jeez. Doesn't like my brig takes.
People would take that shit way too seriously.
What's K-Cobb up to?
Not home, I don't think. Oh, he is home.
Yeah, he's online. Stop. Oh my god, I'm getting rate limited in your Discord here.
Hmm?
It's like, because I'm messaging people. It's like, are you a bot? But I'm just not used to it because it won't flag the server admin as a bot, but it'll flag other people if I start messaging everyone.
What's up?
Pepis.
Oh, there he
Pepis.
is.
Pepis, you want to play Warframe?
The myth, the legend.
Aren't you playing Overwatch on emulator over there? Mr. Pepis?
I'll be there in a minute.
Oh, yeah?
Wait, what? What?
Motherfucker, I'm 15. Where do you think I live? Africa?
No,
Wait,
what the fuck? Yo,
Wait,
what?
what? What are you talking about? I don't
Bro,
know.
are you playing Overwatch 1 or are you playing 6v6 adjustments?
I'll be there in a minute.
That's
what I said.
Motherfucker.
He didn't even hear what we said. He just said that he'll be with us in a minute. It's okay.
Nah, he's using a soundboard. He's using a fucking soundboard.
What do you mean I'm using a soundboard?
Are you playing this Discord or are you playing the other Discord? Huh?
Other one right now. Oh, I'm fucked.
But oh, okay, I see what you mean now.
Yeah. It's the better one here. This is where the cool kids are.
Nah, better. Better.
It is better because I get to shit on you guys all day. It's my ego trip of the day. It makes me feel good.
I just want to get better. So.
Who? Let's take a look. It's like who responded to that first ping out. You can take a look and just direct message him.
I don't think I did, but I will be here.
Toasty, can you put me in? I'm gonna do some Doom rollouts.
Ben
Can I put you in what?
Placid.
Put me in the game.
Oh, the game is not launched. You want me to launch the game?
Yeah.
Put me in, coach.
Yes, Toasty, the game is not launched.
Oh, fuck me.
Oh, there we go. Placid, there we go. So you just got to message out to people. We're good. What's up, Placid?
2, 3, 4, 5. We got one team. Huge.
We got one team. Message Taco 6v6 question mark. I'm still getting flagged for a bot. Yes, I am human.
I fucked up my shadow.
Are you? Would a human be a spectator, man?
I don't know, man. I question that sometimes myself. Did I message Stark? I did message.
I got a $50 gift card Discord scam earlier today. That's what I woke up to this morning.
Are you saying you fell for it, or are you saying that you?
I just got one this morning. I don't know. Somebody messaged me. One of my old friends messaged me, and then their nickname was "Lemmy Hacked." So that guy got fucking hacked, and it's just a Discord thing. It's really funny.
It was gonna be like a death by 100 cuts type thing.
Oh my god. My aim is so off.
Oh, it's Dostray. What the
Oh
fuck
my
is-
god.
This is just. Dude. Oh boy.
Dostray. Who else? Do the hustle. 6v6. I'm gonna I'll do it uniquely now. 1, 2, 6v6. Street Fighter. Some people have different names everywhere. It's so irritating.
I wanted to be flashy, bro. Leave me alone.
Oh. This is bad.
Your auto heal?
Message bucket. 6v6.
Let's go, GMAC, my god.
BMAC?
GMAC, one of my friends from the other Discord.
Oh yeah, but I was like, what about him?
That's all right. Also, watch too, Toasty. When one of those games end, I bet some people will just slip over here.
It's over. I have the high ground.
Yeah.
Turtle.
High ground Sigma.
Get back here. I'm not done with you.
Yes, you are.
Get back here. We're not done here.
It's a really cool health pack you left down here.
No.
Nice rock.
Thanks.
So,
Oh shit.
Well, probably maybe chain. 1, 2, 6v6. Nitric. I'll message him. 1, 2, 6v6. Question.
This is my health pack now.
Bro's just sitting in a choke with the health pack.
Bro, where the fuck am I?
Doom has no fucking. Oh
Get
my
back
god. Nah, ain't no way I'm about to get sold.
Get back here.
Can't get in here. Fuck me.
Finally.
What was that? Why'd you shoot that door?
I call it the Sigma ball strat.
Yeah, okay.
Anyway, I should probably work on the assignments. I meant to do
fuck?
it while I'm waiting for the lobby to form.
Antics
No.
just said
One more fight.
Antics just said they're quit playing with one of their friends. They'll
Alright.
join us once they're done. Risky Ricky. Risky Ricky's been with us, right?
Oh. Ah.
A few times.
A few times. 1, 2.
Wait, only I'm allowed to solo.
Join for 6v6? Question mark. Is Shock in the other Discord, or is he in?
Wait, this isn't fair.
He's in the other one right now.
Where's this gonna get?
It's not fair. My teammate's AFK.
Wow, so this is AFK, imagine.
Fine, I've got the solution.
Okay. Alright. Yeah. Alright, that's the solution, alright.
Fuck.
Yeah. I won't totally roll you right now.
Risky
No,
Ricky's
man,
saying like an
I
hour.
need the sniper horse to deal with the widow.
Down bad for Kiri, that nerd here. Let me give him a message. Who is
What?
I'm
Where
always
are you
down
guys?
out, Kiri. Wait, this isn't your spawn. Hold up.
Did you guys go to
Push me. Yeah, you can hit this. See?
Get more. Oh shit.
Type shit. Doomfist masterclass.
Alright.
Oh, I just
new
exited
plan.
out.
Made it. I'm here.
Huge. Just
He's
like my cock.
alive.
Your dick's huge? I find that one hard to believe.
You know what I find hard to believe?
The fact that you're this shit.
Wow.
Fucking folded, bro.
Wow.
Your reflexes are slow.
Wait, he gets over there. Oh boy.
Oh, who phone who this? It's Nitric, I think.
No.
Bro, you gotta learn. You gotta learn, bro.
What? No.
Toasty, if you want to make me leader for a second, I'll host
I
team
missed
fights.
it. I was
I'll run team fights with it while
I didn't know you're so fucking fat and fast.
I know what you do.
I'm too
Beefus,
healthy.
you have to kill him, Beefus.
Amen.
He's 2 HP.
I haven't seen that.
No,
he's
he's gonna get the mega in the hotel.
I've already got the mega. Nice hook.
As you can tell, I am a really competent hog player.
Hit her.
Hit your hook. Hit your hook. Hit your hook. Come on. Come on. Hit your hook. Come on. Come on. Hit the hook. Hit the hook.
You're not getting away from me, motherfucker. You're not getting away from me.
What's up, Bucket?
Hello.
Black Forest? What the fuck? Why am I in spectator? What is happening?
Shit, wait.
There's nobody. There's no slots.
Where are we?
Slots in that.
What is happening?
We're here to observe a deathmatch map since no one has actually played one before.
I learned something I can do. I can like squeeze.
I'm Mauga? What is what? Oh, okay.
This is Mystery Hero.
Wait, I'm a 449 HP Lucio with armor.
I'm Mauga with no armor and 150. I am.
Is there the wait time thing on this?
There is.
What is?
I'm a
Okay.
400 HP Widow with armor. I think.
Doesn't sound like it's working.
It doesn't sound like it's working at all. Does it? I don't think we fixed it.
Why does Widow have so much health? What is happening?
I inherited Briggs' health full. That's the only explanation because I have a very small amount of armor. I have to have inherited Briggs' HP full from my first hero I was on.
I'm getting stacked health pools. What is this?
Playing Orisa, you can't play the game. Haha. You can't play.
Why do I keep randomly swapping heroes? What's going on with that?
This is the thing where you swap after you kill someone, right?
No, it's just
Hey,
fucking
listen,
Mystery
listen,
Heroes.
I just killed someone as Zen and I swapped to Alaris.
What is happening? Why is
I'm
Dude, that doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm
Oh, wait, what?
Lifeweaver with.
Yeah, I swapped randomly.
What?
This entire thing is broken.
Yeah, something's broken.
Bro, Neon, how did that grenade not hit you?
You always inherit the HP of the character you first spawned as.
I'm not doing that.
I'm 700.
Yeah, can you try maybe like regular deathmatch instead? Or
yeah,
oh, now I just have
Mystery Heroes.
I'm playing Sombra? Fuck this game.
that wasn't just Mystery
Yeah, I
Heroes.
don't know how to play this character
Swapping
because
on
she's
killing,
dumb,
so-
and I still get the kill because she's dumb.
I'm 250 HP break.
Toasty, if you do the 1v1 mystery hero and then increase the slots, it'll mirror mystery hero everybody in two different teams.
What?
Sure. But FFA though.
You know, I'm just a lot of fun. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't know how to hit the shot.
No. Damn you, Toasty.
Oh.
Playing tiny Overwatch basically.
You should start it up so we have points to yell at each other over.
This is factual.
I love yelling at people.
Alright.
Uh oh.
What? Come on.
Oh, I was wondering why I was stuck.
Because we haven't given you permission to play the game yet.
Oh, this is great. Yeah, I'm not gonna survive this.
Oh my.
2 seconds in, I get an instant sidelight on Doom, and I'm fucking dead.
No. Okay, fuck off.
Hey, Sulack. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Don't.
No, the Sombra hitbox!
I'm the goats. I live those. Why is there no health pack? Oh, there is.
Oh, facts on
Well, later.
Yeah!
I don't think the team is supposed to be like majority HP armor.
Oh, finally, a character I can play.
Like 70% of my HP is armor. I'm not sure that's supposed to be the case.
That is the case in live, so yeah.
Is this everyone in the Discord here, or we're playing a random?
Okay.
Pretty much. And we have a random as well, I think.
Yeah, one random.
Dr. Ninja is just chilling.
Yeah, put me on a tank already.
The state of Ryan, I can walk up and clobber him in the face.
I've gotten Life Weaver twice.
Wait, Toast. We can talk about this. I'm out.
Oh, there's a Torb there. Hello. Oh, and there's. I am fucking dead.
Hello there.
I'm fucking dead.
And I'm getting double teamed as Life Weaver.
Ooh, yeah, that's deathmatch for you.
No, another Hanzo, bro.
No fucking way that arrow doesn't hit. I hate your character. Good shit.
Skill issue.
Oh no.
Fuck you and your skill issue allegations. That's how I feel about that.
Taco Cruncher is here.
Oh, hey,
Taco
you're
Cruncher
right there.
Oh, it's over. I have the Glock.
Oh man, he hit a shot. I gotta run away now.
Yeah, Gargan's tank's not fun. Oh, finally, it's my turn.
Oh yeah, it's my turn now.
Oh shit.
No way, dude.
I has a bucket. I love that name.
Thank you. I made it when I was like 10.
Epis, why are you playing tank, bro? You don't play tank.
I'll find my own path.
I don't have a choice. These motherfuckers are chasing.
Why is there 3 Maugas? What is happening?
Oh my god.
Like this shit's gotta be real. You're coming with me, bitch.
Maga, multiple.
Come with me, motherfucker.
Mao guy.
I'm on Monkey.
Mauga, I barely even know her.
Echo, El May, this is not fun.
Shit. Okay.
No TP for you.
Oh, who just joined? We got.
Climb it. You can climb that rock.
Well, we're one away from getting an actual game here. That's nice.
Wait.
Oh boy. Hey.
Wait, I'm being triple team.
I'm getting double tanks. Hold up.
Oh, there's multiple of you. Hold on.
Bro, I got my kill stolen.
Fake news.
Okay, really?
Oh my god. Stop stealing my kills. Fucking weirdo. Weirdos, dude. Whoa! They keep stealing my kills. This shit's gotta be homophobic.
Whoa, where'd you go? Oh man.
It doesn't even matter if you hide or not. I can't
Wait,
hit a
hacking
fucking
half
shot.
and DM has to be unethical.
I can't hit a fucking shot on there. What do you want me to do?
Well, he's running around hacking all the health packs. That has to be unethical.
That's a hate crime right there.
Nuts are unethical.
Fuck! Leave me alone!
Oh, that's a Rhine. Rhine in a choke.
Run, little Moira.
No, that was so fucking good too.
I heard you coming.
Get back here.
Oh my god, you stole my kill, you fucking bitch.
I know I took her out of invis.
Toasty, we can talk about this. Toasty, we can talk about this.
I'm the one that did the damage.
I did 150 damage to the Sombra.
One day,
I got 3
headshots.
headshots.
One day they will fix the pin hitbox.
No way.
It will be a glorious day.
I carry my burdens alone.
No, I'm gonna get hammered.
My kills, my kills, my kills. Everything is mine. This is mine. You're mine. You're mine.
12.
No way.
I would have won that anyway. I had dash still.
Oh no. I'm out.
I had ice block.
I hear
Oh.
scary things.
Is the DPS passive
I
at the
was
deathmatch, by the way?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't change it for the deathmatch stuff ever.
Bro, what does my diva say?
We do have 12 Toasty, by the way.
In this lobby? We do have 12. We might as well finish this out, though. We might as well, right? can't
Probably-
Why is
probably-
my Diva Sense at 7.5? What?
Automatic
Who's on my
setting.
account?
Sorry.
My fault, Daddy.
Me.
No.
I was on your account.
What the fuck?
I'll find my own path.
Don't touch me. Oh no, stop it.
No, die! Die!
Yeah!
There's a tank behind me. What am I supposed to do?
Disappeared.
No, stop touching me, doofus. Stop it. I
Where
do
is
not.
Beefus?
I
I
do
need to
not
go.
consent, doofus. I do not
I
consent.
need to go.
Doom doesn't take consent, bro.
Get him, Lemon. He's one.
No way. That's cheating, bro. That character's actually just cheating.
I don't play Kiriko. This fucking.
Wait, Beefus detected.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Oh no. Wait, this has gone wrong.
Force react this man.
My God!
This man, fish react.
What the hell? What did I just peek into?
No.
What the? Oh yeah.
I cannot hit a fucking whip.
Yeah, that,
Like,
yeah, okay, because actually just cheating.
I guess
skill.
I can hit a widow shot. And I shot bomb.
Uh oh.
Bye.
No way.
Oh, you
No.
bitch!
What
Don't kill that
the
motherfucker.
shit?
Hey,
No, I have to reload.
Hey, don't.
it's a Doom.
No, reload.
Is it Doom? I don't
Oh
know.
fuck! I forgot it does that. I thought I could.
Fuck it. Yeah, go.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
yeah,
character's
there's fucking
cheating.
health pack there. I forgot
That
about
character's
that.
actually just cheating, dude. Jesus Christ.
No. Get
No.
away from me, Sam.
No,
way. No way. No
you are
way.
at literally one.
That's
Oh.
hell.
You are at one political.
I got a little smirk on my face, Bucket. Sorry about that.
Oh my god, Toasty, why? Toasty, why?
I'm just here.
He's here to make it so much
And
worse for everyone.
Toasty, I do have to slip out at 6 o'clock.
Can we make it tank
so-
only
No
FFA?
way I didn't get that.
Oh.
I'll see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
tank
How
only.
many tanks were
Tank
in this?
only.
I gotta go eat
Don't,
dinner.
don't do DPS,
No
don't do
way!
support.
No,
just
wait.
tank.
What?
I just got a lobby together and we're all.
Dang.
fucked
What is
already.
this?
Damn it! No,
Yeah.
everyone's leaving.
You were
Uh,
so close and yet
1, 2,
so
3, 4,
far.
5, 6.
Some of
7,
y'all
8,
got
9.
people on your friends list here. Let me let me invite people in quickly.
Friends. What?
Friends.
I have one.
I have EP, but his real name is a little
Something.
not gonna say it.
I'm really voicing on one. Oh, Chain's in here. How's it going, Chain?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. We're trying to scrape together at least 1 or 2 6v6 games in here.
And then crash the games, dude.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We got 11 people in voice chat right now. So
Yep.
Ooh.
Huge.
Oh.
Yeah, Toast. Oh, he's not here.
Chain, you think you can drag Yin in here?
One person, dude.
She said sure.
Yeah, there we go. We can get a game in. Awesome.
To be fair, there are 11 people here in the channel, right?
Yeah, 11
There's
people in
got 9
the
in the
voice.
lobby
There's only
right
10
now.
in the lot. 9. Missing 2. Oh, there's 3.
Uh-huh.
The one thing that aside from the Doom thing, I know that the duplicating Echo into Diva, it was also saying that crash at one point. So make sure
It looks like it's correct. The loop statement is in the if statement if you're not duplicating. It should be correct, right?
Then yeah, that should be fine.
Good.
Because like all of them were with the Doom lobby, but I know that one in particular was because I duped a Diva.
Right. Yeah. I'm pretty confident that narrowing down that Doomfist bug is probably what caused us the crashes to begin with. It shouldn't be happening again. It shouldn't. But we'll see.
Oh wait. Oh yeah, wait. Peepus is in the voice channel, but he slipped away.
Yeah, you said he was gonna eat or something.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah. Who else do we have? Who's not in the game right now? I think Shane isn't. I'll drag him in. Invite to custom game. And invite to custom game. Oh.
Oh, we're full.
Oh,
we know who
There's a
RJMA
couple
is.
randoms came in, so probably make another link.
Yeah. Does the domain work, by the way?
6v6.info. Yeah, it should send.
Is it literally you just put that in like
in your browser?
It
Yeah.
just works.
Yeah.
No way.
You put both in. That probably.
Yeah, that's what I've been. Yeah, 6v6.info or the full thing there, just so if I don't want to go to a spam link or something. Can we slip
Info
in?
does direct you here. That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that worked. Oh wait, no man.
Takes a little while, but it works. That is cool.
Yeah,
That's
it's just a redirect, right? So it's not.
Yeah, probably prioritize people that are already in the Discord channel. Like
Yeah, I'll also have RJMA in here for Rin, right? Also, World Bows Gaza. It's definitely a battle.
That's a name.
Yep.
I don't understand it. I don't. Okay.
I don't even know. It's just nonsense to me, but it's funny.
Is it World
1,
Boss
2, 3,
Gaza
4,
or is
5,
it
6,
World
7, 8, 9, 10,
Boss
11.
Gaza?
You know what? I don't know. I don't know, and we'll never know.
Just ask the person.
You could just ask.
Ask said person.
Oh, welcome in, Nagi. By the way, hopefully that's how you say it. But welcome.
World. Yeah, I'm stumped.
I think we just started. They're there.
We have 6v6, so yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh.
Yeah, he just moved.
Got scared for a sec.
No. Okay, I'm gonna go hop into my voice channel, guys. Let's hop down. Toasty can start when he's ready to go.
Do this. Crash! Don't crash! Don't crash! Don't crash! Don't crash! No crashing, please! No crashing, please! No crashing, please! I'm desperate, man.
Oh
I'm
no,
desperate.
he left. We can get one more person.
Bruh.
That's okay. I'll need to get Chippy to team. Chippy's with us, and
well,
let's just yell. Let's really yell, Beepus! 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 Get in here! Damn it! Okay, never mind. He's not there. Well. Someone.
We're back to where we started. What if I just invite this person?
Yeah. Just send them invites, man.
That's the group. Oh, okay, they're here.
Antics is in.
True. Let's see if they do Discord real quick.
They lied to me. They said an hour. Or no, wait. Antics said after their game was done. Okay, never mind. We're good.
And they're in Discord. All right, let's go.
Beautiful.
Let's go.
Let's roll.
Oh my god, a game. We got a game.
Yeah, it takes a bit of time. It's like it usually takes like 30 minutes or so to fill lobbies anyways, so.
All right, I'm going to lock Doom and see if I can break the game again. Someone's taking a while to load, though. Someone playing this on the Nintendo Switch or something?
Gotta get that NVMe SSD there.
Ow.
This is the path, right? Yes.
There we go. There we go.
Perfect. Doomfist. Doomfist.
Doomfist Zarya. Okay. Well, we can do Doomfist Zarya. That's totally fine.
I gotta break it wide open, see if it's actually a problem.
You know what we
What could go
do?
wrong?
Oh yeah, we got Kiriko, so we can make him shoot faster and see if that.
Yeah, it's really break it. I think I've learned my lesson about using the event ability sort of thing. You can't do that when you have an ability that has a lot of individual little pellets and they're all projectiles, or it just crashes the game.
Just a bunch of event calls all at once.
I suppose so. It works for other shotgun heroes that are like hit scan, like Reaper. No problem.
Yeah.
That evaluates damage instantly.
It's
All
only
normal numbers.
Doomfist that's got a projectile shotgun.
It's the only projectile shotgun that we had modified damage of. So, oops. We just did a bit of a rewrite on the code, so you don't actually have to modify that damage in particular. Or that, you don't have to modify that ability's damage, but of course it had to be scaled around them. Otherwise.
We had to recalculate all the damage numbers to perfect them.
And that's not that fun whenever you have to do math on top of math because the workshop is like really weird.
Ooh, Junkrat. Yum.
Oh. Roadhog.
Roadhog Doom.
Bubble in 3. Alright, I have bubble.
I was killable, I think. Yeah.
Nice. Well, I dropped her just so I can do the Junkrat now.
I wasn't even aiming for him.
That's... Okay, so far so good. 2 Doomfists, no crash yet. That's good to know.
Optimal stress test.
Winston. They're getting off the Roadhog already. Wow.
Yeah. They're on break now, watch out.
Nice bubble.
I have
big
like
slam damage.
I have like the worst bubble timing right now. Come on, Junkrat, shoot at me. Do it. I know you want to.
I gotta back off for a second.
I gotta back off. I used my personal bubble. Alright.
Nice bubble. I shouldn't be using power block if I'm bubbled. Whoops. Oh.
That's okay. Doomfist Zarya is a new synergy.
I mean, I knew that was going to be synergistic initially, because it's like same thing as like double bubble.
Yeah.
Just more force impacty.
Even more impactful because.
Okay.
Oh, well, that's
I didn't place telly in time.
Winston half.
That's a huge rocket punch. I think my whole team is dead though, right?
Yeah, well, half your team.
Sheesh.
Oh.
Sheesh.
If
I'm gonna...
maybe, yeah. We can do Kelly. We can touch it. Yeah, I can touch.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Toasty gets back in time. Oh no, they're 3. Holy shit! What is that cap speed? I don't. The speed up. I don't remember it being this fast.
Oh, I accidentally killed her on. We're good. We're good.
Oh no. So winnable. Yeah, we can do that. You can do that.
I'm almost back, Toasty.
Dark step. Dark step.
We get 2 or chunks.
What's
2
this
more
one?
seconds. I can bubble you.
Oh my god! What's the chance? It's just 3. No way.
No. I'm gonna have to switch.
Someone needs to fill this saddle.
Thank you kindly.
Let me rotate to high ground.
I guess that maybe calling for bubble when I think I'm about to need it. If you want.
Yeah, that's fine as well. I'm just guessing.
There's a...
I'm getting it.
Oh, mama!
I love it just me getting impatient because I'm at 0 energy.
Yeah.
Genji's low. Genji's like 1 hit. We gotta get that high ground from him.
I'm walking on their Ana. Oh,
He missed a meteor strike.
Oh, God, I'm dead.
Yep, there it is.
They're
on his 1. I got
walk
it.
back in spot. Walk in spot. Ana, walk back in spot. Walk back in spot. They're gonna collapse on you, Ana. Do we have her Ana at all? Oh my.
I almost go grab here.
They're using Primal too? Damn.
I can't hit a primal. Wow.
That's 3 HP. Oh god.
I'm gonna walk on card here. No,
Yeah,
never mind.
yeah.
They probably rally. I'm gonna like.
I get my gun.
Yeah, we got. We can...
What is happening?
Oh.
I'm going up break. Burger rally's over. Oh, that's a trap. I'm dead.
Can't do anything.
Shit.
I'm actually just getting bullied.
I'll go Reaper. Let's just stand in front of him and shoot.
Oh, I'll spot spawn action. I need to stay there.
Might be the best idea.
Good luck, Sulack.
I'm okay.
See, Doom's on the right. Alright. What's bubble cooldown right now?
2.
Alright, I'll stay in for a second.
Oh, nice kill.
Sheesh.
I got grab here.
That was
I'm not
bad. Oh shit.
I'm more looking for grab here. Soldier's super low. I'm looking.
I'll be back. I'll be back. Just grab something. I'll be there.
Alright.
Oh, but maybe we need
I'm
to. We're literally killing the entire team.
Alright, right there. Bubble in 3.
Alright, here I go. Bubble? Wait, we have a bubble, right?
Yeah, I do. She like walked in front of you for a second. But, that was close. Alright, I'm gonna.
Oh my.
I'm
2 minutes old?
I can't let it
Went too deep.
That's a cute grab.
Oh,
But like, the amp healing is too much. The brig. Yikes.
Yeah, good stuff.
I'm out of here with this.
I'm just gonna go Diva.
They're gonna blade us
call.
here in a second. I'm pretty sure.
What the? Did I turn on random skins and forget? No.
Oh, look at just one. Just one. Shit. He's gonna get out.
They're gonna blade really soon here. I'm pretty sure.
Both the tanks are up top.
Dude, I'm getting fucking whip shot off cooldown. I hate this.
Nice.
I'm on break. Break no shield. Break no shield. Oh, that's...
Where is Brick? Oh, there's Brick. Hey. Oh! No, I'm gonna leave the corner, man. I can't even leave.
For real.
Getting
Holy shit.
bullied
I'm out. I'm so out. I'm so... No,
They use nano, so they're not gonna have nano blade here.
Dude, I can't. I'm just getting chain booped by Brig and Doom. I can't do it.
Oh no, I fucked up.
You got this, right?
I fucked up. I fucked my telly up there. No.
I can't do anything. Their Brig is just booping me off cooldown.
We have a very good time
Brig is
though.
strong. Brig is strong. Interesting.
Maybe I'll get my ult this round.
like literally the cycle there is boost her up to high ground, shoot backline for half a second, booped off.
Yeah, but
back up,
repeat.
I can't stay up there. She just boops me off every time.
That's doable, I think. Ryan Zari. Oh, okay.
Ryan Zari, but we just gotta go fast. Okay.
Now you caught my interest here. I see.
Alright, but if we're playing Brig, Lucio, we have to decide the fight in like 10 seconds. Doable, but a tough order.
You have 10 seconds to win. If you give it last any longer than that, you're just dead. That's fair. That's fair.
Back to playing the hero. The world doesn't want us, Wilhelm. At least I can realize that.
Which one is their Brig, by the way? I can't actually tell. It's gotta be chain links, right? Yeah, look at that scoreboard! Brig does so much.
Yeah.
Should we nerf Brig? I haven't even thought about it, but it's probably on the table. I don't want to nerf it too quickly, though.
I don't know, man. Like, it was annoying, but at the same time, she doesn't have stun, so like, the boop is the only thing she has.
Pretty much. 2% our soldier. Oh, I almost had a pin on him.
He's half.
I got bubble in here.
Ow. I got no shield. Careful.
Okay.
Like nothing.
And they will hog
No bubble break. No bubble. No bubble.
Oh wait, do we get cooldowns?
Bubble in 5.
I have like no health. That's what I actually have.
Yeah, we
this
can
dude is just
quicker.
punching up and down. He's on the ground! Get him! shit. I'm getting eviscerated on that. Yikes, man. Yikes.
Still got some fight in me.
No, I have max charge. No.
Let's get bored. Let's get bored. I think we our rule of 10 seconds. We got to make it happen. You know?
Oh no! I've been
Fucking
Queen. Jesus Christ.
No sleep. Okay, we're going down. We're going down this way.
Yeah, let's take it. Let's take the fight inside here. See if we can pull him in, kill him.
Oh my goodness. Tank passive, my beloved. Where are you?
Queen's in the queen in the middle of all of us.
Queen, Clark, go back line. Queen, blow that motherfucker up.
Oh, the dragon.
Oh my goodness. Not the dragon.
I could not hear the dragon because of all the queens. Oh, that's dope. I should have didn't.
I think we'll be okay here. We can just beat in. Yeah. Maybe we'll just Toasty to charge the fuck right in there, and then we'll beat while he's in there.
I'll take. I'll do it. Their arms on the left.
Let's do it. Okay, ready? 3,
right,
2,
3 seconds.
1. Oh, what's that fire?
I don't have charge. He's the only problem with that.
Okay.
Okay, well, let's get out of here.
Okay. I'll let Toasty call it.
Jeez, I explode.
Wait, Doomin.
I got visor.
I got energy. I'm really good grav and I've got energy. As long as I don't die here, we can just go straight in. I got hella energy.
Solo grab Doom.
I don't have it quite yet. I'm almost there.
We're good. We can, yeah, I think we just beat in here. 3, 2, 1.
No. You know what?
Break on the ground. Break. Got her. Queen! Kill this man!
Woo! There we go.
Whoa. I might actually need to. I've joked about it before, but I might actually just straight up go lower my bubble sensitivity. Dude, it's crazy because I thought it was maybe just unlucky, but like
let's push it, shield.
We do not push this. I guarantee you this works very poorly if we push this. Ow.
You're on your own.
I'm out of here.
Doom low. Oh no. No. That is death.
Okay.
Wait, don't bash in.
Sheesh.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Got the charge. Oh, the dude's after me.
They have dragons.
Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna do
I
that.
should've gone there.
Uh-oh.
No.
Oh.
Can't get away with this.
Back out. That dragon's coming in.
Oh my god.
Kill him, Doom! Kill Doom!
Nice.
But I'm dead. You're still ulting their queen?
I was trying to grab their break.
No way I'm dead to that guy. No way that guy killed like both their things. What in the world was happening?
Oh, that's because their soldier ran all the way down there.
Buckets! Fucking hell, man.
Alright, new plan.
Bucket is just murdering us.
Okay, that Hanzo got like all of us. No way.
Yeah,
Where is
he
he?
does that.
Dude, Bucket is doing too well. I must dive him.
Okay, nice scrap, I guess.
I'm gonna jump. Soldier, now?
I'm not gonna be able to go with you.
Never mind, there's a break here. I'm leaving.
You need to
I'm leaving. Hard pass on the rally break. Thank you very much. Alright, jumping high
Force
ground.
cart a little bit, I guess. Okay.
I bought baited sleep, dying. Holy shit. Run. Alright, good luck, Toasty. I'm leaving.
Good luck to me, indeed. I'm dead.
Damn, it's pissing me off.
Alright,
He's just gaming, man. He's just gaming.
Oops, did not mean to bubble. It's okay, did not need that anyway.
We gotta go. I'm gonna go high grab with our Winston this time. Yo, our Brigham might just be dead. Oh.
Alright. Oh, there's Berg's on the low ground. I'm just gonna dive her. Berg half. I'm dead.
No kidding.
Oh!
I can't.
Kill that guy.
Wait, huge. Toasty popping off.
Winnable.
Yeah, we win that, we win that.
You missed one.
Cart.
I have shout in 3.
Soldiers
Focus
low.
one.
Soldiers high ground. Shit, that's really bad.
I'll shout us in 3, 2, 1, go.
I got him. Oh my god.
Nice. Okay.
Brig? Where's the
touch? What? Look at his corpse go.
Don't worry, I eventually will see you.
Okay, potentially winnable here.
Potentially. It's okay, guys. If we cap within the
Anna's
next
right
5 seconds. Wait.
Oh, I'm asleep. Thanks.
I got you. I almost got primal here.
I'm just gonna eat a lot of damage doing this. Whoops. Wow, Hanzo chunks my entire health bar. Sheesh.
Oh my god.
Careful, Tim's up there with you, Sulack.
Yep. I'm dead.
He's on your case, my god.
Oh, I got slapped. Goodbye.
He used everything there to kill me. Actually, all of his cooldowns.
That's a tire. That's tire, baby.
I'm on their break.
Meteor strike.
Nope. Gonna go grab Mega.
I get. Oh, fucking hell.
Poor Sulack, man. Oh, I'm so dead.
Getting punched around here.
What the fuck, the hog?
There's a hog now? What?
Can a
Where's
man
the
not
hog?
play monkey?
Yeah, Lemon's on hog.
I'm juggling bucket. He's getting packed.
I have Rampage coming back. Keep our soldier alive for Pfizer, potentially.
I got chunned. I got stunned. The entire team jumped me. Send help. Alright, coming back on ball.
Uh-oh.
And I get punched by a nano doomfist. Nice.
Yeah.
Jesus. Jesus, man. Well, I tried.
Ow. Ow.
Damn.
Right, that's GG.
GG. Toasty, I actually have to get going here. I got an event thing I got to go to at 6 o'clock, so I'm gonna roll out. Sorry, it's only one game, but at least we got a game in and no crashes, right?
No crashes. That was the big one that I wanted to test. Just make sure it wasn't actually going to crash with Doomfist anymore.
You try and play Winston for 2 minutes, you have to play it against Brig, Roadhog, Reaper. What a world.
Ouch.
Is there anybody waiting? Yeah, you might be able to find someone else.
Our true most oppressed species.
All right, hopefully you guys can find someone out. I have to get going just so everybody knows, but hopefully you guys can find someone quick to slot in for
Yeah. Sure, we get a random.
All right,
sure.
See you guys
later.
Yep. All right, stream. I'll see you guys too. Have a great one. Actually, wait. Should I raid out? Let's take a look and see if there's anybody. If we actually have people watching. Who do we got? We got 4 people. Okay, guys. All right. Well, I'll raid out to somebody. We got 4 people. Okay, guys. I appreciate everybody coming by. Let's take a look and see. We will raid out to... Is there anybody small that's playing my... We'll raid out to BAME. I have a lovely one, guys. GG's gamers.